And we are alive. And we have two in the house.
Hello, everybody.
I wonder who these two are.
Of course, CR's here. Shadow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes two. And we dropped from 2 to 1.
Yeah, give it a little bit of time, right?
Yeah, we have to give them some time. They will pop in.
Yeah.
It's always slow in the beginning, the first minutes.
Yeah. And of course, I'm here in the beginning again.
As usual.
I was busy last Saturday, everyone. So that's why I wasn't. You didn't see me the whole stream. I was busy the whole day.
Fully understandable.
Sometimes I gotta do stuff in the real world too, right? Sometimes I can't always be online, but I got time today, so.
Well, you have a life outside YouTube too, so
yeah,
we all have.
Yeah, sometimes I have priorities, right? Priorities. I can't always be online.
Yeah, some priorities you have to take care of.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, Shadow, it's coming closer to summer here. Like literally, we're coming up to the summer solstice here.
Yeah.
So it's starting to... How's the weather over there?
20 degrees Celsius. It's really hot, and I'm floating away.
You're floating away. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm floating away.
I'm kind of lucky here. We're in the seasonal range, the normal average range for this time of year. It hasn't even gone above 24 yet. That's 75 Fahrenheit for you guys in the US. We've gotten some sun, some rain, so we're getting a nice mix of that. We're just not getting that heat yet, but but it's only June. The real heat that comes into Canada comes in July more, or in August.
Yeah.
So I'm just glad we're getting rain, or some rain at least.
Yeah, we had rain for a couple of days, and now we have 19 degrees Celsius.
Well, it needs the rain. It needs the rain. You can't always be sunny. It can't always be raining. It's good. You need both.
Yeah.
You can't just have one or the other.
And the farmers need rain for the crops.
The farmers, the gardeners, and all that stuff. All the vegetables, the plants, they all need the water eventually. So.
Hey, we have adult movie fan 18 plus in the house.
Hi.
Good evening, my friend. Good to see you.
Hello.
Nice guy.
So for anyone, I was gonna say for anyone that doesn't know, me and Shadow, I was talking back with him. We were talking about something to talk about during the stream. Like, oh well, we can talk about summer. It is summertime.
Yeah.
Relatively speaking, most people are in that summertime. Well, in the northern hemisphere, anyways, I should say.
Yeah. Well,
I guess if Auslander comes in, I don't know. We're sorry.
In the southern hemisphere, it's more like winter. Australia has winter now, so.
Yeah, I've seen some of the channels out there. They're like wearing hats.
Good to see you.
They're like wearing toques and stuff. I'm like, I gotta remember that.
Yeah.
Hello, Daniel.
Yeah, he's an awesome guy too.
Appreciate everyone dropping in for Shadow here.
Yeah, summertime, and that means summer stuff, right?
Well, yeah, all that summer stuff that usually is associated with it. The storms, well, the camping too, the barbecues and all that stuff, but yeah. And eventually we'll talk about all that. We'll talk about it all. We'll stick to a summertime type theme for this stream, I guess.
Yeah, the summertime is gardening and...
Guys. Most people have that on their mind right now, kind of, I know.
Yeah. And go
patio deck
fishing.
weather, sitting on the patio, sitting outside, camping,
Yeah.
hiking, going for walks more often, seeing a sunrise, sunset, stuff like that.
Thank you, movie fan. I appreciate that.
Cool. Awesome.
Yeah, it's always awesome. And I appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
And besides, I have vacation next month. My vacation begins July 11th. So that is good. And 4 weeks.
Oh, so that means you're gonna squeeze in some more stream time?
Well, it gives me more time to, do more things on my channel. So
Yeah.
I hope I will put in some more hiking time, more camping time.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Doesn't necessarily mean you have to stream more. Maybe you'll pop in like on a Wednesday or something and be like, "Ooh, look, Wednesday, what?"
I haven't decided yet, but I didn't. I had in mind maybe to do maybe 2 streams when I have vacation, but I haven't decided yet. I will think about that.
Well, you could be more a topic specific thing for one. You keep the Saturday as more of a general.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. But and we are not yet there yet, so but we will get there sooner or later. A couple of weeks left until we are there. So
Yeah, because that won't be after Canada Day and 4th of July. So
yeah,
it'll be a while.
yeah.
So since
So
I have you, I was gonna ask you, Shadow, how's things going over there?
Well, I just got more water jugs
Yeah, you got more.
earlier this week, so that was nice.
Well, water is important in the summer.
Indeed.
As generally, you will consume more water in the summer. Generally, not saying you don't consume it in the winter or spring or fall, but usually water is more consumed more in the summer. Just the way it is. From plants to drinking it more and all this other stuff. Or
Yeah,
washing something, right? I mean, like,
yeah.
you
You
wash
need to wash
something.
your clothes.
Well, it's not just that, but other things too. You might have to wash just because,
Hey,
whatever.
Ian, good to see you.
Hi, Ann. Hi.
So I
Yes.
hope I will have some nice days when I have my vacation, so I can go on hiking and camping a little bit more. I hope so. I really hope so.
Well, like I said, it is summertime, so I'm hoping to get some time out there too this year. Maybe
Yeah.
next month. I won't say for sure yet, but it's in the works.
Welcome, Scott Severini.
Hi,
New
Scott.
to the channel.
Oh, you're new. I'm
Yeah,
pretty sure
he
you're
is.
new. I've
Yeah,
never
he
seen
is
that
new.
name before. Yeah, I've never seen that name. And I'm usually here on the Saturdays with you, usually. Except for last week.
Yeah, except for this.
I think I've only been gone. It's June now. I think I've only been gone twice this year from the Saturday streams. I'm usually here.
Yeah, I know.
Even for a couple minutes.
Yeah.
Very rarely am I gone you don't see me the whole time.
And besides, I have ordered a new laptop because my RAM memory on this laptop, I think it begins to have some issues with it. So because
Well,
I've
you,
done everything what I could, and it's the same problem.
mm,
So and
but
I know I had the
well, it
same
still turns
problem.
on, right?
Yeah,
Still
I
turns
had
on.
the same problem. I had the same problem with my uh, the computer laptop I had before this one I have now,
Mm.
and it begins on the internet, and then it turns out to be worse and worse and worse until my old computer crashed. So
Well, maybe you can use it for secondary uses.
yeah, that is what I'm gonna do until my
You
RAM
know,
memory break
maybe
down
pop up a
totally.
side chat on it or something like that. Something else. Because
Yeah,
unless it's not turning on, there's still something you can do. It's not like how my issues with like not being able to see the screen or my hard drive not working. Yeah, those things
yeah,
I can't do much about, right? But if you can still turn it on, you still got something, you know.
indeed.
Because I know a lot of people with smartphones will use their older smartphones for something else. Let's say to store data, listen to music like MP3s on, and I've done that for a long period of time now. I have old phones that I just listen to music on. I don't even use it to browse the web on or something like that. Or use it like an alarm clock or a spare light
Yeah,
and stuff like that. Because it is
so
summertime after all. So
yeah, it is summertime. Yeah,
yeah, sometimes those AC units are kicking in, right? So you know what happens when AC kicks in a lot in the summer.
yeah.
Sometimes you get those rolling brownouts and stuff like that. That
NS
actually happened to me
Creations,
last week.
good to see you again, and welcome to the stream.
Hi. Hi, NS Creations. Hi. Yeah. I actually had that happen last year
Yeah,
during the summer, during the heat dome here in Canada. Yeah. Lost power. I think it was a rolling brownout. It wasn't long, though, but
yeah,
something to be aware of. Something to be aware of. Because I've been hearing about this in the US a lot. Well, from my US subscribers and all, and from our channels. It's a
yeah,
very, I shouldn't say hot topic, but it's very apparent that people are thinking and concerned that it will be more likely to happen of a situation. Well, because if you think about it, I mean, like if it's hotter out, people are using AC, it uses quite a bit of power. So and everyone's running it, and usually those are ran quite often.
yeah,
It's not like using a TV or a fridge or a freezer that's sometimes it's turned off. AC can sometimes be turned on the whole time. So you know, so one of those things.
yeah. So anyway, well, it will be an interesting July. So I hope everything goes as I planned for my vacation. So
Yeah, I'm hoping my camp out trip turns out well too. We'll have to see. It's been canceled the last 2 years, honestly, clearly. So,
yeah,
I'm hoping. I'm hoping.
yeah, me too.
Hopefully, I'm not rusty at setting up the tent or something like that. Or rusty making
Yeah,
my feather sticks. Random. We'll see. We'll see how it goes.
yeah.
I have some equipment that I want to try out, anyways.
Okay, what kind of equipment?
Well, because I got it back in 2019, but I haven't had a chance to Well, some of it I have tried out, but I like actually try it out in this location. And just like I do like a general like, okay, if I bring it, is it gonna help me out? And and see how it goes. Especially if it works, helps me out, then I'll be like, okay, and at least I'll know. I'm just talking about let's say a solar radio, maybe some communication devices besides a phone. Two-way radios and stuff like that. Something I could just try out and stuff like that, and just kind of see is it gonna be helpful. Well, because like a two-way radio, yeah, maybe I get cell service or whatever, but if I don't, then I know, oh, hey, if I come into this area, there's no cell service, or I don't have it, or whatever, or I don't have the phone. These walkie-talkies or two-way radios will give me some degree of communication in this area.
Yeah,
Now
I
this
agree.
area is more open, so because then I'll know for sure. I'll be like, oh, hey, I can go all the way down to this water area, and you could be all the way behind the road, and I can still hear you. I'll be like, yeah, right. That way, I could just do it like that. So.
Yeah, I know in some areas where I live, you can't. If you go for fishing and you get to a lake, you don't have any signal. You have bad signal. So what you can do is send. You have enough signal to send some text messages. That is what you can do.
Yeah.
But you can't make any phone calls.
Yeah. Yeah. I think a lot of the time they say text messages tend to be better. Like you don't get what you want to say in every text message, and it's not that it takes longer. It just takes longer to say a lot what you want to say. Because you got to wait for a
Exactly.
response and all that stuff. It's not like how we're doing this two-way communication with voice or with video. It's more real time. With text, you got to wait, and however long it takes. And
Yeah.
I've seen people, in the past receive text messages after they've already met up. So sometimes text messages aren't as instant as the message seems like it can be. Sometimes, yeah, you get that message right away. Right then, it's like, I just got your text message, and now I'm already talking to you. That's how slow it is sometimes. But depends on the network and all that stuff.
Indeed.
Mm-hmm. Oh, look who it is! Preparedness veterans in. PV, I know you're done coming. Okay, I know
Hey,
you're.
preparedness
I know.
veteran. Good to see you, brother.
He's probably just like, let me go walk the dog first. I'll be in shortly. I know. I kind of know how he says it every so often. Yes, elbow bump or fist bump.
Yeah.
That seems to be my new thing now. I'm like fist bump. I'm trying to encourage that, like these fist bumps or virtual fist bumps. Hopefully, we don't lose that in time. It's kind of cool that people are doing it more.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah,
Do you want to join us up here, preparedness veteran?
Yes, he does.
He always has.
He always has to put that emoji too. He's
Yeah.
gonna put that emoji on the screen. An emoji on the screen. You should put that on the screen until it shows up. He'll show up and change his icon to it too. The usual.
Yeah. Preparedness veteran says, Roger that.
Yeah, see.
Hey, Bang Romy channel. Good to see you, brother.
Hello.
Women Outdoors. Good to see you too, ma'am.
Hello.
She has a great channel too, by the way.
Just because everyone always says, how can you never show yourself or enough? Hold on.
Yeah, hold on.
See, I'm here.
Yeah.
It's because I'm not plugged in, so I'm not trying to use the video right now. And I'm not showing anything. I used to never care so much when I used to be plugged in with a laptop or a desktop, but because I'm moving around with the battery. Yeah. Or else I would have to leave it charged the whole time. Yeah. Oh, looks like
can you hear me?
what did you say? No.
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear.
I mean, yes, we can hear you all. Oh, sorry.
So how's it going then, eh?
How's the weather over there?
It's been it's been quite sunny this week. A bit windy. The week started off raining, but it's fairly okay now. Yeah.
Hey, at least it's raining. And not only raining, but you're gonna get some sun too.
Yeah, we're just getting the back end of Tropical Storm Alex, was it?
Oh, okay.
I think it's making its way up to the remnants of it are making its way up to Shadow. You might miss it, but it's always cold and wet up there, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, like I said to Shadow and everyone else in the chat, you need that balance of both rain and sunlight. And heat too, right? You can't just have one or the other.
Well, yeah, it's like Canada. I mean, you go from really cold to minus 30 to plus 30 degrees C quite quickly. And
more like I'm thinking like minus 40 to plus 40.
Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, that's minus 40 Fahrenheit and 104 Fahrenheit. You guys in the US.
We get constant wind, constant rain with the odd bit of sun here and there and snow thrown in. We can see 4 seasons in a day in the summer. It's rubbish weather, really. We're lucky if we get 2 weeks of sun.
Yeah, UK has a tendency to rain a lot.
Yeah, especially Ireland. They're really just raining all the time. And but yeah, we're the windiest country in Europe. Just going to adjust me avatar. Stand by.
See, I came up with an interesting topic for today. Summer stuff. It's summertime.
Summer stuff.
Camping gear, things like that. It's summertime.
Right. Yeah. I've got because our weather isn't that great all year round, we basically have moderate gear for all year round. It doesn't really get that cold in Britain, but the conditions are dangerous because you're constantly getting rained on and it's constantly windy. So wind and rain isn't that good.
No, it's not a good combination.
It wouldn't be so bad if you had cold weather, as in snow, but could you get dry snow, wet snow?
I thought we were done talking about summer.
Yeah.
We're giving this part about the southern hemisphere. Okay,
hey, McBean,
I get it.
Good to see you, brother.
For people like Auslanders, right? Yeah. Hey, McBean.
Yeah. Hey, Mac. Yeah. Good to see you in the chat there. So
Thank you,
summer
gear. Fan 18+.
Summer gear is you more or less put your rain gear away, but at hand.
Well, summer here, I gotta put the winter stuff away. I got the rain jackets and ponchos out right now. They're back in my bag again, kind of deal.
My summer gear are usually the regular clothes, and I always have a rain jacket on me. In my pack. You never know because it's rain here too. So.
Yeah.
I don't have
normally have a puffer jacket and Gore-Tex jacket, maybe a fleece. That's loud.
I didn't realize that. I'm like, that's not me.
Not me. Yeah, so when I convert my, where's that noise coming from?
Is that coming from you?
Noise? What kind of noise?
I don't. How come I'm hearing stuff? That's weird.
Yeah, it's all. I can hear loads of voices in the background.
Oh, that's my wife who's talking on the phone.
Just easy. I
Uh,
knew it. I was just like, wait a second.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
So yeah, what I was saying, when the real transition I make is my outdoor gear or my bug out gear. When I change from summer to winter, I go slightly lighter in the summer, change out sleeping bag, change out the puffer jacket for a fleece, and that's about it really.
Yeah.
Well, see, what I do, I actually keep the poncho in. Well, okay, in a bag like that all the time, except for I have additional on the outside, like an additional kind of bag that has more warmer stuff.
Yeah, sleeping
Because
bag.
the time that lasts for like 6 months for me for winter,
Yeah,
right? So
yeah.
I just like I just can't be bothered with pulling clothes in and out all the time.
Yeah,
Like,
sleeping
I'll
bag
keep
is the
socks
big
in,
bulk item.
something like socks. Yeah, I'll keep them in long year round, something like that. Maybe a hat I'll keep there year round, but some of the additional stuff like extra pants and clothes. I keep hearing this random hum. I keep thinking it's me.
Okay, women outdoors.
As long as it's not me. I had issues the last time I was on a panel, so I was just like, I hope it's not me.
Yeah, the sleeping bags are definitely the big bulk items, and they take up a massive volume in any bag.
Well, I guess that's why people like to put them on the bottom and stuff like that.
Yeah. I have a sniper sleeping bag, basically, and I believe it's the 3 season, they say, but
Yeah, I have 3
but
seasons.
but I usually it works pretty good in the summertime.
Another a good strategy I've seen people use, I've done it myself sometimes, is you have 2, maybe 3 sleeping bags. First sleeping bag is like a jungle sleeping bag you use only in the summer, and as it gets into the autumn, you combine that into heavier sleeping bag.
Oh,
You
you
make,
mean layering?
yeah, so you could have 2 sleeping bags, lightweight, some are one really thin, and combine that with a medium bag to make.
Oh no, if you do that, you should actually try that out.
Yeah, I've tried it
See
out.
how it could go.
I've tried it out.
It's one of
Takes a bit longer to bed yourself down at night and sort your stuff out, but it does work.
I've tried that before too. I've taken 2 sleeping bags that are not rated for winter time, and I brought them outside when it was like -9 out. But my feet gave out first, but probably and some other things. But I gotta do another test and see.
Yeah, I mean, you go on any sort of. I've slept out in -12 degrees C in just a canvas bag, basically. It was a big camouflage net bag. A puffer jacket, a good puffer jacket, and any good clothes will see you down to, say, just into the minuses.
Well, I mean, obviously, when I was doing it was winter, so I actually had stuff on. It's just that until you do it, you're not sure. And remember about something like shelter and exposure. Sometimes you don't notice it in the first 5 minutes, maybe in the first few hours. But, try. Is it still working 4 hours in? 6 hours in? Can you get a full night's rest? Without, I'm waking up, my feet are cold, or something like that.
Yeah, people have got to adjust their gear according to the likely weather pattern and environment they're going to encounter.
Mm-hmm. And try it out in with a degree of a safety net, right? Maybe just outside or where people know, where you can, then that way you know how well it can go without being like, you don't need to go all the way into the woods just to see, okay, is this going to keep me warm? It just needs to be cold. Like, even if you're just like, just outside, in your backyard or something like that, just
That's
as
one
a
thing that
trial run.
people have got to do is get their gear and use it, practice with it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
know the range that it can help you out.
Yeah, it's important to practice with your gear. You need to do that. If you
Know its
don't, you
limitations.
will have some serious problem.
Yeah, know the limitations. So that way, if it gets into that range, you'd be like, okay, I got to take this more seriously, or maybe I need a little bit more.
Yeah,
And of course, we're assuming without
just basically comes down to practice. People just do not take their gear out and practice with it, push themselves to the extreme. People take
as
too
much
much
as they
gear, and it's all about evaluation.
can. Yeah, because in an emergency situation, it's not the time to know, this ain't gonna work. What? Because you're assuming, and assuming is not a good thing.
I agree.
You start assuming.
And the most
Just like how
important
I'm
thing is to
assuming that my
find gear
phone's
that fits you.
Yeah, that's right. You got to find gear that fits you.
Well,
I've
like I
taken.
said,
If you
I've
don't have
taken
any
people.
gear that fits you, it will be some issues with handling it. So you need, if you have big hands, you need tools that fits your hand and feel comfortable in your hand. And if you, the same thing if you have small hands. So
Yeah, I've taken people out from cadets to experienced climbers, walkers, expeditioneers, and seen horror story after horror story. Just people, no matter how experienced they are, they just do not learn, take things for granted,
well, yeah, that's
and
another thing, right? You
get
take it for
complacent.
granted. Yeah, complacency and all that stuff. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've heard stories of the best of guys freezing to death on low hills, 700-meter hills, and it's pretty tragic, really.
Yeah, it is. It is.
and you can, and what most people don't think is at summertime, you can actually get hypothermia in summertime.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
Usually
people
it's the
all think,
water.
yeah, people
Usually it's the
think that
water, not
you
pure
get
cold.
hypothermia when it's cold and in wintertime, but the risk is the same if it's summertime and if it's raining and it's
Or you're in the water. Let's just say you're in
yeah
a boat accident or something like that, and the water's not that warm yet. Well, the water's gonna pull heat away from your body much quicker than the air temperature
yeah,
will.
and if you have some wind factor on top of that too,
Yeah,
so
exactly. Because windshield is the same thing, right?
This
Because
is
it could be
what
like 30 degrees out, but 30 Celsius, about 88 Fahrenheit. But if the water temperature is like 1660 Fahrenheit, it's gonna start cooling you down. Now it's not to be as fast as compared if you were in the middle of winter, but gradually it's gonna start to pull the heat away from you. You're gonna start cooling down your body temperature. It's gonna go down, and you can only do it be able to be in there for a bit.
This is what I was indicating earlier, where Britain, the conditions are pretty much dangerous all the time for people unaware, because it's always raining, it's always windy, and those two conditions combined are just pretty treacherous.
Scott has a point here. Anytime core temperature changes too drastically.
Yep. I think what the problem is it's like, for instance, with dieting and any other skill and knowledge out there. I mean, knowledge is at our fingertips in seconds nowadays, and people talk to each other and fan stories around, but everyone knows what to do. People just do not do it. A couple of years ago, I was in the Welsh mountains, and I was walking past people, running past people. The girls, they were wearing really high heels, not very big high heels, but when they were wearing high-heeled shoes, t-shirts, and just leggings, and that was it. Not any other form of contingency with them whatsoever. And the conditions in the hills can just change within minutes. 1 minute could be snowing, raining, next minute could be bright sunshine, wind. So yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised every year our search and rescue teams are just busy, job after job.
Especially in the mountains, if you are wet and it's windy and the temperature is low, well, you will have serious problems.
Yeah.
Because you will cool down pretty fast.
A good example is no matter how warm it is, let's say up to 30 degrees C, you could just take any, in most cases, any small backpack or rucksack of any weight, and within an hour, you take the backpack off, stop, your back is wet. So, you don't have to be exposed to wind and moisture externally. Your body is producing its own. Which comes to another factor if people should invest in which actually breathe instead of the sort of plastic based. You get more wet on the inside than on the outside.
Yeah.
But yes, yet again, people they do day trips. They know or they expect to be back at home that night, and that's one of the major factors. They skimp on extra gear and contingency plans.
Yeah. And extra clothes.
Yeah.
Extra socks, everything. And most people who get lost or get in trouble, they say, hey, I'm going to go for a day hike. And okay, a day hike, no problem. But they pack only for a couple of sandwiches and something to drink, nothing more. And they don't take a knife with them. They don't take any matches or fire steel or anything like that. And they got surprised by rain, wind chill, and the temperature goes down and drops, and they have an emergency situation.
Yeah, they can. All you have to do is think in terms of weather factors, your fitness levels, and you start from your own personal body. Are you conditioned and fit enough to undertake and carry out the route you're going to take? Can you achieve the goal? Have you got the right footwear? All it takes is you to go off 15, 20 meters off trail.
Good to see you, Victoria. Welcome.
Hurt your ankle.
Hi, Victoria.
Wear on, and
you guys can hear me, right?
No one can see you. You can fall over, bang your head. So. But on the other hand, people, I think a big part of it is people want to get out in the outdoors and experience some sort of adventure and danger. And they think, well, if this happens, I can handle it. But in many cases, that's true. But in smaller amount of cases that's not true, and they end up getting rescued.
And what would complicate the situation even more further is if they have some medication are on medications, so especially medications that are important to keep them alive.
Insulin.
Yeah, and if they go for a day hike and they don't have enough insulin with them, they will have serious problem.
Yep. For example, someone like second star survival, right? You have to do something like that. Consider that.
I think that's if they know about the condition they've got.
Mm-hmm.
I bet there's quite a few people walking around who don't know they've got underlying health conditions, pre-diabetes, diabetes, heart problems, so on. In fact,
So
lately
that
I've
is
been
a lot of
hearing
things.
a lot of stories about people coming down with some sort of heart problems. Has anyone else here been hearing or seeing those stories?
Nope.
No. Yeah, ranging from friends of friends, articles in the paper. There just seems to be an increase of heart-related problems in this last 3 or 4 months, especially here in Britain.
Victoria says my inhaler has to go with me everywhere. Yeah, that's
Right. Presuming it's some sort of salbutamol.
that's a good
Various
idea to have
types.
it.
So I'll tell you a funny story. Just before COVID kicked in,
Yeah.
I was talking to one of my friends, and she said, "Oh, she uses an inhaler." She said, "Would it be a good idea to get some oxygen?" I thought, well, if you can afford it, then yeah, I can't see why not. If you only got any sort of pneumatic problem, you're going to benefit, experience the benefits of having oxygen. So she said, okay then. A couple of days later, she bought, gives a message, and she said, oh, I've got some oxygen bottles. I envisioned them being big, diving canister size oxygen bottles that you see divers carry. What she'd actually bought were these small aerosol sized cans, like a face mask on the end. It was compressed air from Romania, from the Carpathian Mountains or something like that. So what have you been doing buying this sort of crap? You can just imagine some Romanian peasant bloody village in the hills canistering up these bloody boxes of air. Honestly. But all she had to go on was reading the reviews on Amazon, and that was it. So, yeah, we'll learn the mistakes.
Yeah.
I bought. Go on.
What most people do wrong is they underestimate their own abilities.
Yeah, definitely.
And that can put them in real danger. They think they can handle a certain situation, but when it comes to that situation, they can't handle it because they underestimate their own ability, and they probably don't have the right skills for it. So
I think we all think we're stronger. We all think we're faster, smarter than we actually are. And
well, I think you're smarter.
even if you've reached some sort of milestone in your life, you've achieved a certain level, whether that be a physical level, mental level, educational level, or whatever. As you get older, you tend to think you're still at that level, and most of the time you're not. I think people in their heads still think they are 20 years younger than they actually physically are. Do you know what I mean?
Thank you, Ifamans, for the membership. I appreciate that. And welcome.
Awesome.
Yeah, man, go ahead, Victoria. No problem.
Yeah, go for it.
Well, Scooter does have CR in it, so I'm good with it too.
Go ahead, Victoria. So if he drops a link, you can all share it on our Twitter, social media accounts as well. Get the exposure bigger.
Yeah, that is also a good idea.
I had the unfortunate business of getting rid of a wasp's nest this week.
Okay.
I've got a box on my roof and saw wasps coming in and out of it sporadically. So opened it up, and in my bike trailer was this small fist-sized wasp's nest. Anyway, I managed to get rid of the actual nests in the river, and all the, I don't know what they are, drone wasps or worker wasps or whatever they classify it as, they keep coming back looking for the nest that's not there anymore.
Yeah.
Well,
but
welcome back, adult movie fan 18 plus.
Yeah, you need some spiders and some spider webs to help you out.
Yeah,
I've seen that before. I've seen spiders sting wasps before. I was like, oh, see.
Oh yeah, mean. I ended up spraying the box with clove oil and water spray, but that didn't really work. It just made the box smell nice. What I ended up doing is top tip. Then, if you want to deter wasps, get a rag, soak it in petrol, not so it's dripping wet, just wring it out a bit, and they absolutely hate the smell of petrol. So that will get rid of them quite quick.
And that works well.
So you made a Tinder bundle, okay?
So there's the GoFundMe page. So we'll copy and share that.
And that works well. That makes to get rid of the wasp nests.
Yeah, 9 times out of 10, it's probably starting to establish itself or well establish itself before people actually find out they've got a wasp nest there to begin with, because you see the 1 or 2 wasps flying around, and before you know it, they're in.
Okay.
Do you
have frequently problems with wasps?
Ah, dear. Has anyone got any questions they want to fire up or anything they want to talk about?
I thought we were going to talk about summer stuff. Or tried.
Summer stuff? What aspect of summer stuff?
We tried to stay on summer. It is summertime, right? So most people are experiencing heat and sun and storms and all this stuff.
Thanks for stopping by.
Maybe some barbecues. Maybe someone's gone camping already. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to go to camping on my vacation, so that will be awesome.
Good. Whereabouts are you going?
I haven't decided yet, but
he just wants to go. It doesn't matter where, as long as I go.
Yeah, probably.
This is going away on a trip for the next month and a bit, and be quite a good little expedition.
That sounds cool. Will that be a long trip or a short one?
I'm moving.
Okay.
So that'll be a long trip if you're moving.
Yeah, well, I'm not moving far, but it will take me a long time to get there. Like a month.
I see. Well, I guess more people tend to do day hikes and overnighters during the summer too. Generally speaking, people do like it when it's warmer. I guess generally speaking, although people still
Yeah.
do this stuff during the winter, spring, and fall. But I generally prefer when it's like just before this weather, like in the high teens during the day, and like, well, I guess for you guys in the U.S. that'd be in the below 70 Fahrenheit. Because it's right before it's warm enough during the day, maybe at night, but there's not really a lot of bugs yet. You know, it's one of those things. So you don't have to wear bug spray and head nets and all that stuff. And it's not that humid out yet, so you're still wearing a hoodie and stuff like that. I like that kind of weather because it's very comfortable, right? You could stay outside all night without any bug protection. You're good. Maybe the occasional bee or wasp or something like that, but
it varies where you are, I suppose. I mean, you go in the jungle, it's all year round.
I didn't say I lived in the jungle.
Here, in Britain, no matter what time of year it is, after the depths of winter, as soon as you go into the woods, where it's a lot cooler and slightly darker.
Welcome, Ivy Styles. Good to see you, ma'am.
Hi, Ivy.
Ivy. Mosquitoes and the flies are always there, you see. But I don't find that much of a problem. The problem here, which is growing more and more by the year, is ticks.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, ticks problem. I don't like them.
Yeah, that would tick me off.
But it's becoming so much of a problem here that it's putting a lot of people off going into the woods and outdoors. And people are picking them up in play parks, municipal parks around the area. Anywhere where there's, the main vector are rodents, but the deer is a big problem.
I think this is why I like it when it's cooler or colder out. I don't have to deal with bugs if it's snowing out at all.
Problem with ticks is they're there all year round. I've just got to pop off. I've got to ring someone, so I'll be back in a couple of minutes.
I don't like ticks because I get bitten by a tick and it gave me Lyme disease, so I was not happy. So after that,
something like that.
I don't like ticks.
Yeah. I guess this is why when you go camping or whatever, you come back, you wash all your clothes right away and kind of deal. Stuff like that.
Yeah, and keep your eye on you when you go to bed.
Well, I know sometimes when I come back from camping, I'll actually vacuum my stuff too.
Yeah.
Like with and suck all that off the bag and stuff like that. But that goes back to doing it's like doing food inventory and stuff like that. You're just checking the gear so it's ready for the next time. Sleeping bags, tents, and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So. Yeah, because that would just tick me off. I'd be like, really? Where'd this come from?
The problem is ticks can make you really sick if they have some disease. So.
Well, it's just like with an bug.
Yeah.
Or insect, right? There's always that chance because there's always parasites and such that go through them, man. Everything's all right. Mosquitoes are in the same category, right?
Yeah.
I guess it's just a lot more rare.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I don't want to get malaria or anything like that. That would probably suck.
Yeah, indeed.
Right. rare, but usually it doesn't happen. But yeah, that's why I always actually like wear certain things in the summer now for covering and stuff like that. Like a bandana and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I had that extra layer of protection. Something I can wash and just make it check. That way you got that extra layer. Like sometimes, a lot of the time you'll see me wear like a hat and stuff like that. Sometimes I'll put the bandana right underneath my hat, so it's dangling. So it's almost like similar to how like a horse would use its tail to move, so it could prevent flies from landing or wanting to land and stuff like that. So it provides an extra layer for me.
Yes.
Because the bandanas just hang outside my face area and my neck, so it's not directly touching my skin. So the mosquitoes, for example, would have to come all the way around to my front side and stuff like that. Because sometimes even with certain clothes, you can still get stung by a mosquito because it's right next to your skin.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's why I've been more a proponent of like this bandana thing. Like literally, I put it under my hat, so it's on the free sides. It's over in front of me. It's open, and literally, if I'm turning my head, the bandana's all moving too. So the mosquitoes are like, "Oh, where's land? Where's land?" They're trying to, and if they're in front of me, then I know they're in front of me, and I can swap them away, right? It's different when they're behind you, right? Because sometimes you don't always hear them. Sometimes they're more quiet. You're just like,
I agree. Megling Sierin, welcome, my friend. Good to see you.
hello.
Thanks for stopping by. What are you using for mosquito repellent?
I've been trying to go more natural whenever possible. I know there's the coil things and stuff like that. I know my friends use the coil things. I'm trying to like go more natural on it whenever possible. So actual mosquito netting, and like I said, with the bandana and stuff like that. I do that all the time with the bandana though. Well, because there's two things that I like about the cotton bandana approach is because if it's wet, it can cool me off because usually it's more humid, hotter out when mosquito bugs like that are out. It's usually the way it is. So it keeps me cool and stuff like that. It keeps the sun off my neck and stuff like that. And the mosquitoes have to go all the way around because it's covering me. So it, like I said, it's not directly touching my skin or my hair. So they can't bite through that because my skin's not next to it. They have to come around or go to another place, right?
Yeah.
Because it's annoying when you get that itch on your neck and stuff like that. I know I don't get that. That just annoys me. Or, when they're buzzing by your ear. Ooh. Something about that too that I don't like. I know that always bugs me.
Yeah.
That. And you just like. It's almost like a reaction to everyone. It's just like moving away or you cringe your neck real quick. It's just like, what's wrong? No, there's mosquitoes. Oh, okay. And you see people swatting on the side. So I just figure instead of swatting it with my hand, I'll just have a bandana that goes back and forth. Maybe it'll help. Oh, we always appreciate the thumbs ups.
Yeah. We always like thumbs up. And besides, other thing is that people can forget easily is to take sunscreen with them. Because I am one of them who always forget to pack some sunscreen with me. But I need to get better on that one.
I know I've been outside so much lately that my hands are getting dark, but the back of my hands are getting darker already. Already. It's not even first day of summer yet, technically. There's still like another 8 weeks of it here until September.
Yeah.
Once September hits, it'll cool down again. But yeah,
Yeah.
you know, I'm a more, depending on what I'm doing, I like bug nets. It's because it's just one of those things, I guess. I'm more proponent of that. Well, and besides, if you're trying to get some rest or whatever, because obviously some sort of bug repellent only works so much for so long, and you only have so much of it. So
Exactly.
So that's why I'm a big proponent. Now
Hey,
my
James,
bags.
up. Good to see you, brother.
Hey James, you'll see eventually in time when I show it some of the long-term bags. I'll have mosquito netting instead.
Yeah.
Well, because the other thing about bug spray, I've heard about this before, is that if it spills in your bag or something,
Yeah.
it's not gonna be good. It's not gonna be good. I've seen people show videos on this, and it's just like literally it just destroyed your bag because it spilled or leaked out or something like that. And I was just like, ooh, maybe I'll just keep the bug spray on the outside of the bag, like right on the outside, but not in the bag itself.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
I
agree.
grab it if I have time or whatever.
It's not fun when bug spray or mosquito repellent leak into your bag. It's not fun.
Yeah, I've seen these videos on them, and I'm like, yeah, it's just like some of it's a little bit more destructive than it seems, and you're just like yeah, or it stains it or something like that, or it kind of weakens the bag, and I'm like, that might not be such a great thing if that happens when you need to use the bag. Something like that happening. I think that's why I think a lot of people like those coil things, but stuff like that. Because those coil things are like a solid, right? So they're not liquid, so they won't flow, and you can keep them. Usually, some of those coil things come in a tin too. So I know a lot of my friends like that stuff now. A lot more. You've seen the coil stuff, right? The mosquito coils and stuff like that.
I use. Where did I put that one?
I mean, I got sprays, but I rarely use them.
I mostly use liquid mosquito repellent, and together with Beck oil.
Mm.
So that works pretty good, actually. But Beck oil smells like tar, basically.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and he's back.
Yeah, sorry about the shadow. I had to pop off quickly.
No problem.
Yeah, it was bugging me that you weren't coming back yet. Just kidding.
Thought I'd leave you in the lurch. Sold you out.
Just kidding. No. All right, so I guess that's one of the things that some people just don't like the bugs, right? That's why they don't like being out there.
Yeah, probably.
Like
yeah. It's a bug. So... Well,
is this you mean all the mosquitoes and ticks and stuff in the woods? What are we talking about?
Yeah, stuff like that. Well, even if you're going camping or whatever in an
okay,
open
and take care. Stay safe. God bless.
Yeah, it does put a lot of people off. I mean, you can take certain contingencies and things with you, creams and head nets and hand nets, and
Well,
tuck your
and
socks
maybe you're
into your...
lucky and it's pouring out and it's raining. Because
Yeah.
usually bugs don't like that. I know mosquitoes don't like it when it's really windy or raining hard enough because they can't fly into it. You know, that's why I like walking when it's like really windy or raining too. Because I know there's no bugs really, because they don't like being in it. They can't fly in it, or they'll drop out of the sky, so they can't fly in it.
One of the worst places I've been to is in Scotland. The midges up there, you can't eat, put it that way. You can't even get your fork from a pouch of food into your mouth without it being covered in midges. They're just horrendous.
Extra protein.
Oh boy, that doesn't sound
So
nice.
you've literally got to
and all this other
plan
stuff.
your way around the midges, and everything is just it makes things so much harder and more uncomfortable.
Yeah.
But preparedness veteran. This is why for anyone that doesn't know, you can, for those sunscreens, those sunshades that you can get that have that large amounts of mesh. I'm a big proponent. If you can get your hands on that, maybe consider that for your bag. Just because when you make shelter, you can sleep without having to reapply anything, and you can cover your whole shelter, like your whole tent or tarp or whatever, with mosquito netting, and maybe get some rest, right? Because you're probably not to get rest if you're like getting bitten and always itchy and all that stuff. You're probably not gonna get good rest.
Personally, I use a bibby bag with mesh on the door anyway, tarp over the top. And,
no, I'm just saying if you're using like a tarp or something like that, because usually tarps don't have. You'll have protection from like elements, but usually not from bugs, like you would with a tent.
Yeah, I would use if I was going really lightweight, mosquito head net and some gloves.
Yeah, that's why I have like a 5x7 to 4x6 mesh. That's why I actually have it in the bag. I know it's large enough to cover the whole tarp, or at least the entrance and all that stuff. So, because you still want airflow, obviously, because it's probably gonna be hot or humid or whatever, right? Because you want to prevent the bugs coming in, but you still want that airflow because it's probably gonna be hot, and humid. So, and of course, you could sweat off like insect repellents and lotion and sunscreen all the time, anyway. So.
Personally, I don't like to use any form of repellent. Your body absorbs it, and golden rule is don't put anything in your skin that you wouldn't put in your mouth.
I
Basically.
try to avoid it.
Yeah.
Well, like I was saying to Shadow earlier before you slipped out, after you slipped out, about like when people have had issues with the repellents like leaking in their bag. I've seen this before from other people, and it just looks like it just ruins the bag or something, or the baggie at least that it's in, and I'm like, yeah. So I'm trying to avoid that.
Yeah.
Because you only have so much of it anyways, right? I mean, like, you only have so much of it, so that's why I'm more of the netting and trying these other approaches. So I'm not saying I won't use it or anything like that, but they tend to be sparingly, if that makes any sense. People will be like, why you got that on? The bugs? So.
Yeah. You have seen those hats with corks hanging, that hanging from the hat?
Yeah, okay.
In a thread, and they dangle in front of you.
Yeah, the Australian bush hats with the corks.
Yeah.
Weren't they a joke? I think they originally designed for big flies, weren't they?
Yeah, but it looks funny, but it obviously works. So
Yeah.
Well, preparedness veteran.
Um,
I was gonna say, like, this is why I like to have a bandana that's underneath my hat, but it angles around the side of my, below my neck, on the side and behind me. So it's dangling, so it's not directly touching my skin, so they can't play through it, but they have to go around to the front side, where I might be able to sense it or see it and swat them and all that stuff. Because I don't think when you get mosquito bites and stuff like that on the back of your neck, because it's just like, no, it just bugs you, like literally. And I don't feel like wearing a full size mosquito head net over my head at times too.
There's only one place I've been to where flies have been a problem. That was Sahara. You could be hard baked rock or sand dunes or a mixture of both. You'd be driving along and everything would be nice and breezy in your face and warm wind or whatever. But the moment you stop, out of nowhere, the flies find you. Hundreds of them, just everywhere. And that's when you need one of those Aussie type hats with the corks on.
Well, it comes back to the wind thing, right? I mean, like, mosquitoes are like that too. If it's windy enough, it's actually better when it's windy out.
Yeah, absolutely.
It tends to go down, right? That's why I'm just like, oh, hey, let's go out. Why? But it's windy and raining because there's no bugs out. That's why. It's just that. But as soon as it stops raining, the wind dies down. It's just like, yeah, they'll come back because they can fly in it again. Then that doesn't drop out.
Find out.
Pardon me?
It'd be interesting to find out where the origin of those cork hats come from. Does it actually come from Australia? Let's put Google find that.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah.
Okay. I think preparedness veterans have an issue. Remember what I said earlier? I had issues on my last on the last time I was on the panel, so I never know if it's actually coming from my side, and I have no way to check. That's why I'm like, Shadow, say something, so I make sure that you still sound good to me. So it's not coming from me. Okay.
No, it's from preparedness veteran. He has some issues.
Yeah.
It was
that's
not
why
you,
I need the feedback. Yeah. No, that's why I need the feedback because I can't tell. That's why I would say.
It's annoying, that sound when it goes low and up. And
low. We all know. It's just the way it is, but we still love you, preparedness veteran.
Yeah.
Which sound are you talking about?
Pardon me?
Well, yeah. Well.
I didn't even hear what he said.
Yeah, sorry. Which sound are you talking about?
I don't know. This is like this kind of. I keep thinking it's coming from my end because I've had issues before. Then I'm like, well, I don't know.
It was a sound that dropped and go up like a wave.
Yeah. I don't know.
I keep muting because I'm eating like nuts, so I don't want to hear everyone hear me crunching away.
I actually ate something before the stream, by the way.
Well, that's good.
For once. Like ever. I can go for a nice war right now. That'd be nice.
They're actually, I don't know if you've seen the packets, the Grays, they're called, GRAZE. Do you get them over there? Anyway, so they're getting Grays. That cost a fortune. Lidl, there's an alternative which is literally less than half the price. So corn-based stuff. Got some nuts in it, got some dried sweet corn and all that sort of stuff.
I'm not sure. There's always this kind of this higher pitch and lower than this.
Yeah.
I guess as long as I can still make out what he's saying, it's still good. It's still good. Since I can't make out what people are saying, then it gets bad.
I'm using a set of earbud microphones, headphones with an inbuilt mic that you get with the mobile phone.
I think so. If I heard correctly.
Yeah, I think so. I think I heard it correctly.
Sorry, every time the sound comes back, I lower my output volume a little.
Yeah.
From hearing. I am trying to listen and hear you out.
Yeah.
I am trying to hear you all. I do.
So we'll have to go for a sound check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
It's not that I can't hear. It's not that I can't hear you. It's not as clear as it could be, I guess. I've seen this before with you, where it's much more clear than this. So I know the signal could be better.
I'm using a different mic at the moment.
Okay.
It was the first one I grabbed. I'll have to dig the original one out.
Yeah, maybe it'll be better.
2
But
seconds.
then again, you don't know until you try it, right? Just because you can do sound checks beforehand, but this is real world, right? We're actually doing it now, kind of deal, right?
Yeah.
Comes back to the gear, right?
Grabbing one as we speak.
Yes.
Well, you can do a sound check, but you can when
You
you
gotta
go-
come in and actually do it.
So it can be a little bit.
It's like trying
It is.
I was gonna say it's like a backpack, right? You can try it at the store, but you're gonna fill it up and actually walk around with it for a bit, for a couple hours.
Yeah.
Then you really know for sure.
Well, backpacks are really important because you need a one that fits you, and it needs to be feel
I know
comfortable to
sometimes.
wear.
Yeah, I know sometimes you get that back sweat during this. Usually it happens more during the summer because, and stuff like that. I know some of them have air vents and stuff or channels to allow airflow in. I know sometimes if I don't got that, I actually let some airflow into my back area to cool it down.
Yeah.
Because usually you could tell when people have been wearing it for a while, or a camelback or something like that, because you just look at their back, it's just like wet, like sweaty wet, So, because it's not as breathable. Like it might be comfortable, but it's so close to your back and stuff like that you just can't. The sweat doesn't evaporate. So
I agree.
So every so often I let my back air out a bit here. Especially if you got like this, the chest sternum strap and the waist strap on tight, right, and something like that, or you're pushing hard and stuff like that. It's hard. Yeah, I did not notice that.
So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Okay, prepare the sweater. This one is much better. So when you come on,
Right.
try to prefer this one more.
The other ones are about to go in the bin. So, in fact, I can, in good old CR style, I'll modify them.
I don't know. Maybe use the magnets. I don't know. Use the magnets and put it in somewhere. That's what I do with every single headset.
Okay, McBean, no problem.
Just because, yeah.
Hey, Mac, you all right? Now, what I'll do is I'll cut off the jack socket at the base, and then I can use that as a surefire way of stopping my microphone kicking in.
Yeah,
or something like that, right? So.
Yeah,
because I think right now is not the time to waste resources overly. All right?
Exactly.
Try to put things back into use as much as you can. All right.
I used to say in SHCF, there's no such use as a single-use item. And now I say it doesn't matter if it's SHCF or not. There's no such thing as a single-use item anyway.
Yeah.
Things again.
Our society is very disposable, unfortunately, and we all done it at least once. So unless you've been living in the forest the whole time without anything, we've all used some sort of wrapper, disposable cup. I don't know, something we had to throw out.
Hey,
eventually in
Verna.
time.
Good to see you, Mace.
Hi, Verna. Hi.
Yeah, just a quick one. The GoFundMe link just goes to the login page. I can't. It doesn't actually go to her donation page, Victoria May's donation page.
I don't know.
Okay.
I'm on a phone, so I have never clicked on it yet. I have no idea. So you'll have to check into that. See, this is why you check your links. this is why you check the links. I'm a big proponent of that. It's easy enough to misclick and enter in the wrong link or copy and paste the wrong one or something like that. That's why I'm a big proponent of actually putting a name or a title in there with the link. That way people know, okay, here's a link that says to Sierra's channel, but it didn't go to it. Then you could tell me that it didn't go to it. Instead of just some random link that I said. And it's like, well, I think it's right. It went somewhere. That's just the way I am.
Yeah.
It's like YouTube donations.
Okay.
I refuse to put my card details into YouTube in any way, shape, or form. So when I donate to people or buy them a coffee and all that sort of stuff, I normally send them via PayPal.
Okay.
It's a better way for me.
Well, you do what fits feels better for you. So
yeah.
Yep. Yep. Well, I guess today for me it's gonna be sunny out. I don't know. They said there was supposed to be a chance of showers or chance of thunder showers, but I'm not saying anything like that. Just white fluffy sky, clouds. Just like my last video. Shameless plug-in.
Yeah, I watched that. That was a quite good
Shameless
time
plug-in.
lapse you did there.
You know, time lapse actually takes quite a bit of power. It
Takes a bit of time.
hey,
yeah, that too. But it's the power that you're gonna run because you're gonna do it for hours, right? You know.
So how long did that take?
I should have did it longer. Well, remember some of these time lapses. Well, depending how long it goes, right? I mean, like a couple hours only gives me like 30 seconds, right? So I'm just like, so I actually slow down that footage a little, so I can get at least a minute in.
Hey, Verna, you all right? So yeah, CR, your last video, how long did that take to film?
Oh, who knows? Oh, Verna's taking off. Oh, okay. She again. Hey.
yeah,
it's
she
CB.
says
Hi,
off to
Huga.
sleep now. Good night to all.
All right, good night.
Even though I'm looking at sunny skies right now, with white fluffy skies. We'll see.
Hi, Homestead. You all right?
Yes, that's CP. Yeah, I mean it. I don't know. I just probably just let it record it. Just did some other stuff.
And did you?
Cool.
What did you use as the video editor?
Well, because the phone gave me that slow mo, right, or a time lapse. I just kind of increased the time by slowing it down a little bit more because it was only 30 seconds. I wanted at least a minute in there for YouTube.
Yeah.
So, and then like I said, because it takes quite a bit of power because you're gonna run the device the whole time. It's gonna, it's different from taking pictures or even shooting normal video because Unless you're shooting normal video for hours and hours. No, not a lot of people do that. But time lapse, it's your device has to be on. Well, my phone's got to be on the whole time, so I always got to make sure it's plugged in, or I'm at least 100% plugged into a battery bank or an outlet or something like that. Because and I turn down my brightness all the way. Maybe you turn on Bluetooth, turn off Bluetooth, turn off Wi-Fi while it's doing it. Because usually I need like a lot of time. Because usually it takes a lot of time to get, even a minute's worth of footage of time lapse.
Yeah, it does. A lot of people don't appreciate how long just one simple video takes to make. You've got to think about what you're going to do, even if it's just off the hoof, camera angles and stuff like that, without any elaborate equipment. And then that's half the task done already. Then you got to process it, edit it, and then upload it and add all the tags.
It was 30 seconds. I extended the time extended time by 2 times, so a minute. I just slowed it down in VSDC.
Right.
I think I used optical flow again. And
did you?
I always do it now. I don't know why. It seems to work better than some other editors that can slow down. It always seems to look better, and it actually just looks better when I look at it. It actually looks like this is how originally it looked like. It doesn't look like I'm trying to like the stop motion thing. It doesn't look like stop motion to me.
It's a good product to do that sort of effect with.
Yeah, that's why I'm just that's why I'm slowing down. I'm like, that's the only thing I'll use. I've tried out some other things before. It's just it always looks so stop motion like, or it's just like almost like a slideshow, and or picture thing. I'm like, I'm not trying to do that. I want something a little bit more. It looks like it's still video.
How many?
It looks like it's something you actually recorded.
How many frames a second do you use?
Well, usually I'm like that 30 seconds. I'm trying to extend it to a minute. So obviously, I increased slow down the playback time to 50%. So it increases the time.
Yeah, how many frames a second do you shoot?
Depends on the device. I know some of these devices will shoot up for like 120, some more 240 and such.
Yeah, I try and shoot 60 frames a second, and then if I want to do any sort of slow-mo shots, I can halve it, and it just still comes out at 30, which is a good visual look.
Yeah, exactly. Because I know a lot of people do a lot of sunset, sunrise things during the summer too. Right?
Yeah. I was looking this week again.
Yeah.
I was looking this week at getting a new camera, and quite a lot of the new cameras now, 60 frames a second is standard, and you go up to 4K. You get 5K cameras now, and it's getting better all the time. But try putting processing a 5K film on your computer, and it's not that quick.
Oh yeah. It's not just the sheer file size. It's just because the resolution's that much higher. Let's say I process a lot more, right? Instead of that kind of, because it's more information. Because it's like trying to make a picture or a painting that's like, oh, here's a little postcard to a billboard. That kind of analogy. It's gonna take a lot more time.
Yeah. So, have you all been watching Uncle Al this week?
Uncle Al's been promoting the heat, and I agree with him. I mean, it's hot in the U.S. right now. It's quite warm in the U.S. I know in the Southwest, it's still drought, or potentially, or there's not enough water, or it's rationing and stuff like that. And remember, we're just coming into the summer now.
He kicked off a good debate this week, which sparked a couple of interesting research strands, which was he he's done a couple of videos now talking about can you drink pool water, swimming pool
I have
water.
not seen that specific video
I
yet.
haven't watched that video.
I don't have a pool. And I don't know many people with one. So that's why my interest is not as high.
The question was, in SHTF, can you or would you drink pool water? So I actually delved into all sorts of research into this. And
was that a pun?
No.
I thought that was a pun because the way you said that, I'm just gonna dive into that.
I'll dive into it.
But anyway, it's a good question.
Yeah.
So basically, I spent quite a few hours looking at the aspects of can you drink pool water, filter it out, and all this sort of stuff. And the general consensus was, if your life depended on it, yes, you can drink small quantities of it, but in the longer term, you'd probably do your internal organs severe damage.
So something similar to like salt water, how...
Well, salt water has a quicker effect because your body's got to...
No, but I mean, like, let's say, little sips is maybe okay, but if you do it long enough and larger quantities, then it'll start to...
Not even small sips, just a very small quantity, because the main contaminants, apart from all the added chemicals that people put in swimming pools, the main contaminant is humans themselves, the oils that they're coated in, and I don't know what that clicking is. It's not me. And there's a couple of websites. A couple of websites that claim that they can filter out the contaminants in pool water. They don't really have enough information on there to prove their claim. The only one method I could see that holds up any sort of evidence is a condensing method, where you put your pool water through a condenser.
Oh, okay.
But even then, there was disclaimers on most of these websites saying you shouldn't do it for long periods. So at the end of the day, unless you've got a natural swimming pool filled with just salt water, because you get quite a few saltwater swimming pools, then I wouldn't really do it unless your life absolutely depended on it. Because at the end of the day, the old saying goes, you can't kill a dead person. So if you're going to die, then you might as well risk it.
Yeah, it's those last ditch options.
Similar
you would
to
be doing anything else first. You try anything else probably first, right? You probably even try like a water heater first, probably. I probably would try a water heater first.
I mean, I can't really see the situation getting where pool water is the only water available, because there's other methods you can get water from anyway. If there's any sort of trees around, you can...
Well, maybe that pool water is an indoor pool. Could be an indoor pool,
Yeah, what I'm saying is I can't see any situation where there aren't other options available.
Yeah, that'd be a very small window where that would be the only option. Where you can't get transpiration type of water from plants, or let's say water from like a hot water heater. That may be better, I guess, or at least less dangerous. Or I guess that rivals up to like the toilet water bowl, right? It's like up there. It's like last resort.
If the person has a swimming pool, then they should think about what they're going to do with that water if it comes to it. If it was me, my option would be to go for a saltwater swimming pool and have some sort of reverse osmosis system where you can quite easily drink that water after.
Yeah, that would be the best option.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, these good device you can get is the sailing solar stills. They're like an inflatable bag, and you can get up to a couple of liters of water a day from them. You pour in salt water and it condenses and brings out fresh water.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
They're very good, but yeah, I wouldn't choose to drink it at all unless I had some sort of real great system, and they're just not really out there. I suppose over time, if you leave the pool open and exposed to the elements in the sun, then a lot of the chlorine elements and the other contaminants in there may vapor off and diminish, but there's a lot of other chemicals in there which will stay.
I agree.
Yep. Pool would be, one of the last resorts. Last resort. I would try anything else first.
Yeah.
Like I said, it rivals up to like toilet bowl water. I think it's just like that kind of, because there's a high level of chemical contamination, right?
Oh yeah, it's horrendous. There's so many chemicals in swimming pool water.
Yeah.
It's just not worth the risk, really.
Mm-hmm. For consuming like directly, right? We're not talking about like just swimming in or just bathing in or whatever, right? I'd be more likely to be like, okay, we got some fresh water and some pool water. Okay, let's go push to this toilet with the pool water first.
Hey,
I
Uncle
use the fresh
Al,
water.
good to see you, brother.
There he is.
Oh, it's
Yeah,
like,
I have
it's
to.
like okay.
I
Hi,
have
Uncle
to.
Al.
Wait, let me check something. Hold on.
Speak of the devil, and he will come.
Yeah,
That's because we called him out.
So yeah, Uncle Al, we're talking about your videos this week about swimming pool water.
I was
right.
talking about the heat wave.
I did talk about the heat wave, and it's hitting everybody. And weird effect is I know weather, so we're going to have heat wave and a snow. And the bad thing is, preparedness veteran, you're in England. I hope you got galoshes. It's going to rain like you would not believe, because it just all over the place. And the big thing is, for 2 years I cleaned out hot tubs, swimming pools, therapy pools. You do not want to drink what's in therapy pools, because I tell people, you know what I dump in a therapy pool to keep the water nice and soft for the people with injuries? I dump 50 pounds of Epsom salts in there.
That's a
Okay?
lot of pounds.
Yeah. No filter in the world can take it out. All right. It's like drinking Salt Lake City water. Salt Lake. It's like the ocean, except denser.
Yeah.
You can float in it. Like in Israel, the Dead Sea, you can float in it. That's how salty it is. And the big thing is, I had one guy says, I could drink out of my hot tub. And I'm looking at him like, seriously, folks, you have to clean out a hot tub after it's been used and they put chemicals in there. It's more like a soup. Okay?
Oh,
It's not
Lord.
water, it's soup at 500 degrees or 200 degrees. And it's been cooking for about a month. And I have to clean the damn thing, because inside it's like, you're in there, your skin
Oil,
tissues,
your
oil.
Well, yeah,
And
it's been hot, right? So it's dissolving stuff like that.
yeah, and cooking for
Maybe
30
some random
days.
spit,
Or feces matters, you name it, urine. It's been cooking there for 30 days.
Yeah.
And like
Oh, Lord.
this one hot tub was been used by 60 people at this complex. And I'm looking at them like, dear Lord, 600 gallons of, because if it goes over a certain amount, I have to write it down as a toxic waste element. They won't take it into the city sewers. Isn't that horrible?
Mm-hmm.
Because
Yeah.
it doesn't flow down. I have to add more water to it to drain it. Okay? Because it's like half melted jello going down the drains. And if I don't mix enough water to put it in there, it don't flush out. And the sewer guys get mad at me.
Oh, yeah. That makes sense.
And then they get mad at me because it clogs up their pipes and they have to use more water to hose it out.
Yeah, because it's been warm and hot, it's dissolving things into it, so it's saturated.
Yeah, wait until it hits
point.
cold.
Yeah.
Yeah, wait until it hits cold, and then people, I can distill it. Let's see you distill Jello.
Oh,
And preparedness veteran is right. Reverse osmosis is the only one way you could really get all this stuff out. And two, if you drink pool water for a long time, you need dialysis because it doesn't take out the salts, the heavy metals, and the acid. So let me get a demonstration. This is your body after a couple of weeks of, let's see. Okay, got the blade out. This is your body after drinking weeks and weeks of pool water, or 7 days if you didn't know what you're doing. Whoops. That's you in a couple of weeks. I keep showing that to
Wait.
people.
So I'm not look green?
What?
But that was a green blue. I'm just kidding.
Yeah. But like
I
I
was saying,
said,
I was saying if I had a pool, any person out there who's got a swimming pool and they've got any sort of preparedness mindset, I don't know where that clicking's coming from. They should take contingencies now to think about how they're going to use that water. I mean, I personally, if I had a swimming pool, I'd use salt, have a saltwater swimming pool, and you could probably use a reverse osmosis system to do that.
right, or a solar still. That's easy to take out because we don't add any chemical in a salt pool. All we do is just check it and then add more salt. That's it.
There are examples. I can think of one example where, I mean, we're not talking about SHTF because SHTF environments and situations, there is just no help on the way at all. You're on your own. That's it. But Michael Ryan, who was in Bravo 20, ended up walking hundreds of miles without any gear, equipment, support to get across the border. He ended up drinking water which was literally green, contaminated from a local chemical plant, which is fine. Like I said earlier, you can't kill a dead man because he would have died if he hadn't done that. But he knew that by doing that and making it another 20 or 30 miles, he would come to aid and they'll be able to sort him out. So help was on the way in that instant. But when
that's like drinking dirty water because you're not getting help and you're not going to feel the effects for a couple of days.
Exactly, yeah.
Diarrhea right away. So it's a calculated risk, but
right. Because I drank enough brown and green water in my lifetime. The problem with that is chance of chemical overload, parasites, and minerals. The minerals kills everybody no matter what, and you have to be very cautious on that. Because I live in the desert and we still got mining runoff comes down, and I see you don't have to shoot cows that drank the stuff in the head. It's very gross because, like the balloon, the heavy the heavy metals, it produces a toxin. They can't discharge it and they bloat. So think of you not peeing for a week.
oh,
That's why I keep telling people, and preparedness veteran says, you don't drink swimming pool. That's the last resort. And you could do it for short times. I checked out First Need, and that sounds good, but still, you got to know what the water is. If they just use filters and chlorines, not a problem. Okay, but if they use anything else, algicide, buffers, Epsom salts, copper sulfate. What's the other chemical I used to put in pools? Oh, muriatic acid. That was a fun one. I had to wear gloves on that one and a mask. And they said, how long do we have to do before we can swim in the pool? A day. Don't go in it. And they say, why? I'll show you. You got a goldfish? That's the ultimate test on pure water if you're doing any filtration. You drop a goldfish in it. wait 15 minutes, and if the goldfish floats up and goes, you can't drink that water.
Yeah, in that case, you need to have a lot of goldfishes.
Yeah.
Get them out the pool. A lot of people, I don't think, realize that you get a lot of people who make their own rainwater collection systems, and the actual rainwater that runs off of their roof and into the gutter can accumulate the chemicals from the actual roof material that it runs off from.
Right. And also, you missed the point, preparedness veteran. What flies over your house every day? And it's cute, makes singing noises. I keep telling these people, and they keep missing it. And it's funny. Your house is covered in bird poop. About every year, 40 pounds of it from flying birds, like doot, 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 doot. It's bad enough when it hits your car. Think about your roof of your house, and then everybody collects the water from that and like, crystal clear rainwater. But in the gutter,
Don't forget about the pollen.
You're right. And also, don't forget all the dust and the dead animals.
That's
There's a
very,
squirrel
very
up
fine
there like,
microscope.
this water kind of tastes funny. I cleaned out the gutter and the catch tank. We had a pigeon and a squirrel, a couple of rats. And I don't know where that came from, but it died up there too.
Yeah, pollen's quite small.
Yeah, but you don't want to like find out. What do you mean there's a dead possum in the rain catchment? Because I live in a desert area, and we used to have whatchamacallit, glycerins. It's big stone glycerin, and just sink it into the ground. It's like a well, except during rainy periods, they collect water, and it goes into glycerin until you use it in the summer.
Yeah.
Okay, you do not want to drink glycerin water. It's like
Where does this
Probably awful taste.
where does this glycerin come from, Uncle?
what?
Where does this water? Where does this glycerin come from?
Oh, the glycerin is I'm mispronouncing, sorry, brain damage. It starts with a C. It's a type of underground tank in the old days made out of stone or brick, and they used to store water in there for the dry.
A cistern.
That's it.
Oh,
It
so
has CR in it. That's why I know.
It was lined with glycerin.
No, I mispronounced the word for the
Cistern.
Yeah, that's it.
CISTERN. Cistern.
Right.
Yeah, sorry about that. Remember, Uncle Alan had 2 strokes. I have brain damage.
I think water is got to be one of the easiest things to process and for people to consider. It's got to be number one prep as well.
Right, it is.
Apart
Except
from
a lot.
Well, you
Go
need
ahead.
it for everything, right? Water is life.
Yeah.
The elixir of
Right.
Absolutely.
gardening, flushing, water
That's what killed the Romans too.
cleaning.
Yeah, that's also what killed the Romans. Because they got used to having water all the time. Like, hey, let's invent plumbing, and we'll use lead.
Yeah, lead poisoning.
That led to something else.
Yeah, it's like, oh yeah. Remember, Romans had running water toilets, while the rest of us were using an outhouse. Okay, they had central air heating, all that wonderful stuff. And we lost some of that technology as we moved into the modern age. The recent one, because like I said, I talked to people and they said, what do you mean we have to dig an outhouse? Well, you can't flush the toilets in SHTF. And they all look at me like I stepped on their cat, because all the sewage in your city is being pumped. So during SHTF or a blackout, what happens to those pumps?
Nothing happens at all.
Right. And so what happens if your house is on the bottom of the hill?
I am so glad I live up higher.
Yeah, because
I don't live in low-lying area.
they had one incident in Canada on this multiplex apartment during their Canadian snowstorms, and they lost power. And guess what happened to their sewage system on the first 3 floors? Take a wild guess, guys.
Well, it build up. Will the water rise up to the? It clogged.
Gravity sucks.
Yeah, because everybody above those 3 floors, first, second, and third, all their sewage went into those apartments. So everything came up because I used to work in a Section 8 apartment. That's for disabled, poor people and stuff. Do you want to see the horrors when people are screaming? There's like a 3-foot fountain coming out of their toilet, a brown and gooey stuff shooting out.
Yeah,
Yeah. You ever try to clean that stuff up after one of those things? Real
that
fun.
is a nasty job.
Yeah,
Shadow-
I
Dirty
had to
job.
use. Yeah, I have to use a wet vac and suck everything out. Take off the toilet, refit everything, because if you don't, it'll be worse the next time because you have to reassemble the wax ring, redo the seals, recheck all the things on the
Hey
toilet.
Thor, how you been? Good
Hi,
to see
Thor.
Hey,
you,
You
Thor.
brother.
hi,
Thor.
CB. Because you don't want that to happen, and also you have to check all the sinks and bathtubs. That's another bad thing I have to tell people. If you're going to use a water bob, you have to seal off the drain first. You duct tape a rubber seal over it, and on the side there's a vent hole. You have to
That's
remove that
awesome,
cap
Thor.
and seal it before you put your water bob in it. Because if anything comes up through the sewers, guess where it's going to end up?
Yeah, and you have contaminated water.
Right. On your bob, on you, half the bathroom, in the bedroom, going out to the living room. You ever try to clean all that up?
And besides, no one wants dirty TP to use.
No. It's like walking through knee deep.
Shadow, you live on the top floor, don't you?
Yeah, I do. 4th floor.
crap rolls downhill.
Yeah. But like I said, I'm doing a series for apartment survival. I keep telling people Jordan's pretty safe because he's in Europe and most apartment buildings in Europe is fairly modern. America is kind of how can I say it? You're taking your life in your own hands. It's like because Sweden has better standards, so does England, so does Canada. But when you come to America and you look at it, what do you mean it's built by the lowest builder?
Mm.
You know, it's like I fix things that should not be in Section 8 apartments. It's like a horror story. It's like I told people that door won't protect you. You need a steel door or reinforce the wood one. And they're looking at me, why? So I kicked in their door. Because a lot of these places, they don't put in 3-inch screws, you know, or 6 metric meter. I think it's 6 centimeters, 3-inch. Or is it 12?
Remember, 1 inch equals 2.2,
2.5.
2.54 centimeters.
Yeah, they don't have the support on it. So if you kick the door, like everybody's front door in an apartment building, takes only one kick. You hit the sweet spot and the door falls in. That's it. And most of these are wood or supposition wood, which is a foam filled kind of door. It's good, but the only problem is you could kick it in the right spot and it pop off the hinges and the locks and door and walk in.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody
Hey, Uncle L, can I ask you a question, Uncle L? 'Cause
Sure,
I
go
actually
ahead.
have a question for you. Because you were talking about the pumps wouldn't work if the power went out for your sewage. How long would that actually take?
Depends on your location. If you're on the
Okay.
East Coast, about 4 hours. West Coast, it's going to take about a day.
So,
And
okay. So, hypothetically, let's say, because I know everyone's been talking about this power outages, brownouts, rolling brownouts, or whatever. So, because I think I've said this before, I think you were in that stream with me. Yeah,
Right.
but how I said if the power went out or whatever in my area, or let's say if I'm with someone else or whatever, someone else's area, I'd be concerned after the first 3 or 4 hours.
No, I wouldn't worry about that.
Because everything can start happening. Like, well, maybe I should check on the fridge or something like that. That's
So
what
how are these pumps running on? Does a backup diesel generator kick in for
Right.
big municipal systems?
They have to have diesel generators. Last time they didn't do that. Go look at Katrina in New Orleans.
Oh,
God,
yeah,
that was a horrible mess. They lost their pumping stations and their backup generator during the storm. And do you know what New Orleans looked like? Look at the Super Bowl. The Superdome in New Orleans. They had sewage coming out of the bathrooms, and people were screaming about it. And it took them how many days was it for veterans before they had relief? Was it 7?
About 7 days, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. So you can imagine you have 7 days of sewage coming out of your toilet.
Yeah.
Oh, nasty.
It is. And like I said, I used to be a handyman. If I had to fix things, it's like curse word, get out the wet vac, curse word, fix the toilet, curse word, clean out the tub, because the tub's the worst. The water don't drain down after it back flushes. It sits there. You ever emptied out a bathtub full of sewage?
Oh,
Nope.
Yeah.
that's a lot of cleaning.
Yeah,
Afterwards.
it's not fun. And it won't
Not
fit in the wet vac. I have to bucket it out. That's why we have lids on the 5-gallon containers, because that's what I use to haul out and open. There's a cheap way to open up a manhole cover. You take 2 bolts and a wing nut and some wire, and you slip it down in the hole. Manhole cover weighs about 75 pounds. You lift it up, and then you dump the sewage waste down. Because I'm not spending the money to pump it out.
I do that quite often. I've got I don't use it. I'm completely disconnected from the grid, and I use chemical toilets. So every 4 days at most, I go to the toilet station, and it's basically a hole in the ground which is connected to the sewers. You open it up, empty the cassette into there, and that's it. That's you done for the next time you go around.
Yep.
And unless you always wear a pair of gloves, some goggles, and a mask, because you do get vaporized splashback coming up, and you will breathe particles in.
Oh, yeah, big time.
And you'll end up going away. You'll have the squits at best,
At best. At worst, you're in the hospital like, what do you mean he had some kind of weird thing going like this out of his stomach? Because don't forget, you get a lot of parasites out of the sewers. I have friends who work on the sewer line. No, like things like coming out like in Alien. Ah!
I think
we're starting to scare her here.
Right.
Maybe we should change the subject. I think we're starting to scare her and everyone's gonna have nightmares tonight. Can't sleep. The sewer.
Just one more thing on toilets is if you've got a chemical cassette toilet, the best way to make it last as long as possible is not to urinate in the cassette. Separate that into an empty container and dispose of it that way, because the liquid will fill that up if it's too heavy within 3 days.
Yeah,
and if
also
you separate it,
right, and
if you
also
separate it, you can extend it for 2 weeks.
Right. They also big trouble with when you urinate into the chemical toilets. Urine has salt and acid in it, so it disrupts the chemical you put in. Blue chemical or green chemical. It disrupts it. So I tell a lot of people, like I do, I have a pee jug. I just pee in the jug, and if I have a lady friend, here's Mrs. Johnny, which is a funnel on top of the pee jug, which I had a couple of girlfriends look at me like, hell no, I'm not using that.
Yeah, I mean, people don't really talk about this sort of thing, but if you haven't got a properly established chemical toilet or cassette version or whatever you want to porta potty, then many people have and store these buckets with a bit of foam around the lid, with a little bag in it, and same applies.
Right.
I mean, I use it's a blue chemical that I put into each cassette, and that contains formaldehyde, and yeah, so it's all nasty stuff in there.
Yeah, I know what.
We're sorry. We're sorry. He's probably like, oh my gosh, I have nightmares for days,
Yeah.
all months.
Oops, somebody's getting reverb.
Please, it's not me. I can't.
Okay, we hope. Like I said, Thorhaven remembers reading about the Russians using a hospital drain to develop a new bioweapon. They also had a problem because it affected a lake, and you can't swim in that lake anymore. It used to be one of the beautiful lakes of Russia. Now it's like the world's biggest toxic waste site. They say do not swim in the water because we were testing bioweapons. So you go swimming out there, there's fish and everything. And then 3 weeks later, you die from a mysterious African disease from Russia.
Yeah, I went to an area in Poland just before, when the Russians used to occupy Poland pre-Iron Curtain days, they used to exercise their troops with live nerve agents. And when the Soviet Union broke up, years later, we went on a big exercise there, and we were told about this. And it was bizarre because there were no birds in the area. All the mosquitoes were like twice the size they were, and the whole area was completely disrupted in terms of wildlife. It was just a real bizarre situation. I mean, the Soviet troops, they just didn't care. They just threw everything, no matter what, and contaminated everything, and there was just no consideration at all for anything.
Right. There's a part of Australia. If you see the map of Australia, everybody lives on the eastern side of Australia, and there's bits and pieces of Australia is totally vacant. There's one area that's perfect for building cities and everything, but you can't use it because the UK and the Australian government been testing, let's see, nuclear weapons, chemical weapons, biological weapons, pheromone weapons. What else do they test out there? Anyway, there's this big chunk of Australia you can't go there. Even the Aborigines know you don't go there. It's like it's bad because they had kangaroos out there. It's like, okay, that's not normal for a kangaroo.
That's similar to a place just north of Medicine Hat in Canada.
Yep.
The British tested chemical weapons and nuclear weapons there as well.
Oh yeah.
I've actually been to ground zero at that location. It's quite funny, but don't kick up the dust.
No, because it was a part joint exercise with the United States. They tested some of their weapons in Nevada and New Mexico. We tested some of their weapons up in Canada. And I think there's one place in Greenland. We had a nuclear base, and also we tested some chemical and nuclear up there, and they closed the whole thing down. And because one thing, everybody was freaked out, and two, nobody wanted to do that again.
Bizarrely enough, all these chemical and nuclear testing areas are now military training areas full of troops. Yeah, Suffield, that's the place. Yeah.
Yeah. Could be worse. It could be like, go ahead.
If you look at the map of Suffield, which is just north of Medicine Hat, you'll just go on Google Maps and go for the aerial view. You'll see you don't have to zoom in far, a series of rings around ground zero. And those rings, they're named, that's 5-mile circle, 25-mile circle, 10-mile circle, and so on. And you can see them from space almost.
Yeah, you don't want ground areas where it's like, You don't want to go there. There's nothing there.
It's a shame, really, because Suffield is, I think, it's the last virgin prairie land in the world. And yeah.
Yeah,
And
but like I said, folks, oh God, we made a lot of weird things over the years in different countries for scientific experiments. Like here, they used to have a Navy, whatchamacallit, one of the box canyon before Los Angeles got big. So they used to, when the first Navy subs, nuclear, they had to store all the waste fuel. So they used that. And then during the 70s, well, we're moving all our waste out into New Mexico and Nevada. So we're donating to the city of Los Angeles. And I'm looking at them like, okay, this canyon's radioactive. Totally. And during the wildfires we had about 6 years ago, they were afraid they had to evacuate Los Angeles because if the wildfire had hit that canyon, all that leftover radioactivity would go into the city from the smoke. And what was horrifying about that, city of Los Angeles has been dumping low levels of radioactive materials from the hospitals since the 70s into that canyon. It's still there. And because I remember it because I was reading a story. They had this poor illegal family from Mexico that went in. Little girl found some nice clay and she was playing it and having fun. And they went back home. Father died from leukemia 2 weeks later. The little girl died from stomach and throat cancer. The mother died from breast cancer, ovary cancer, uterus cancer. What else did she die from? And they're wondering, so they checked the house, and one of the forensic guys pulled out a Geiger counter, and he's looking at him because he saw the pile of the weird clay glowing in the dark, and he held it up. It wasn't clay; it was nuclear waste. And the little girl was making little, like stars on her wall, on the ceiling, and little dollies out of this clay, and putting it all over the house.
I went to Los Angeles once, and from Vegas, drove from Vegas, and as you come over this sort of plateau, and you can see Los Angeles in the distance. All you can see is this orange haze above the city. Disgusting.
Yeah, welcome to LA. But what they were really afraid of, they sealed off everything. They covered it in cement, but still, if a wildfire would ran through that canyon and it breaks all the seals and stuff, they have to evacuate greater Los Angeles and most of Los Angeles out. And I can't figure out how they're going to move about 20 million people or 40 million people out of there. Yes, but yeah, radioactive Play-Doh. And
Hey,
that was
Second
in the
Star
90s.
Survival, good to see you.
Yeah. Hey, Matt. Yeah, it was a tragedy. They didn't know what was killing them. Go ahead, Vit.
I was just saying hello to Second Star Survival.
Sup, Second Star?
Yeah, like I said, I got to take another round of medications. That's my life. Take medication, take medication. But like I said, everybody, if you're off grid, you should have a working pantry. You should have a refrigerator. Like me, I have a battery bank, so I don't have to worry about the refrigerator and freezer. And then number 4, long-term storage. And everybody says, Uncle Alan, why don't you use 5-gallon buckets? I've been at this for a long time, and those are plastic. I got the ultimate food storage unit, and out of Fresno too, and sometimes Bakersfield. I got 55-gallon steel drums, food grade. Do you know how much those things used to cost? $50. When I went back there, they want close to $250 for the same drum. And this is food grade, so you can ship food grade stuff. This isn't the plastic stuff, the big blue barrels.
What do you? So you got steel 55-gallon drum. What do you put in those?
Let's see. Before everything went crazy and stuff, I used to put hard red wheat in a plastic bag, filled the whole drum up with nitrogen.
Do you line the barrel with anything first, or just straight
Yeah, I
in?
use a plastic bag. They have 55-gallon liners for these. It's
Yeah.
food grade. And then I have a heat sealer. But the trick is only, I think, Sinjin out of Naomi out of China. She does it with 5-gallon buckets, and the 30, I don't know what in liter is, but the 30 gallon steel drum, because you don't want to be like Shanghai and starve to death like those poor people over there, or use gutter oil. You heard
the bag you put in there, is it one large 55-gallon liner, or is it separate smaller bags?
No, it's one big piece.
Right.
It's like a construction bag, but it's clear and it's food grade. So
and
what
do you put anything in there that
I don't put oxygen absorber. What I do is halfway seal it, and I stick in this long tube like Naomi does, and I taught her this, and I get a tank of nitrogen. You can buy nitrogen on the market, and then fill that up, and then seal the bag.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't know this, but once you put nitrogen into the bag, that will kill everything in that bag for the next 100 years.
Yeah,
and it goes in. Go ahead.
That's what they put in packet of crisps or chips.
Right.
They fill them actually with nitrogen instead of air, don't they?
Yeah.
For
and they last longer.
Reason, yeah.
Yeah. But the nice thing about it, when I do it to the 50-gallon drums, I got red hard wheat, I got oats, I got corn, I got rice. So I have 4 of them. And my nephew says, Uncle Al, you have 8 drums. What's the other 4 for? Just in case, because I don't want to survive for 2 years.
And do they? How do you seal those drums? Is it screw lid or?
No,
what?
These are big, and it has a locking lid on it. They weigh about 5 pounds. It's a steel lid because you transport liquid or solid in it, and it has a seal on it. And trust me, you need a tool to finish sealing that. I'm losing arm strength, so I can't really clamp it in tight. It's not easy. They have it on. Go look at your local food grade metal drums, and they'll show you. It'll be either has a spigot hole for one, or the other one has the removable lid with the attachment to it. And it's not cheap. I can't figure out pounds now over in England. So you think you got the big metal drums? That's great because nothing gets in it. I haven't seen a rat chew through a metal drum.
Yeah, I think it's $1.25 to the pound at the moment, something like that.
Okay, times that by $250.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not cheap, but it's practical because you don't have to worry about anything chewing through the 5-gallon plastic bucket. Or if you want to go watch Hubble's cat with the mouse motels in the cardboard box. Yeah, but like I said, that's my long-term food storage. I also keep telling people, if you use the 5-gallon buckets, do not put the opener in the bucket. I had one guy who did that. I'm looking at him like, you have 300 buckets. Do you know where did you put it? Well, it's in one of these buckets. So how in the heck we're going to open these things
Welcome,
up?
homesteaders. Good to see you.
Yeah. How right. How are you going to open these things if you can't find the opener? I always show that orange opener. It's real easy. You just put it on the next to the bucket, not in the bucket, because they had 350 and we had to open each one to find the damn opener. And when was the last one? It was in the last bucket. We had to open 349 of them, replace the lids, and I told him it's on a rope on a piece of 2x4 on the wall. Do not put it in a bucket again. Okay, Matt.
Weird. That's a blast from the past name, Weird Al Yankovic. I thought, is he still alive?
Yeah, he had eye surgery. He's not wearing the glasses anymore.
Right.
Yeah, he had eye surgery and he's not wearing the glasses. I had eye surgery. I still have to wear glasses. I tend to run into things, but he had eye operation like I did and it corrected his vision. Remember Big Al used to wear, Al Yankovic used to wear glasses?
Yeah, vaguely.
Yeah. Anyway, I got to get going too. It's medication time and I won't be, whatchamacallit, how can I say it?
Be
I'm not
late
going
with
to
the
speak after
medications.
take pills.
They dumb you down, do they?
Hmm?
Do they dumb you down?
3 of them are tranquilizers. They're supposed to calm me down. So my speech becomes. You think it was hard as saying bleh, certain words? When I take these pills, I'm like, what the hell's Uncle Alan talking about? That gets worse. Okay, I'll see you guys later. Bye
No
now.
See you
worries.
guys.
See you later, Al. Have a good one.
Take care, Uncle Al.
See you, Uncle Al. Yeah, he has always stories to tell. And that was really interesting.
Well, maybe we should talk about something else because Forrest's probably like, guys, I'm still having the nightmares.
Let's have a look in the maybe someone in the chat can kick a subject off.
Homesteaders just popped up, so that's nice. It's always good to see homesteaders in here. How is it in Australia now, homesteaders?
Probably winter.
Yeah, probably.
I mean, I remember this one time my friend from that country showed me a picture of kangaroos in the snow. I'm like, oh, so it does happen. Because you always consider like you like Australia, you figure like the outback and stuff like that, right? But there is green areas too, I guess, right? Places
Yeah,
by
she has. Yeah, homesteaders has cold and windy. They are sitting by the
When you got a
fire.
fire. It was only 3 days ago. I lit my fire, and it's middle of summer here.
Okay.
That's Britain for you.
Happy. I hope you had a great week, homesteaders.
It must be morning there now.
Yeah, it should be. Yeah, it should be morning. Early in the morning.
Sunday. Hey, Bob.
Hey, Bob. Good to see you.
Hey, Bob.
It's still cold in Seattle. You guys probably think we are woozy compared to you in northern's winters.
That all depends.
No, what happens is the colder it gets, the more we whinge about it.
Yeah, 6 a.m. in Australia. Uh, anything news from Australia, homesteaders? You don't hear much from Australia, actually. You hear from other countries, but Australia, not that much.
Yeah, you just got plenty going on down there. You go
Don't
to
jinx it. Don't jinx it.
yeah.
Well, it's always a risk to jinx it. But just watching Ireland about climate change lockdown. One state has them apparently. Okay.
In Ireland, there's a lockdown because of climate change. Yeah, the main thing.
That one.
No, I haven't heard about that one. The main thing here that everyone's talking about is the price of fuel, which is just absolutely skyrocketed. We've been screwed over massively here. The price of fuel, wholesale price of fuel has gone down, and we've been given a 5 pence, that's 5% reduction by our through our budget for fuel. Yet the retailers, the forecourts, just keep pushing the prices up and up and up and up and up. And we're paying now £2 per litre for diesel. In some places, most places it's 189, 190, but it's basically £2 a litre.
Yeah.
So it's just outrageous. It won't be long before
it sounds like what we have here in Canada.
Yeah,
I don't know
how
is it at least more. Slightly cheaper but I think it's like
for diesel here, I believe
$1.80, $2.30. I think it might even be $2.40 here in Canada now, depending where you go.
22, 23 crowns per litre.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what the conversion is. Let's have a look. Let's do Canada first. So
exchange rate right now is like 78, 79 cents.
Right.
So what's per US dollar?
Food, buildings. Yeah, so the knock-on effect is trickling down the line, and people aren't seeing the tsunami of price rises coming. The existing stocks have got to be eaten through yet. I've just done a quick calculation there. So we're paying the equivalent in Canadian dollars of $3.15 per litre for diesel. And if you do a Swedish krona, that's so Shadow, we're paying $24.55 a litre.
Yeah.
In krona.
Yeah, I was kind of right. Yeah, or just put it down. Yeah.
And I just can't see why. I mean, I've got an app, petrolprices.com, and it shows you all the petrol prices in a certain area. And
oh yeah, we got something like that here in Canada too. You can check up all prices all in major areas and see how it is across the country.
The price ranges are ridiculous. There's some in some places, there's a 10% difference between one that's across the road opposite each other. And how can that be? There's no serious regulation at all. Like I say, at some point in the future, things are going to come grinding to a halt. Businesses are going to start going bust if they're not already. I'm seeing people now that.
Well, it's still summertime. Remember that. It's still summertime. Still summertime.
I'm-
Remember, usually in wintertime, you idle more often. You need to consume more fuel to stay warm, run a heater in your vehicle, run your engine, preheat it, and all that stuff. Well, that's not chew into the fuel. So,
Yeah, I'm seeing people here that are now selectively choosing when to travel because of prices are so high.
I'm surprised. I'm
Yeah, and I
surprised
think
no
they
one's
will
just.
go up even more.
Yeah. I guess carpooling's done become a thing again.
They never go down; they always go up.
And carpooling's
I
gonna be
think
a thing again.
they pulled this trick in Paraguay, I believe, where prices went up massively all of a sudden. This is only, we're talking 6 to 8 months ago, that people were rushing to buy electric cars, and now there's not enough electric cars to meet the demand for them. It makes you wonder if this is all a planned event for that reason. I mean, you can't blame.
I'll go
how
for
much-
hybrid. I'll go halfway.
Yeah, hybrid is a good way.
I think
to go.
because I don't get me wrong. I like the green move and all, but in terms of preparedness, I'll go with halfway because then at least then I have the preparedness part of having fuel, but the greenness of having electricity. So I'll go halfway.
Yeah,
That
I'll
way
definitely.
I have that option then.
Let's push everyone to electric vehicles and then push the price of electric up because there's not enough power stations to meet the demand.
Yeah, but there's none of
Yeah.
electricity generation anyways, right?
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, I bet it is for.
Oh, there's no coal plants, but they're closing out these nuclear plants and these other things, and then now
And then
in the U.S. there's less hydro because there's less water.
another one I heard about was the fact that once everyone's pushed onto electric vehicles, they can use the power in the electric vehicles on demand while you're plugged into the charger.
Oh
to
yeah,
stay-
it'll act like a battery bank, so to speak.
yeah, act like a backup battery reserve for the grid if they need it or to stabilize the grid at their demand, not yours.
Yeah.
We're seeing a big rise here of battery stations. So at points where the electric grid goes to a distribution point, or transformers and stuff, there's big buildings, long hangars full of batteries, which
I agree,
they
Homestead does.
store extra energy in them.
Okay,
Which also,
I want a generator that runs on like biofuel or something.
well, these battery banks in these buildings, they stabilize the grid because the grid goes down. You can't. They need electric to make electric. You know what I mean? So this is their sort of backup energy reserve.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's why I said about the hybrid, right?
Yeah, so long as it
So
kicks in
I
before
can have both options
3 days,
available on the
3
table.
days, society will crumble to nothing anyway.
Yeah, it just seems like we don't have an answer to transition in.
What there is an alternative here. I don't know about other
Thank you,
countries.
McBean Scottish Fitness. I appreciate that.
What there is an alternative is biofuel, which is another 20% cheaper than conventional diesel. But trying to get hold of biofuel in quantities less than 200 liters is near enough impossible.
Well, see, the thing about biofuel is that it has to be ground. Well, per se, I guess you don't have to necessarily be corn or whatever, but I think they said about like not soy. What was it? Bamboo. I think it's bamboo. They can do it from and such, or algae or something like that. But it still has to be grown, made. Still takes time. Still has to be shipped too, right? It still has to be moved. It's a liquid, so and it's heavy, so.
Yeah, it's another alternative, another strand to use as well.
So, but fuels always don't have that issue. It's got to be moved around. So electricity is a little bit easier because you don't get that efficiency loss compared to shipping fuel around everywhere. Because obviously you need the electricity or the fuel to be at the vehicle when it needs it. All right, it doesn't matter if it's all the way over there. No, I need it over here.
Yeah, It wouldn't be so bad if you could buy a decent priced electric vehicle for a start, and it wouldn't be so bad if you could find an electric charging point, and it wouldn't be so bad if they actually sold decently priced electric conversion kits for existing vehicles. But it's just not happening, is it?
Yeah, the infrastructure, right?
Yeah. The price here of second-hand
There's still some, but it's like for grander scale. It's not like you're seeing electric charging stations like a gas station. That convenience and that abundant of it, right? Where it's just like, oh, I'm going to the electric, not the gas station, but the electric station, charging station. You don't hear people just talking like that, like normal.
Just want to give McBean Scottish Fitness a shout out there. If anyone hasn't checked him out, check him out. Fitness channel, and he does live streams in the gym, real time, pushing the weights out. So good to see you, Mac.
I'm more concerned about the food and the water aspect of doing stuff like that, because obviously if you're growing fuel out in, let's say, a farmland, you're not growing food, and it still takes water, obviously, to grow that.
Yeah.
Any kind of plant or whatever, you still need water. Even algae or whatever they use, it still needs water as a medium. So I mean, it's kind of hard when if to make biofuel if you don't have the water here, let alone the land to make it.
We're currently in a war of resources, and we haven't had the transition smoothly enough to electric vehicles. They've just been sprung up on us, and the infrastructure.
Yeah, exactly. We don't have that nice gradient where we can start transitioning over, where it's just like step, and we can gradually make it from this side to the next side.
Yeah, I would have thought
they expect us to take this giant leap. Unfortunately, not everyone could just take a giant leap. Not everyone could just, hey, I get 30, 40, 50 grand to get this electric vehicle, or 25 grand to get this hybrid or whatever. Unfortunately, no one can just do that.
Yeah, they're just too expensive to buy brand new. And who wants to buy a 5 to 7 year old vehicle that's had the battery thrashed?
Yeah, exactly, because there's only so much recharge cycles and stuff like that. I mean,
it'll be good to see if they can actually develop a situation where when you go into a recharge station, instead of recharging batteries, you just take out a power pack and replace it with a charge power pack instead. And then the recycling situation could be a lot better with the power packs there. Yeah. I don't think hydrogen fueled cars are going to be much better either, because people got these visions of people filling up their vehicle with water. That's just not going to happen, because the hydrogen fuel cells is a gel, because you've got a moving vehicle and so on. So you're going to be filling up your hydrogen tank with this gel mixture, and it's just going to be beholden to another form of energy supply or supplier.
And remember, hydrogen, you actually have to generate that. You actually have to use fuel or energy to create that as a fuel. It doesn't, because it's not. You need energy to create it. So, it kind of defeats the purpose of, let's use oil to make hydrogen fuel. I think what's that? They call that blue
give it time. We'll all be going back to gasifying cars and using pyrolysis to power our vehicles with wood. You can actually get those kits. You can actually get a gasified kit for your vehicle, but they're so big and expensive that no one can afford them. We are where we are. Get your push bike out. Start biking.
Oh yeah, just like how Ford just tried to do that in his video. I saw that.
The trailer was a bit big.
I was actually gonna say a lot more than what I said. I toned it back. I actually had like 2-3 paragraphs I was gonna say that I toned it back to one. I didn't want to.
Bikes are all right. bikes are perfectly, feasible method of transportation if you're not going more than 10 mile.
Well,
If
it's not
the
just
weather's-
that, but the load that you have to carry too, right?
Yeah, but if you're in a city, I mean, take Amsterdam for example.
Okay, can we name
most
a place that we all know?
Amsterdam, Holland.
Oh, okay.
Well, most places in Holland, they're avid cyclists, and they use them all the time. All the infrastructure's there, the cycle lanes, and so on.
Mhm.
And
I mean,
it's
I got
flat.
a bicycle right next to me, right here.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
like
yeah.
biking too. I like biking too, but
Good exercise, get the heart and lungs going. But like I said, you throw in some crap weather, some hills, more than
well, it's
10
not
miles.
just that. It's more of what you have to carry back. If you're carrying, I mean, you can only carry back so much, right? Compared to something that has horsepower behind it, right? Some actual oomph behind it.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, I'm
I'm
talking
gonna
really
carry
about.
back 60, 100 pounds of sand. Oh, I gotta carry this back during the winter. That's not really.
Yeah.
You know,
I'm really
if like
about
a cart
people on in the
even
cities.
workers, it's
Obviously, people on farms, homesteaders, and the infrastructure to move goods around the country, they should be given priority for fuel. And to a certain extent, we get that in UK. We get red diesel, which is allocated to farmers for their tractors and vehicles to be used off road. That's at a cheaper rate, but it's not granted to the truckers.
so. I don't know. I guess I'm just more of a fan of hybrid now.
Yeah. But I'd go for a hybrid.
I think I would too. I don't know about you four. Would you go for a hybrid before? I don't know if you would.
I think
Yeah.
Hoople's cat. He's got a hybrid, and
Well, doesn't Hubbles get that Prius or something? Or something?
yeah, he got a Prius, which
Yeah,
has
or
got,
something.
35-litre tank, and it goes 700 miles range, which is
I
excellent.
still think a hybrid right now is good transition. Not a solution, but a transition into something.
Yeah. What you want is a nice little yacht, and you can sail away.
Well, because the thing is about when during the Texas freedom last, geez, it's already been a year and a half. See, what I did hear is that some people did have hybrids and stuff like that, but they didn't actually top up their tank, and they could only go so far with just the electric part on its own. So,
Right.
because those electric vehicles and stuff, like, I know some of them now you can charge a little bit faster, and it's not like hours and hours, maybe like 30 minutes, but it's still not as quick as conventional filling up fuel, right? Where it's just mere minutes, and at a cost-effective rate that people can afford,
Yeah.
right? Because I always see it as, okay, the grid's down, you're an electric vehicle or a hybrid, you're probably not gonna have that option, or if you do, you might not have half an hour to wait, hours to wait for that. Where you want the convenience of just fueling up or being able to carry more fuel with you, because it's an emergency situation. Let's say fleeing from floods or a forest fire or something like that. You gotta flee. You don't have time to stick around to wait for an electric vehicle to charge back up.
Yeah. If the grid goes down, I think
That's why I'm leaning towards hybrid still. At least you still have options. In my opinion, anyways.
There are always options.
So. See, this is why I didn't say a lot of the stuff I was gonna say. I decided to not go on a rant.
What you want to get is a diesel tree, which can produce 20 litres of diesel that can be run on an engine per year.
Hmm.
So if you had a forest full of diesel trees, you'll be okay.
Yeah, like I said, there's not clear answers at the moment. We still need to. We're barely even in a
Hey,
transition
Vanessa.
period.
Good to see you.
Hey, it's Vanessa Kitty. Hi.
Right, Shadow, I've got to go.
Okay,
So
buddy. No
I'll
problem.
catch you in a while. I've got a lot on. I've got a month-long expedition to to carry out. So I don't know when I'll be back on. Probably about 3 weeks ish.
Yeah,
All right. It's nice
no
always nice
problem.
to hear from you.
I'll be in and out anyway.
Kitty.
So I'll catch you when I catch you. See you
Yeah,
later, guys.
Yeah.
Okay, see you later. How are you doing, Vanessa? Good to see you.
Hello,
Yeah.
Vanessa Kitty.
Yeah, it's always nice to see her.
Yeah.
She always has good ideas. Mm,
Can we for once not talk about food? For once. Just for me. For once. You guys can talk about like summertime barbecues next week. And cookouts next week.
Vanessa says we banned plastic bags here and started using paper bags. Do you know what it takes to dissolve a tree to make paper? Probably a lot.
Can I add to that? From what I've heard, see, I've read stuff and seen videos on this topic. When you consider all that, you always have to consider the production side, the manufacturing side, the production side, the lifespan of it while it's used, and then end of life. Now you just can't see this. Oh, paper is better than plastic because plastic doesn't break down. Well, paper has got to be sourced from trees. That's got to be cut down.
Yeah.
Machinery's got to be used versus something like petroleum-based bags like that, which are just literally just injected in like into a mold. So I'm not saying like plastic's better, but I'm just saying you got to look at it like that, because I think sometimes you got to use the paper bag a few more times than you think, or like reusable bags. You got to use them more often to make it worth it, if that makes any sense. So
Yeah, that makes some sense.
because
Yes.
I've been looking at this a lot more, and I'm like, oh yeah, this makes sense. Versus, oh hey, I'm using this reusable bag. I'm good. How often do you actually use it? If you use it very, very often, yeah, you're probably actually doing something well. But if you always forget it, only used it once or twice, it's probably not as good as you think.
Yeah. And Vanessa has two good questions. What does it take to make plastic bag? What does it take to make paper?
Exactly. Right? I mean, like, remember, a paper bag, a whole tree has to go down. Per se, right? Per se, a whole tree. Now, if they use if it's coming from recycled paper, that's one thing. But remember that recycled type of paper that they bring in still came from a tree. I'm saying it's better, but you know what I mean. Or if the bags uses recycled plastic in, yeah, okay. But unless unless it specifically says it on the packaging or on the bag or paper bags or whatever, right? Made with 60% recycled material or whatever, right? So it's one of those things. See, Shadow, a lot of the time now when I go out, if I need a bag and I forgot one, I'll just, if let's say I'm picking up something like deposit or whatever, I'll just actually just score it off the landscape instead. As a way of reusing that bag off the landscape to help me out. If I forgot one for some reason, but yeah, guess what? Guess what? Us ending in the landfills, ending up. Guess what? I'm trying to see what I'm trying to say what Vanessa's saying. It's that grammar thing again. Choice words. Yeah, so banning thin plastic bags at the grocery store are pretty much useless. You are used 2 or 3 bags instead each. Now we have
mandated thicker bags.
I'm still a proponent of reusable bag, tote type of bags, but remember, those, those are made from synthetics. Unless your reusable bag is made from like more natural materials. I mean, like if you're using hemp bag, you're probably doing better.
Yeah.
But if you're using a reusable bag that's still made from synthetic material or petroleum, you gotta use that a lot more often to balance it back out, right? Because remember how thin a plastic bag is compared to a reusable bag.
Yeah.
So material wise, right? And obviously it probably takes more to do it. Right? So I mean to do it, to make it, to manufacture it. So let alone to deal with like the end of life cycle of it, right? There's holes in the bag or whatever, something like that. I've seen things you could do with that. I'm starting to actually do these things where like reusable bags that seem, because I see them outside, I see the bags outside too in the landscape when I go for walks and stuff like that. I'm like, it saddens me and all this stuff. I'm like, so I tried to bring them back into the usual state whenever I can, but it's hard. Because sometimes they're just too far gone and just like, and so I've seen people now trying to actually like reclaim that resource and almost like melt it back down and make something back out of it. So, which is cool, but not everyone does that. Not every country or does that still. Because it doesn't matter if we're now littering with plastic bags and we're now littering with more reusable bags. That's still a problem. Because that stuff's still synthetic. It's not really breaking down.
Yeah. Reuse and repurpose what you can. Buy second-hand tools if you can. I agree.
Yeah,
I agree.
and remember, paper can only reuse so much before the fibers become too short. Plastic is the same way. You can only reuse plastic so many times. That's why usually if you're recycling plastic, usually it's downcycling. Because it has the same thing, it gets smaller. It's just like the paper fibers get smaller and smaller. You have to add new to make it work again.
Yeah.
That's why usually you see it as made with certain percentage of recycled paper or plastic and stuff like that, because it's not there. They still have to add virgin new paper pulp or plastic into it to make it so it's actually good enough to be used again. So and that's if they actually had had access to it or could bring in reusable reclaimed material into it to be reused, but it's just one of those things.
Our bag price is now 10 cents. Massachusetts did 11 cents.
I think it's 5 cents here in Canada, give or take. But I try not to use them. Oh no, see one of those things. See, I haven't shown with the reusable bag, but I've already shown making a porn with reusable bags with plastic bags and stuff like that. I've done it before, and it's one of those things I adapted from the crafting community a little bit more.
Yeah,
which is good because I mean, like, because it gives me. I have one sitting outside. I've been using it all winter, so because there was slight holes in it, so it wouldn't really hold anything, but I could still braid it and well, I shouldn't say crochet, but I could still braid it together to make it something, so I could get another use of it. So technically, I'm not quite downcycling. I'm still reusing it, but because I'm making cordage out of it now, so I can put a use to it. I mean, I've seen people. There's this community where people are using bags to crochet mats for the homeless, but I don't. It helps people, but I have my own issues with that. But yep. You think so, Hugo? You think so, Stevie? Just like Matt? But I told you before I was gonna have a lot of things I could have said in your video. I decided to tone it back.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had way more to say. I can talk about this a lot more.
Yeah. I know you can.
Like literally, I can. It's because, like I said, I see a lot of stuff, right? I'm just like, and if we think about it right now, I think I've heard about the aluminum shortage, supposedly. I don't know if
Yeah.
anyone else has heard about this. That's just why I'm like, I mean, I could show you all these cans I managed to, will be recycling, but that's one way of me helping. See, because I can get deposit out of that, and I'm helping reclaim the aluminum, and I'm bringing the aluminum back into the system again. So 3 things I'm doing out of that. I'm benefiting myself, other people, and the environment, and and all this stuff, right? It just takes a little bit of work. I just have to gather it by. So that's why I do it. I take the time, and then I don't even worry about what anyone says or how I look. I have my reason for it now. So, because right now is probably not the time to trash too much or waste too much. Stuff like that. In my opinion.
Yeah.
So, oh, thanks, Vanessa.
Everything
exactly.
is under shortage.
Yeah, distribution's hard. There might be an abundance of certain resources. I'm not saying there isn't, but the distribution around of it, right? It's more concentrated in one area than another, where it's needed and stuff like that. So, because if I look at people that scrap metals and that actually take, because I know Gray always talks about the Gray Man Perfect, and he always that's with an A. I mean, that's with an E. About the precious metals like silver and gold. Well, we gotta remember there's other metals like aluminum and copper and brass that also help in our world too, right?
Yeah.
Even Such, right? Even Such, I saw his last video. He was mentioning not just silver and gold, but copper too, right? Because copper helps us run the electrical parts of our world, right? Copper and aluminum, right? We need that.
Yeah.
Right? We're all using copper right now because it's on our phones and our devices. The grid itself was ran by aluminum. Why? Because copper's too heavy for those transmission lines. So we use aluminum, right? So, if you want this green revolution, we're not actually need more of that copper and aluminum to run these transmission lines. So we can't be wasting that. What, like a can or something like that. No, I don't. Because I see it like that, where I'm just like, yeah, let's try not to just toss that. And then unfortunately, stuff like that gets tossed. Unfortunately, right? Because once it's in a landfill, I mean, it's not helping anyone anymore. And that resource just goes down and just becomes unavailable again, which means that, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's almost like a deficit, right? We just keep losing it instead of adding it back in.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, so. Because this is one of the things that I think when I was younger, I was more proponent of, and as I've gotten older now, I'm just bringing it back into my cycle of things. Because I'm starting to realize how it relates into preparedness and overall, you know. Because, like I said, I mean, like, we want a green revolution or whatever. I want, you know, climate change or all this stuff. Well, we're gonna have to deal with, like, the pollution, not just water and air pollution, but land pollution and stuff like that. Hold on, I'll be right back.
Okay. I hope you had a great week, Vanessa. So, any news from your area, Vanessa?
So, yeah. Who's back?
Yep.
Maybe I need to do my own live stream about this eventually.
Yeah, you should.
No, but it comes back to everything, right? Because the resources, right? You know.
Okay, Hugo.
What's up with Fuga?
Well, I read it wrong. No, it's 10:56 p.m. 10:57 p.m. now here, Hugo.
You know what really makes me happy now?
What?
It's preparedness veteran. Because I've heard from this Van City and preparedness veteran trying to reuse stuff, right? And even Van City, she's been saying about like using a reusable cup and stuff. I'm like, okay, try. I mean, I'm no saint when it comes to it either, right? Unfortunately, and you know, someone gives you like here's a cup, brings you a cup of coffee in the disposable cup. I mean, like, do you say no? Right? I mean, it'd be a waste to not drink it at all. But if I do something like that, I try to reuse the disposable cup again for something else again. Maybe start planting it, for example, start a seed in it. So try to give it and reuse it at least once, right? So it's not just a disposable cup, done, garbage kind of deal, right? Try to use it again at least once, right?
Yeah.
At least try to reuse it at least once. So,
yeah.
Because I understand, you know, like I think Van City was saying about now. She said something about during these marathon races or whatever. Now paper cups, it's no go. You gotta bring your own, and they just pour it into it.
Yeah.
Like some sort
exactly.
of yeah. So and stuff like that. So that's why I've been trying to actually figure out ways of reusing a lot more. I mean, I'm not saying we're gonna reuse our way out of everything, but reusing is a good step.
Yeah, and I think we should reuse more than we do.
Try to cycle it back into the system a lot more, where it stays in the system a lot more and not just, you know, end up at the bottom of landfill or incinerated. Those all, you know, incineration or what's that called? Thermal generation or thermal mass generation, or well, anyways, basically, you know, incinerating it and converting the heat into to run steam engines, turbine generators for steam and stuff like that. Those all should be last options.
I
that
agree.
You can't do within you can't reuse and right. Because usually, see, I have the skill where there's one time reusing, there's a few times reusing, and then reusing where you can actually reuse it and bring it back in the system for almost indefinitely. So something like plastic, I consider as maybe a few times, because you can only do that a few times. Something like aluminum, glass, as long as you keep it whole and in good condition, you can keep that cycling through the system for long periods of time. You know, just keep going around and around. So, and yeah. But it always makes me happy when I hear a certain little thing. I'm like, oh, you're reusing it? I'm like, okay, cool. Right. Because sometimes I get ideas, or I'm like, oh yeah, I didn't think of that. Or people tell me these things, I'm like, okay, cool. Because unfortunately, right now, I think, especially something like water, right? I mean, like, water is probably one of the more important, probably, well, next to air, is probably the most important type of resource for all of us right now.
Yeah.
It's not that we're running out of water. The water will always be on the planet. It's actually the fresh water.
Yeah, the fresh water is the
That's the important
big
resource.
issue.
Yeah, that's the important issue, right? Because I've been watching about things like regenerating land, farmland, permaculture, and stuff like that. I think one of the big things to come out from that I've know is to keep the water on the land as long as possible, in the soil as long as possible, and not have it just run off to a lake. Well, not a lake, but to the ocean, right? Because obviously, some freshwater sources are always going to be cheaper than doing desalination. Like I know
Yeah.
we were talking about the water earlier about desalination or reverse osmosis. Well, that takes more energy than filtering freshwater sources.
Yeah, I agree.
So
I
I mean,
totally
like if
agree.
we keep the water on land more, we're probably going to be better off. And besides, if you keep it on the land, soaks into the ground, replenishes aquifers, and hopefully it might permeate back into the ground, like underground aquifers or springs or little lakes that eventually pop back up. Because once the water's back on the land, things might start growing from it because it'll attract certain things. Maybe not certain things you want, like mosquitoes, but attract like fish to come back into the environment, and then birds, and then next thing you know, there's life, and then because there's life on the land or whatever, there's game, I guess, right? Wildlife to hunt and plants to eat and stuff like that, right? Something as simple as like cattail, right? That
Yeah.
need a lot of water, right? For example, right? Then you got other wildlife. Then next thing you know, there's stuff, right? Because like even just these other days, I've been looking at what's that called? That desertification, where deserts type lands are taking over on certain places and stuff like that. So this is beyond like a savanna type of zone. Like we picture like the Sahara. Some places in the U.S. are turning more and more like that, where basically you barely see any vegetation. Which
Thor says some of the greening projects that they have done in the Middle East
Oh yeah,
and
yeah,
Africa are pretty cool.
yeah, right. I mean, like you're seeing it's just like because I think we always have this stereotypical view of like place continents like Africa or Australia, right? You think of the outback, you think of the savannah more, but it wasn't always like that. It's only in, let's say, in the last 1,000 years or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Since civilization. But they've shown that in a relative small scale for what it is, and obviously within 20 years, right? Because they can bring back the water to the land, and once the water comes back, plants want to grow into it. Once the plants are there, animals and wildlife come back into that area because it can be support. It can support that kind of life, right? And then you get the biodiversity. The next thing you know, it's just like it rains again. Oh, hey, it's not just washing off and flooding; it's actually soaking into the ground more, and then there's a lot of benefits. So I'm seeing these kind of little things lately. I'm just like, yeah, I try to incorporate them. Try for what I can do. I'm only one person, but with only a
Thor
little bit.
say, yeah. The Thor says they say the Sahara used to be a lush tropical forest. Yeah, it was
Yeah, exactly,
once.
right? Right.
It was once, but now it's the desert.
You know, there's one thing that people are not aware of so much. Everyone's always see. I want to bring this up because it comes back to the water thing again. There, um, I'm trying to remember. There's this technical term. Uh, what's this? What's it called again? It's the opposite. It's the opposite to rising sea level. It's well, basically the land, because you know how there's aquifers in some places and people are pumping the water out because there's no more groundwater. What happens is that the land actually starts to sink because there's nothing underneath it anymore. Just you know, like uh, like buoyancy or to push it up, right? Uh,
Yeah,
I'm trying to remember the word now. Land submerging. No, not land submerging. I'm trying to remember the term. It's not always that the sea's rising. It's actually some of the land sinking. So you get that two double-edged sword going for against you now. It's not always because the sea level's rising, as people are more aware of. Sometimes it's the land that's sinking. And you know, you get like certain things that happen because of that, right?
look at
People are more familiar with like
California, that is
sinkholes.
sinking.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember the term. Come on, Vanessa Kitty, help me here with the term. I know I'm trying to remember that term here. There's a specific term they use. Land submerging, land. I'm trying to remember. There's a specific term that describes the land sinking. I'm trying. In certain places, it's not like you said. It's not always the sea rising. It's actually both, right? But yeah, people are more familiar if something happens like that. If there's sinkholes, right? I guess sinkholes would be a natural thing to think of, but on a grander scale, you know. So anytime you see a sinkhole randomly, think about that, but on a grander scale, like around
Hugo
ocean.
says erosion.
No, it's not erosion. Erosion is just geez, the words are not coming to mind. I think I should get more sleep today and probably more coffee because I'm not even remembering the terms. But it's these little things that I've been learning more about. I'm like, okay, this starts to make a little bit more sense.
Yeah,
You know, and why I've been trying to understand this relationship between our environment and preparedness. Right. That's why I think, like I said earlier about this hybrid. I think hybrid. I'm more in that camp right now.
yeah,
Not totally all the way electric, but it's because you know I'm trying to balance out the environment, but the preparedness part or the short-term survival, I guess, right? Versus the long-term survival or sustainable or you know over years or decades, stuff
I
like that. So
agree.
stuff like that. So for like I said to you, for maybe you still use a truck, but like I said to you in that comment, I've seen you carpool. You're trying to green up your area, whatever your land that you have, right? Stuff like
Yeah,
that. You're trying to grow trees and stuff like that, and adds more diversity back into the system, right? Because lately, I don't know if I'm noticing it, but I'm seeing like blue jays come back into the environment, or it seems like it, because I've seen more this year than I've seen ever. I don't know, maybe it's a coincidence. I'm seeing certain insects come back in. Maybe I'm just noticing it because I'm outside more, but like millipedes and centipedes, so that diversity is coming back, right?
yeah,
Like, it's not like it's been a very long time since I've seen dragonflies. I've seen one before, and I recorded it, but it's not like I'm seeing that. I'm hoping to see more of that diversity come back. It's like, hey, hey, the bee. I'm seeing more bees or something like that, right?
Yeah.
Everyone's always talking about the bees, right?
Who guesses subsidence?
Subsidence.
Subsidence.
Yeah,
Sorry.
land subsidence. Yeah, it's subsiding down. I like it's sinking. Yeah, subsidence.
We need to
I
get.
think of
We
something
need.
like that.
Yeah, we need to get our bees back. Yeah,
Yeah,
I agree.
I don't care about the wasp or the hornets so much, but the bees. Oh no, I'll say the bees. Just being helpful, as I said it in that video. Because I had a bee fall into some like a bucket of water. I brought it back up. If it was the wasp, I wouldn't have cared so much. But I'm like, oh, it's a bee. I'll help it out. So stuff like that. That's why I'm now. That's why I don't. I always talk about the spiders because actually spiders are needed in this in certain areas, just like dragonflies. Dragonflies actually want to attack like mosquitoes, right? So, you want less mosquitoes? I wouldn't mind having some more dragonflies around, that's for sure, or something like that. Stuff like that.
Yeah.
Or certain pests and stuff like that. Well, maybe it's time to bring some of the predators back into the system.
Yeah.
And those check and balances that nature can usually do. So, yeah. I told you I had a lot to say. I had a lot to say for. If you're still listening, this is why I didn't say it all in one in that comment. Or else it would have been like he would have been reading for the next like 10 minutes. It would have been like 10 paragraphs. And I didn't want to fill up his chat all the way. So I figured I just say it.
Yeah. Thor says, thing is, we need it all, including the bugs, wasps, etc.
No, I'm not
There
saying
are
we
so
don't
many
need the wasp,
pollinators
but
that aren't just honeybees, and everything is food for something else.
yeah.
I agree.
I just care less about the wasp. A little bit less.
But they are important.
Yes.
No matter what.
I just like bees. I'm just saying. But well, even flies are nerving too, right? And stuff like that.
Huga says, I got my first hummingbird today.
Oh, that's cool, CB. That's cool. Because once you see, especially if you're seeing like a lot of like native species come back to your area a lot more,
Yeah.
and you're seeing it more frequently, then that's probably a good sign that maybe this area that you live in or helping is the life's coming back. It's being
it's
able
a
the land
healthy
can
area.
support more again. Yeah, the land can support more again. Because if the land can support more again, that means if farmland can support more, it's probably not help us per se, right? But if the farmland or whatever your garden's supporting less, then probably means that you're not being able to make as much as you would like. You have to put all these additional inputs in. Oh, we got to add all the synthetic fertilizer. There's the synthetic nitrogen, this NPK, nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium back into the system. And then it becomes one of those runaway things where you just got to keep adding it, or else if you don't, it goes downhill. So.
See, I'm going to take a bathroom break for 30 seconds. I'll be back.
You could have just went. I could have just kept talking.
I'll be back in 30 seconds.
All right. Bye. The reason why I bring this up is because a lot of the time when people go on hikes, walks, and stuff like that, it's nice to be able to see a little bit more nature. Oh hey, there's some 2 or 3 blue jays together and stuff like that. And I'm like, yeah, or some nice flowers growing, and it's like a natural area, and it would be nice to keep seeing that all the time instead of What happened over here? Why is this tree down? What happened to this? It wasn't like this before. All this other stuff. What are you singing in the background? Oh, I see his wife. I just saw her go by. Right there. So, I don't know if you guys agree with me on that one. It's just like, if you go to a lake or whatever and see ducks or geese, for example, right? That kind of thing. It's nice to see that. Oh, there he is. He's coming back. No, he's talking to her. Probably saying, "Are you going to bed yet?" And she's probably asking, "How much longer are you gonna stay on the stream?" I don't know. Sierra's on with me, so I might go there. I might go for an 8-hour stream again, maybe 10. Hopefully he doesn't hear me saying all this stuff on the replay. Don't worry, I'll tell him. I don't want to. Let's see if he shows up. Oh, still waiting. Yeah, hummingbird. Yeah, because. Yeah, exactly. And hummingbirds again are pollinators too. So stuff like that. Lord, you're not supposed to share it. Remove that so he doesn't see it. Okay, it's probably too late anyways on the stream outside. He's probably helping her with something or something. Probably. I don't know, maybe he's getting coffee, I don't know. Or something like that to drink or something while he's up. Yeah, okay. he's not looking at it and see the chat and be like, okay, what did CR say now? We'll look at the time and timestamp it and be like, watch the replay after. It's like, oh, so this is what CR said while I was gone talking to the wife for like 5 minutes. Oh, he's back. Never mind. I kept them occupied with my storytelling. Yeah.
Well, you always have good stories.
Sorry, I lost signal for it. So I got to check on it. So. Yeah.
No problem. Hugo says that bird startled me. Hopefully didn't scare it away. Yeah, hummingbirds are cool.
Am I lagging here? Of course. That one does.
I have the feeder out by the garden. That's awesome. Here in Sweden, we usually put out the feeders at winter time. Okay. CR lost his connection. companion planting and trap crops, etc. That sounds cool, Hugo. Ah, there you are.
Yeah, connections issue, and I had to do the same thing you did. I had to use the washroom too. Remember, I just had all this coffee. I was just like, what the? Oh, okay. I thought I saw a bug on my seat. It's just a piece of rubber. I was just like,
Yeah.
I thought it was I thought it was like some sort of needle. And it's like, is I sitting on that? No, wait. Oh, never mind. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Sears back. Did I miss anything?
Indeed.
Okay. No, you've been learning more about companion planting and yeah, okay, yeah, that stuff. I'm starting to try to increase my green thumb about things too. Oh, did I tell you, Shadow? One of my friends is actually growing a strawberry. That's one of
Okay.
them. I planted. I'm like, I've never
That's
actually.
cool.
Well, my friends have grown them. I've never grown them personally here yet, but I'm like, oh, so mulch does help. And similar to like tomatoes, you're not supposed to. You're supposed to keep the fruit and the leaves dry.
Yeah.
So I'm learning about things too, right? I'm like, so my friend doesn't have a green thumb, but I think I said something about mulch too. Because I'm starting to not only learn that from the gardening community, but even I know the homesteaders and the permaculture communities also says that too, because it keeps the soil from the water from evaporating so much, the wind from eroding the topsoil and all that stuff. Keeps the water in the ground longer, so the plants can use it and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Because obviously the plants need the water to do the photosynthesis and combine it with the photosynthesis to create the sugars to pump into the ground, so the microbes can help them, so they can draw nutrients back from it. I'm starting to learn this cycle a lot better. I'm like, I should have paid attention to biology a lot more back then. But
Yeah. Biology was one of my favorite certain topics
yeah, I need to
school.
And stuff for the and stuff like that. So I'm trying to understand it more, and not just understand it by like knowledge and skill or whatever, but experience too, by actually getting their actual dirt time.
Yeah.
So and seeing it for myself, right? I'm working for this area.
Yes.
Because we all live in different growing zones and climates and stuff like that. So it's probably hotter out east where 4 is right now than out west here, generally speaking. But
I guess you have a lot of different growing zones in Canada.
well, yeah. I mean, if we went into Ontario down southwestern Ontario, it's some of those areas are below the border technically. They say warmer, but then we got
Hey, Bob.
in the Arctic.
Hey guys.
Hi, Bob. Wow, Bob. I've been granted the presence of Bob.
You're easy to impress.
I gotta make a grand entrance for Bob, right? I always gotta introduce everyone in the grand scale of things.
You're easy to impress.
No, I'm just easy to motivate. No.
Okay. What's up, fellas? I've been listening for just a little while here, and
Yeah. Well, I think you made some planters or some hangers or some trellis or something like that a couple of videos back, didn't you?
yeah, I'm making different things like these for my nieces. Whoops, jump rings and hangers and things like that. Then I
Oh yeah,
harden
you're
the.
still working. Yeah, you're still
Yeah,
working on
Yeah.
that. Okay.
yeah. I'm making it by hand. It takes time, for my
That's all
nieces.
That's all reclaimed metal, hey? That's all from scrap metal, right?
No, this is all from a spool of electric fence wire. It's aluminum electric fence
Oh,
wire.
okay.
I've got
Forget about it.
yeah. That's the cheapest place to get wire is from your hardware store for electric fences.
Okay.
You said that's aluminum?
Uh-huh.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, there's two
Yeah,
different
like
grades.
I said to Shadow earlier, I think like I said, there's an aluminum shortage or something like that. I think I keep hearing about this lately. So
You hear about shortages all the time. I don't know how much of it's
but
real.
specifically about aluminum. But
Yeah, these are a whole bunch of them I've made up in this size and stuff. So
You said there were two grades of wire.
yeah, electric fence wire. There's two types. There's stainless steel, and then there's aluminum. And stainless is not good to work with for making little items like this. Stainless is very hard to work with. It doesn't bend easily. It's tough.
but that's why it's stainless.
Uh-huh. That's why it's called steel. Yeah. Yep.
Well, hopefully you get out that aluminum out of steel.
I think the only way to really work with stainless is to bend it and stuff is to heat it up, you get it hot, and then you can bend it.
Oh yeah. So it's a little bit more
Yeah.
malleable. Yeah.
Yeah, that's all I'm doing here, just sitting here listening to you guys and
This reminds me. I thought I was picking up this copper tubing. It turned out to be steel because I put a magnet to it, but I decided to use it to not like a trellis, but just kind of like a pole to help certain plants if I needed it.
Yeah.
Well, because the thing is, it was actually by a bin. I was just like, well, if I didn't take it, or if none of the scrappers took it, it would have been landfill. So I did put it to good use a few times already. So
very good. I like that. I like that people who are creative enough to
try.
Second use anything.
Try to at least, right? Not everything always turns out the way I want to, all right? And sometimes I gotta get rid of stuff because I can only hold on to it so long. But
yeah.
But some things I'm just like, oh yeah, I know exactly what to use this for, and I can put it to use right away. This kind of stuff, right? Whereas it starts to make sense.
I'm using household plastics as decorative items for the girls too.
Okay.
You see, I've got the drill press right back there, and
yeah,
I've got a hole saw that's made just for like leather and plastics.
Okay.
And example is in the dishwasher right now is a food container that came from a restaurant. Mrs. ordered food and brought it home last night. Black plastic and clear plastic, and I run that hole saw in there and punch out a whole bunch of these little plastic discs for the girls and use it until it's all used up, then throw it away.
Well, at least you tried to reuse more of it, right? So it's not all of it. Maybe you only reuse 60% of it, but that's still 60% more than
just that little bit. Yeah, that little bit.
Right? I mean,
it's number 5 HDPE, high density polyethylene, and it's not recyclable.
That was number 2.
No, the stuff that I've got is number 5. If it's number 2,
I thought
it goes into
was number 2.
The high density polyethylene is different grades, but this stuff is not recyclable. Okay. So I found a way to recycle some of it.
Yeah, in a way of reusing it.
Yeah.
Usually you see that on like laundry detergent, pop bottle lids, milk jugs. Usually that is HDPE. Yeah, you actually see it. I've noticed it a lot more here in Canada now.
Yeah, they're doing the same in the States. I'm sure we buy basically the same products that come out of the same factories from Canada and US, and they're
Oh, let's just say how I know this is because even the cannabis stuff is coming in HDPE now. I noticed I always notice these things, and I'm like, well, it says number 2. It says number 2. It's very recent, right? So I'm like, I'm trying to reuse some of it as much as possible. Well, because it's like how you fabricate stuff or materials like virgin metal or sometimes reclaimed material, and you're bringing it back and you're just melting it and reforming it and fabricating it into something.
Yeah.
It's the same kind of thing, right? It's just like how you used scraps to make something useful again, right?
Yeah.
It's the same thing. I've seen people do this stuff with plastic. Usually it's HDPE, right? I've seen people make crazy things. If you got enough of it, you can make almost anything out of it. I've seen people make poles out of it.
Oh yeah.
It's crazy. I mean, like once you melt it down and form it into shape, well, you can make almost anything. I mean, like I've seen people make handles, mallets, and stuff like that. So I mean, that's one way to cycle it back in.
It's very strong.
Yeah, go ahead.
I saw how someone made a park bench out of milk jugs, the number 2 plastic, and and there's an entire industry here in the States now that does just that. They recycle that stuff into picket fences, park benches, decking material. It's like, man, that's genius. I love that stuff.
Yeah. Well, not only does
That's
it get
awesome.
cycled back into the system, you don't need virgin materials. We don't have to cut down this tree to make this bench now. For example, you know,
exactly,
because we're always, there was that whole increase. Oh, lumber is so much more expensive. Well, we're gonna have to use air materials, right? Air materials making stuff.
Exactly. And I like the fact that, like those park benches that they made, they'll never rot. They'll stay basically like they are for a long time. And when the owner is done with them, they're still marked number 2 HDPE, and they can take and send it back and be reused again.
Yeah, made something again.
Like my relative Jin over there in the Philippines, she uses the smaller soda bottles, anyone that she can gather up. She gathers them here and there, and she uses a soldering iron and cuts holes in them, puts her plants in there to sell. She sells plants, and then she hangs them up, and then when she's all the pieces that she cuts out of them, they buy that plastic over there by the bulk. She saves that, and then she sells it. So that stuff gets used again and again and again.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's another way to do it.
Yeah. I'll show you when I get done here. I'll show you a project I got coming up that I'm going to send over to them about recycle, repurpose, and all that in a second here.
Okay. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I got to deal with someone. Okay. So hopefully I can see what you see, Bob. If I don't, I'll ask when I come back.
Okay. Yeah, I got to clear my lap here. And there is a way of hardening aluminum to make it stronger.
How do you do that?
Like for example, is I made on the lathe a mandrel to wrap the aluminum wire around it. Then I cut them into these rings, these jump rings. Then I take it and I harden it in 2 ways. Number one is I put the ring on here, and then I use a planishing hammer and I tap it a few times, and then turn it over, tap it a few times. That compresses the aluminum and it makes it stronger. Then I'll take all those parts and throw them into that tumbler that tumbles that deburrs the parts, and it's called it's like shot peening. It shot peens and hardens the surface.
Yeah.
So you turn soft aluminum wire into something that can actually suspend a little bit of weight, but you gotta compress it a little bit, but you have to be careful. Don't hit it too hard or else it'll crack. I learned that from working on airplanes for most of my life, hardening aluminum. Oh. Just a second here. I got all these different parts I'm making sorted by bags, and
Yeah.
I'm just gonna load the girls up. These are the end pieces that were after I cut all the loops off and make them into rings. This is the leftover. Then I make them into long, skinny pieces like that, so they can take and with a loop on the end, so they can drop their beads on there and use it for whatever they
That's
want
cool.
to. Yeah, nothing goes to waste, or very little goes to waste. Very, very little. And I'll show you. I got to get out the other day with my wife last weekend, and we went to a secondhand store, and I picked up a few things that I'll convert them from their original purpose into something that they can use. Okay,
All right, I'm back.
almost there, CR, almost there. Get all
Hi,
these things
David.
sorted
Wait,
out.
that was David, right?
Yeah, these are all.
Oh, yeah, it is David. Hi, David.
Yeah. Okay, where's our container at now? There it is.
Where Bob go? I don't see him. Oh, there he is. Never mind.
He's just getting something.
I'm like, I didn't see Bob get up.
All right, here we go. These are embroidery hoops. These plastic ones, there's 2 of them for $2.99.
Okay.
Yeah.
And some wooden ones for $1.99. This one was 99 cents, less than $1. And I'll make these. I'll drill concentric holes all the way around the circumference of these, so the ladies can use the hooks that I made. So if they make a batch of earrings, I'm sending them all glass beads and all kinds of stuff. Then what they can suspend these up like this, because they're all going to be concentric holes.
Yeah.
And then they can bring cordage or the rings, and they can hang their earrings up here for a display at about eye level. So when people passing by, they can like, bing, yeah, look at that. Yeah, look at that. Now, come here and buy it.
Yeah.
Look at my bling bling.
Yeah, I can drill concentric holes, but I'm using this tool for woodworking at the moment, and that's a rotary table, and that goes on the milling machine, and it's got degrees in minutes and seconds, and I can rotate, put the rings right here, and then set the milling machine up to drill perfectly spaced holes in there, so I can give them something that's strong enough to display their wares, and it only costs me like less than $1 to make it and send it to them. And it's instead of being something that was probably gonna be thrown out, now it's gonna have a second life right there, in another country.
Yeah. But it's a great way to do something useful.
Yep, back into the useful state.
You bet, man. Yeah.
Yeah. I tried to do this as much as possible.
Me too.
Because, to me lately, I've been unlocking so much. I'm like, why didn't I think about using this a long time ago? I'm like, it's just thinking about it. I'm like, because there's a lot of things that people throw out. I'm just like, there's a lot of waste. It's just the way it is, right? I'm always thinking, how can I reuse this?
Yeah.
I'm not saying everything to be reused. I'm like, okay, also you could always have to reuse that. But some of this other stuff, I was just like, oh, this plastic lid, how could I, sometimes it's not that people don't know how to reuse it or don't want to reuse it. It's just that they don't have the means of to reuse
Correct.
it.
But
You know, the
that's
tools to change it, fabricate it, to melt it,
exactly.
grind it.
Exactly.
Right? But if you got those tools, then it becomes easier, right? You got to press the plastic, a hydraulic press, right? Then you can start making something.
I can recycle.
But if you don't got the drill press, you don't got this, or basic hand tools at all, then it's just like, oh, I don't know, I can't do much with it because I can't change it to what I wanted.
Yep. That's why I say so many times on my channel, get tools, buy tools. If you have some decent tools and then you learn how to use them, you can take roadside steel and make anything you want to out of it. You know?
Well, virtually anything, right? But like you can make a lot more out of it, right?
Oh, you bet.
It blocks that creation part, that fabrication part, where it's just like, oh, you know, because you'd be surprised how much I see out there is just like, if you got some if I had some tools, or if people had some tools, they could actually remake this into, convert it into something else, right?
Yeah, you can. You know,
right.
Like this is waste plastics. I'll get you a better look. That's what I make on the drill press with that small hole saw.
Okay.
These are going to be used for decorations that I'm going to send over to the nieces. That's just waste plastic.
No, because like you know what's always funny? I always see like stuff like, oh, here's this dresser or drawers or something like that, and sometimes it's not really that far gone. Or you can convert it into a smaller type of drawer or dresser. You know, it just takes certain parts out. But then I see other things where it's just like, I found this. Oh yeah, I found this 5-6 foot trellis. It was like literally, like, I wouldn't say brand new, but it was just like, what?
Good to see you.
You know, I just took it and I'm like, I'm using it now.
Yeah.
Because it would have ended up in landfill. I'm like, no. I'm using it for the plants I have here. I can use that. Because right now, if you want to go buy that, it would be X amount of dollars, right? For me, I'm like, and I just got it for free.
Our kitchen table that we've been using for many years was free. Someone was remodeling their house and they set it out in their front yard, a solid oak table with the leaves for free. I couldn't pass that up, man, so I stopped, picked it up, and it was a little wobbly. It needed some repair.
Yeah, it needs some little back into it and stuff like that. But it's just like,
it
when
cost
you put
us
the back in, it's just like, this is totally worth it, right?
It cost us nothing. All it took was me a little bit of time and
some
Nico. Matchsticks and some screw holes to tighten the screw holes up, and a little adhesive.
Maybe some supplies you already had or it could spare, and just like
There's
I've seen that before too, where and just like
a little known trick with wood, whether it's hinges or whatever, anything that has a wood screw in it, if it becomes loose where the screw isn't holding tight anymore, just take some of these wooden matchsticks, stick them in the hole, break them off. You can put some Elmer's glue on there if you want to, and put the screw back in. Now you've got a tight hole again. Little stuff like that. That's all I did was that. It's a solid oak table, guys. It's like that thick of oak. I mean, originally probably cost $400 or $500, but
probably yes.
Yeah, you gave it more life again, right? So it's not.
Well, we've been using it for over 10 years.
I know, free. And sometimes it's just that easy little fix, just a little bit of TLC, and you can bring it back for another 10 years.
There's so much to learn out there.
Yeah.
And that's that way also in my own mind. I don't like to support big corporations. I worked for one for my whole life, so I know how they operate. And if I can avoid it, and by buying used equipment or whatever it might be, and avoid giving my money to a greedy corporation, well, more is the better.
Hey,
roaming prepper, good to see you, buddy.
What, he's in there? Hey, what's up, roaming? I was in with him earlier before I came in here. What's up, man? Damn, we should have roaming come up here. I know. I want to hear what he says.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, if you can
You
come
should
up,
join
come
us,
out.
Roman.
It'd be nice to meet him today.
Yeah. I know. Besides, I never had a chance to talk to you one-on-one.
There's Thor. How you
Of
doing,
course, back.
Thor? Yeah, Thor Haven's back in
Hey,
the
little Miss
chat.
Pepper. Hi.
Hey, little Miss Prepper, good to see you.
Nice to see y'all. I don't want to take over on the stream the whole time again. And I say again because I've been here since the beginning.
So,
I think I took like 5-minute break because I disconnected. But
well, people like to talk to you. Don't feel guilty about it. People
I
like to talk with you.
I didn't say I felt guilty. I'm just saying
Oh.
I don't want to hog the spotlight. That's why last week you didn't see me last week. I gave you guys all the time last week.
Okay.
I wasn't even here.
Mm-hmm.
CR means continuously rambling.
Oh God. Yeah, do you see these big? I got 3 of these big spools of thread.
Yeah.
This is like industrial thread that somebody donated to that thrift store, and got 3 of them, and I'm using some. What I'm making right now is, I made one the other night, but damn it, I put it somewhere I can't find it. I'm making a large striker because I've got a 14-inch drum coming in a few days.
Okay.
I make my own strikers, and different strikers make a different sound on drums and
Welcome,
bells.
Handy Camper. Good to see you.
And he's in here too?
That's why I've got this piece of wooden
Oh,
doweling
what's up, Handy?
in the rotary table, and I'm narrowing the handle down with a draw knife, and then I make my own striker head with used clothing and some of this thread that I got from the secondhand store, and make it into a big soft mallet, for playing drums and gongs,
Well, I like the sound of that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I like the sound of that too.
Yes, I have a way with words, apparently.
I ordered another drum because I left all my drums over in the house overseas, and it's like, I miss it. Sometimes I'll put music on here and boom, 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 boom. Neighbors probably go crazy, but I just miss having a drum around.
Oh, Bob must be back home again. I can hear him beating his drum again.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That's cool. That's cool.
Yeah, probably. Neighbors has a tendency to get crazy if you drum too much.
Yeah, they do. Which is a beautiful thing about me being retired. They're all gone during the day, all of them. And I'm in the complex almost completely alone, other than some employees. I got a good stereo system over there, and I can blare my music, and nobody hears it but me. Beat on a drum, whatever I want to do, bang on gongs and stuff like that. And I'm loading those girls up over there, man. I only sent a couple of photographs of what I'm sending so far, and they've seen some of the videos I've made about making parts and stuff like that.
Yeah, they can't wait to see it
Yeah,
in the real world in front of them where they can touch it. That'll be awesome.
Yeah. I at the same time, I got those hoops and the thread, and I got a couple of bags of used sewing thread for the girls, 2 different bags full of it, different colors, all for a couple bucks. And at the same time I got that, I got a couple of glass candle holders, because I asked the nieces, what do you want? So one just wanted a simple metal paint palette, and I was going to be creative and make one for her, but I just ordered one on Amazon. I got that here already. And then the other one, she wanted just some candle holders.
Hmm.
So I got her 2 glass candle. They're like little vases that are made of clear glass, and they're very solid. So they'll withstand the box going all the way across the Pacific. And I sent her the picture of that, your candle holders, and she thanked me and stuff. So, and I also got a little lantern because the family likes to go. Hey, Miss Prepper. The family likes to go to the graveyard and pray at the graves of the dead family members, and so I got a little $2 or $3 IKEA lantern so they can put a tea light in there. They can light their candle and pray, because we've tried that before, and the darn wind keeps blowing the lights out. So it's like, there you go, use that.
It's funny. That reminds me of something that I found this one time. This one time, I can't believe it's funny. See, Bomb and Shadow and everyone else in this side chat. It's funny what some of the things I find sometimes in the suburban area. At times, I just like boggles my mind. At times, because someone
Yeah,
brought this over here. Someone brought this over here. Someone left this behind. I
yeah.
mean, I've seen people. I found solar lights before with a battery, and it worked. Yet someone decided, oh, I don't need this. I'm just gonna dispose of it.
Yeah.
I'm just like,
Mhm.
I'm like, really?
Oh,
Like,
heck
wow.
yeah. I know what
I
you
mean,
mean.
like, it's
Well,
coming back to that disposable society, or
yeah.
that we see a lot of now, right?
I've gathered up a lot of stuff just from my neighbors right near me, because these are all rental houses and people stay there for a year or two, and then they move out to wherever they're going.
They don't bring
And
everything. Yeah, I
right.
get that.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
I see that.
their last garbage cans are full of I've been known to walk by and grab a couple things sitting out there by the trash cans. Oh yes, sir, I have.
Hmm. Yeah, because I've seen what some of the dumpster divers pick out or find. I'm just like, and I'm subscribed to some of them, right? And some of them
Yeah.
you may know and such, and
Hmm.
I'm just like,
I've probably seen the
you know,
same ones.
and
Yeah.
some of the stuff at times I'm like, that got thrown out. That got thrown out. It's not just
Hmm.
like here's a piece of plastic that's cracked or a piece of a toy that's cracked. It's actually like something that's really useful,
Hmm.
or really cool, right? Or
Yeah.
like, there's just like a chip off the side or whatever, and they can't sell it just new, so it's got to be disposed of. And so I'm like, really?
I have watched one fella in Australia, that another guy here a couple guys in the States that do that.
Mm-hmm.
And one fella, he's retired from the Coast Guard, so he gets a regular pension, and he has a small pickup, and he goes out and he knows every trash day in his city. So he
Okay.
goes and gets ahead of the trash truck, and
And
he
just takes a
fills.
look, right? Yeah, just
Yeah,
takes a look.
and he knows a recycling center there, and he makes a second income. But this,
Well, that's like why I pick up the deposit here. It's not just the money, it's or the environmental side. It's
yeah,
because I get to do both. I
yeah,
feel really good about it, right?
me too. Yeah, me too.
I mean, especially the way things are going now, where things are going up in price. I'm just I might need that. Oh look,
Hmm.
here I picked up an extra $10. No, that's an extra
Yeah.
couple liters of gas or
Hmm.
whatever, or some food, right? That's how I see it now. So if anyone judges me or says anything, I'll be like, yeah, well, I'm getting some extra food or extra tank
Yeah.
of gas, right? Or half a
There's
tank of gas at that though.
there was one fella here in the States. His route is going to industrial warehouses and business dumpsters. He's young and fit. He can jump right into a dumpster
Mm-hmm.
and gathers up all kinds of things when they're clearing inventory. Now, what really impressed me was one of his videos. I think it was his or the guy in Australia too, where they take they know the circuit boards inside of different things. Like,
Okay.
they know the value of those things. And this one fella in Australia, he
Oh yeah, for the precious metals like gold and stuff, right?
Yeah, and I saw both those guys getting pallets full of circuit boards. They go gather all that stuff up, then they disassemble it, and pallets full, bins full of these circuit boards, and
Yeah, and they have the means of actually separating it.
yeah, they got their tools, and this fella in Australia, he shows. Might be an hour-long video or so of disassembling a laptop and a computer tower, and on and on. It's like, man, that's impressive. These guys
Well,
can
that's like people that scrap
make some
for
money.
copper and stuff like that, right? I mean,
Oh
like,
yeah, I've done that.
yeah, I've done that before too. I mean, and besides, it's not if we're gonna go towards this green revolution where everything's electrical, blah blah blah. Well, we're gonna need copper and aluminum and these metals back in more in the system, right?
You bet.
Yeah, because the world only has so much of these metals, right? You
Yeah.
can't just be tossing them in a landfill continuously. Because I imagine there's tons and tons of it in every landfill around.
Oh,
everywhere,
there is. There is. Yeah.
Stuff like that. So we only have a finite amount of it. So we gotta start using it better. In my opinion.
I've done that whole scrapping thing for a couple years back when I was paying child support. That it paid me enough to be worth doing it,
Yeah.
And
like I said, I like this because it's like it helps you out, it helps the environment out, and then and other people can use said copper or whatever, and So
yeah,
I see a lot of benefit to it. That's why I always keep supporting it.
Yeah, all those precious metals inside those circuit boards. Wow.
Yeah. And you start to learn. It's just like not take for granted these little things, like these certain little things like a phone or whatever, right? It's like the value of it, like why it costs hundreds of dollars in the first place, right?
Yeah.
It's there's this much amount of copper, gold, whatever precious metals inside.
You bet. Yeah, I did that as a side job for several years while I was paying child support, and I got an ID card for the recycling center down there that says I'm legit, and once a month, maybe once every 2 months, I'd take 5-gallon buckets full of raw copper and sell it, because example is just one example was there's some apartments nearby, and somebody set an electric fan next to the dumpster. So I just took the head of it off and threw the rest of it.
That's why when you see certain electronics, it's like, what happened to power cable? That's why. That's why.
Yeah, that's exactly.
Usually someone's just coming by with multi-door. It's like,
yeah, because I would do that with vacuum cleaners. I won't bring the vacuum cleaner into my shop, but I'll sure as heck cut the power cord off of it, and they'll buy it with the insulation on.
Oh no, you usually get more if it's separated, because they don't
if it's bare bright, you'll get paid a little bit more, but getting those fine wires out of an extension cord, that's
it depends, right?
Wow, that's kind of difficult.
It depends. It comes back to the tools again. If you got the tools to separate these things, you can do it more effectively, more efficiently. Then next thing you know, you're actually starting to make something out of it, right? It's just it comes back to the tools for fabrication, right? You got the hand tools, the drills, the drill press, the grinders, the Dremel, all this stuff. You can start doing a lot of stuff.
I had made a tool to separate insulation from that thin wire. It was just basically a utility knife blade that I fixed in a fixed position with a plate on the bottom that was adjustable up and down. I could put an extension cord in there and pull it through, and it would strip off the outer casing, and then go for the 3 wires and adjust it again, and it would strip it right down to bare bright copper. You take a 5-gallon bucket full of that stuff into a recycling center, you're going to get paid a little bit, especially with the price of copper now.
Yeah, I guess the price on copper has gone up.
Yeah, I don't have transportation right now, but my missus is talking about getting me a pickup truck so I can go back into doing that, because I'm clearing out the machine, these supplies here, and it's given me extra space so I can go back into doing that and making more money. Keeps me busy.
Exactly. Well, not only does it keep you busy, there's a lot of benefits to it, not just for yourself. So I think that's why a lot of the time I'm like, yeah, I'm not just doing it for myself. I have a reason for doing it now, and stuff like that. So.
If you're smart, if you have the capital to be able to begin to do it, if you can secure it, though, that's the hard part. There are some people who buy these machines that you drop aluminum cans into them, and they have a payout for the people passing by who drop the cans in.
Oh yeah.
I've seen those before, but they all disappeared all at about the same time because they kept getting broken into.
Well, because there's obviously a lot more cash or money in there than you think, probably. Eh?
Yeah, they'd steal the cash,
it's just
then
like
they
a
would
vending
steal the
machine
cans
or anything like that. There's cash in there.
Yeah.
So it's a soft target. Yeah,
exactly, because they're left unattended, and
Yeah, it's not an actual facility that actually has like cameras and actual people or people actually counting it.
So, someone was enterprising and bought a bunch of those machines and placed them around, and within a year or two they're all gone.
It would have been better in like a shopping center or a highly public area, but not in some like, oh, here it is outside the school. No.
Yeah, exactly.
that ain't not last long.
Yeah, that didn't last long.
No. So yeah.
Yeah, even our old clothes, I rag them up, and I've got a whole stack up of shop rags right over there. I don't know. I'll see if you guys can see it or not. Over there, it's a whole stack up of shop rags.
I'm shocked. I mean, I'm shocked at Forrest's comment. I said the wrong thing. I'm just kidding.
Oh yeah, I'd pay to see that. I would pay to see that.
Live performance.
Well,
like, literally.
Yeah.
What happened to you? No one asked.
Yeah, I'll be right back, guys.
All right.
Okay, Bob.
But yeah, I mean, because I think we're gonna hopefully we won't, but it almost seems like we're gonna come back to this kind of another version of the Great Depression in some form or fashion.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to learn from the lessons from the past, really. So stretch that dollar or food budget a little bit more. Yeah, I know. Here, see, we're talking about food. It's not making them hungry randomly, but those kind of things, because I think, they always say history repeats itself, and try to learn from history and from the past too, right? So trying to keep that in mind.
Yeah, that is a good idea to do.
Because even one of my friends, he still does this too during the winter. Well, not during the winter time, but during the springtime. He'll go up and down some side roads and the ditches and pick up the cans. It's because when people see, the thing is about when people drink is that you can't have open liquor. It's just the way it is, right? You can't be around with open liquor in certain areas, right? So you gotta ditch the containers, right? You can be drunk in certain places, but if you got an open can or open bottle, you would get fined or arrested, right, for open liquor, right? So people gotta ditch it. That's how using that knowledge. Me and my friend actually I actually go out on the weekends afterwards and I scout it out because I know how people think, right? Because if you think about it, if people are drinking, having fun or whatever, they're in a low key area, maybe in the woods, in the back, in the bush or whatever, drinking, right? Well, what happens to the cans and the bottles? They get left behind because they're not done right now. Because they're drinking, right? If they get busted by whoever, they would get fined or whatever, right? So they leave them behind or they're in the ditch. So I just go back the next morning. And remember, I'm doing it sober, so I'm not going to get in trouble because I'm sober, right? I would pass a breathalyzer all the time. Actually, I haven't drank since like, how long has it been? 6 months? No, 8 months now. I almost went a whole year without it too. So, but that's something I just do now, you know, because I learned the behavior of certain people, so I know the best time to doing it. You know what I mean, Bump? Like, just like, yeah, I just do know. Like, it was like tomorrow's Sunday here. I'm probably gonna go take a look, and I'll probably find some because people drink during the summertime more, right? It's just the way it is.
Yeah, they do. Yeah,
They drink more or hydrate more. There's liquid, so it tends to be more plentiful compared to the wintertime.
That's right.
So I always keep that in mind. I'm like, yeah, why are you going out right now? It's because so early in the morning. It's because the drunk people that probably left all this behind. So I'm doing it. I'm doing it to clean up the environment, and so I can make an extra income into it. Right. So that's a twofold thing for me. So that's why I keep doing it now.
I have no problem with that, and I see people do that. They'll go in trucks and pick all this stuff up, and it's like I give them a thumbs up, man. Hey.
Well, because I always considered like when you see like certain like, oh, help me, I'm homeless, and you see them standing and they're not. It doesn't look like injured or anything like that. I'm like, you know, and they're just there for like hours and hours. I'm like, why don't you just go try to pick up some cans or bottles? At least do that. That's just standard.
Yeah, I know I did, you know.
I mean, I'm just saying though. Do people have too much pride? I'm like,
that's what it is.
Because, I think so because I think it's because the stereotypical view of it, right? Like how people like perceive it as, right? You know, oh, they're picking up the bottles. They must be homeless. They must be poor or something like that. It's not always the case. Some people, you'll see them, they got vehicles, they got trucks, you know, they pay insurance or they got a home, right? They just want to do it. They just want to do it. Or they want to do it, right? So it's just like, yeah. That's why, you know, nowadays I'm just like, no. We need to break that stereotypical view of that. So, because one thing I'm concerned about, if that drops off, if I don't see any, I think I've said this to other people. If I don't see the deposit or the cans, that either means that people are taking it back because they know the value of it, or people are not buying it anymore, or people are not throwing it away anymore because they know the value of it and they're not throwing away it anymore.
Yeah, that's a measuring stick.
If I see that, then I'll be more. I'll be like, by the way, guys, I haven't found a deposit for this whole month. What? And sometimes, like, I can find like quite a bit. I was out yesterday. I went out yesterday. I was up like you know, like an hour or 90 minutes. I'm like, hey, look, I'm up to like $7. Nice. That's $7 more than I had before.
Yeah. Yeah, I save money by reworking things and reusing, and you know, and I use that to buy extra food
or something like that, right? And you know, or some other things to help you prep with. Yeah.
Yes, that's I'm pretty much, as far as food and water and all that, we're in good shape. You know, we are in good shape. I've been doing this for a long time, and so I've taken some of my canned food and sent it overseas to our house over there, so we've got some on hand to start with. You know, I'll never, even when I live over there, I'll never stop stacking up food. I never will. Never. You never know. Storm comes in, or martial law, or whatever might happen, and I can't get out of the house. So,
you know, see, one of these, I would say, I have just one major event that I haven't been able to do in the last 2 years for obvious reasons, but it's a campo for me, but it's a much greater of a gathering of people. I actually will pick up the deposit too because see, we actually have to pay a fee for camping in, right? So I can actually pay for that off for us in that same like weekend. I was just like, because I'm paying it off. And
Yeah.
the people around here are helping paying it off, right? I just have to bring it back and claim back the money at the end, but and a little bit of space, but in the vehicle. But I mean, I make it worth it, all right?
Yeah.
And stuff like that. And again, it's to show that it's not just for the money, but it's for other things too. And that stereotypical view, I don't know. Sometimes I don't know. Like even yesterday, this lady just like, oh, there's one over here. I'm like, oh, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
She was done to ask her daughter to go pick it up for me. I'm like, no, it's cool. I got 2 legs, I can just do it. I'm just like some people are actually quite nice though too. So it's just like,
Yeah, they know what you're doing. Yeah.
And I've shown this many times, many times. No, many times. So just not recently. Because I can't be bothered to show it again on video. It's like, oh, here's another 35, couple $10 worth, okay, randomly. So I mean, if gas prices are going up like whatever amount or food, I mean, I think we're gonna need a little bit more. A little bit more would help.
Yeah.
And kind of offset that a little bit more, right? Maybe not all the way, but
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying. $10 extra a week would actually give you something to work a little bit more to work with, right?
Yeah, same. Yeah, I've
You
done
know,
it.
like
Mhm.
if let's say you didn't drive, well, that food or something like that, or or you could get the better of the deals. Instead of having to spend less and only getting less than half, you can spend a little bit more and get twice as much, for example, or something like that. So you actually, in the long run, you would save money.
Yeah.
Because you're able to get the better deal just because you can spend a little bit more. That extra couple bucks to get twice as much. Where usually you would have to spend like $10 to get like, let's say 4 ounces. Oh, $12 and I get to have like 10 ounces. What? Okay. But you have that extra $2 now. So something like that.
Exactly. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Hi, Rainbow Info.
Yeah.
I should actually say hi to Nicole.
And I've used our old clothes in this house for 3 different things so far. One was fire starters, the emergency fire starters. I've got a playlist on my channel. With a little fabric wrapped around them. That's old clothes. And then for these gong and drum strikers, that's another thing too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, it comes to if you have the skills and the tools, you can do this kind of thing because you can.
Yeah.
Oh, I was going to use the word fabricate, but like literally change it or manipulate it into something else, right?
Sure.
Which means that it gives you options to do stuff. Once you can actually convert something, then the sky's the limit, right? Because then you can actually change it the way you would like it to have it, or the shape, the form, the color, whatever it is, right? I mean, like, taking a piece of metal, that scrap piece of metal, and changing it. It's like, oh, here's a scrap piece of metal, and I'm changing it into a knife. Well, that's right. Also, that takes time and tools, but if you could do that, you're not.
I might have showed these before, but an overlooked tool in any workshop is scissors. They're overlooked. People don't think about it very much. Now, these are made by the Whisk company in El Salvador. That's an American company that moved down to El Salvador. Okay. They've got the screw in there so you can adjust the tension. And I used sandpaper and fitted this handle to my hand. They're not throwaway Chinese plastic junk like you buy in the supermarket. You can resharpen them, and these suckers will cut through.
Yeah, they have some quality behind them.
Yeah, and then I got 2 more pairs like these stainless steel ones. I use those for making different projects of using yarn.
I usually just call it full tank. That's how I usually describe it now.
Hmm.
They're full tank.
Yeah, those are some tools that people don't think about too often. Scissors. Have a good pair of scissors that you can
scissors allows
resharpen
you,
them, and you don't have to buy new ones.
Especially for fabric, you can start doing stuff then.
Oh yeah. Hmm.
You know,
Yeah.
you got sewing needles and thread, and then you can start doing stuff.
Hmm.
A sewing machine, either mechanical or electric. I mean, yeah, that makes it go faster, but you know, you still need thread and cut the material. You
Yeah.
still need to do that kind of stuff usually. Because you'd be surprised. Sometimes you can't make money off of scraps.
Yeah, and
I'm not just talking about the metals or the cans or anything like the bottles, but sometimes, you know, here's some leather, and you're recreating something.
Yeah, and the best thing about these good quality scissors that have got a screw in them, you can disassemble them and resharpen them.
Exactly.
Once I bought these good quality scissors off of Amazon, a couple others like these, I've never had to buy another pair of scissors. That's been years since I've used these, since I bought these.
Yeah, you just have to touch them up, sharpen them, or something like that.
Yeah,
And that's like,
it's really simple to sharpen scissors. Real simple. You know. But yeah, that's one thing, because those Chinese scissors you buy in the supermarket, they only last so long, and I've tried to resharpen those, but that steel is just like
it's not just that. It's just like sometimes that plastic handle.
Yeah.
It breaks, right?
Yeah.
once
they do.
you can't hold them, then they're not much as useful, right?
Yeah.
So that's why I like full tank scissors. That's whenever possible, because they're more durable, especially if you're trying to cut something more heavy duty, right?
You bet.
You know.
Yeah. These are 10-inch long scissors, and I've used these so many times in my shop for all kinds of things, plastics and just anything, you know. And like I said, resharpen them. You'd never have to buy another pair of scissors again, you know. All those
and
money
again comes back to the tools again, because you got the tools for doing it. So
yeah.
Now it's more of a long-term investment, right?
Yeah, it is.
Not so much disposable.
Yeah, I try to stay away from disposable stuff as much as I can.
I think there's always that because I've seen this in a lot of this, you know, certain little things are disposable. I think you won't be able to totally avoid it all the time. Let's say like disposable gloves or nitride gloves or whatever. There's a reason why you have them. I got them in a bag too, or something like that. I mean, like, it's not like I got a bidet in my bug out bag. Right?
Yeah, that's true.
Right. Most people got those pop-up TP tablets, or right. So it's not like. But then there's other things. For me lately, I tend to have a metal water bottle over a plastic bottle.
Yeah.
Personally, in my opinion, now. I just refill the water in that metal container and just cycle the water now every 3 months or whatever, right? And keep it fresh. I'm trying not to go with the plastic water bottle. I did it before. I just
Thor. You mean you see that comment, Thor? You don't wash your toilet paper out and reuse it again? What's wrong with you?
Oh boy. But yeah.
All right, fellas, I'm going to get back to work on this drum
And
stick
I'll just keep
hammer.
on and on and on and on.
All right, peace out, Shadow. I'll see you see you guys later.
Take care.
Take care.
Bye, everybody.
Hey, Shadow, let me ask you. So, if I wasn't here last week, what did you guys talk about?
I don't remember.
I'm just kidding.
Of course.
I just realized sometimes I just take over. I gotta remember this is not my this is not my stream. I'm merely a guest on the stream.
Well, I consider you as a co-host, so.
All right. Remember what I said? That there's supposed to be a chance of showers today. I thought I was seeing more cloud, but it's just it's not really gathering. Because I just saw outside my window and like I thought it was gathering more. Not quite.
Yeah.
No, because I got some stuff outside that I don't want to get wet. I mean, I actually have little tiny solar lights standing outside.
Yeah. Solar lights are really nice.
I mean,
to have.
a few people actually gave me a few before, so some of them I found randomly, just because I don't know. So, and I use them. The batteries, some of the batteries inside, the rechargeable AA or AAA. So
Yeah.
sometimes I'll bring it along with I'll bring one or two along if I go camping, so I can top off my flashlight power. So that way I don't actually have to bring all these batteries, especially if I know if I'm camping out and it's gonna be sunny, relatively sunny. I'll be like, oh yeah, I'm good with this, or something like that. But that's why I can't wait for this camp out. It'll give me a chance to try out something anyways.
Yeah.
You know those I still haven't really tried it out, but I mean I've used it here, but like one of those crank radios and stuff. Wow, it's actually a crank flashlight radio, but this one, you know, I've used those crank flashlights before. Hand crank, but I remember I had a headlamp on, and my friend's like, "Can I borrow lights here?" I'm like, here you go. I gave him the crank, and it's like,
Yeah.
hold on, let me crank some more. I'm like, well, you're the one that didn't decide not to charge up your phone before we left, even though you knew we were going for a walk, and you knew it was already evening and getting close to dark. I'm like, so you don't have to whine with the crank flashlight.
Yeah.
Can I borrow your head? No. I brought this for me to use. Here's a crank flashlight so you can whine about it. I'm not bringing your own. That was supposed to be a joke. But but it gave me a chance to try have my friend try it out for me. So. Just reading that chat real quick here. Okay. See Rainbow and Nicole are just chatting it up.
Yeah.
Hitting a few home runs. Well, she said something about baseball, so I'm just running around the base here.
Exactly.
So yeah, I mean, this is where you're supposed to bring up a topic, because or else I'm just gonna ramble.
Well, solar camping lights are nice.
You know, I'm not saying they're a solution, but they certainly can give you a hand.
I had in mind to.
You know, obviously, if it's cloudy and raining the whole time, you might not get the charge that you like, compared to like if it's bright and sunny the whole time. You know, and see, the reason I bring this up is because we're in the northern hemisphere, we're coming up to the summer solstice, right? Longest day of the year, right? The most daytime hours that you're gonna get. Where depending where you are in latitude, let's say up to 16 hours of daylight. Well, if you're charging solar, well, you're not getting a lot of power in, especially if it's clear and sunny out that whole time. You're not getting a lot of power. If you're charging for solar, right? You're not be able to, you know, in comparison to this winter solstice where you're like maybe getting less than 8 hours, 7 hours of daylight. Right? And you're trying to use that for 16 hours a night, right? So there's a difference. Stuff like that. But you'd be surprised how many people don't they always pick up candles in terms of power outages, but I got some, but I like to use the solar whenever possible now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would like to have those lights with battery and solar. It's nice to have.
Well, you get some daylight in your place, right?
Yeah.
Like actual sunlight, because I know someone like Kaylin, she faces the north-facing side. She can't get direct sunlight, but if you can get direct sunlight, it's always an option to at least consider. At least maybe in a small, cheaper scale first, and eventually in time maybe upgrade to get something better or more powerful, right?
Yeah.
Because it could give
I
you
agree.
a little bit more to work with, right? I mean, like, well, because like you got cats, right? I mean, I guess you don't want to be using candles too much if you don't need to, right? I guess you would try to avoid that personally for yourself, eh?
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Because the candles I mean, it's different if you live alone or it's only adults and you don't have any pets, but if you got kids or pets, dogs, cats, and stuff like that, they're not as aware of that kind of thing. Because you don't, unless you do it all the time, they're not aware of it, right? They don't know that's how dangerous it could be, or and stuff like that, right? Because usually, the grid's up or whatever, so the lights are coming from the ceiling and stuff like that. There's no danger, but stuff like that. So
Lil Miss Prepper says have camping lights and workshop lights can charge by USB and battery operated.
yeah,
Well, that's good option.
exactly. And again, it gives you those options, right? Gives you that option when it's not because some sort of EMP, corona mass ejection, or any of that stuff, right? It's because, hey, this thunderstorm knocked out the power. Blah, blah, blah. Someone hit a transformer. Someone hit a power pole. Your power's down for a little bit. Or, oh, it's a heat wave and people are using AC, so there's a rolling brownouts or something like that. And that does happen. Remember that. Right?
Yeah,
You've lost power before, right? I think we can
Yeah.
most of us can say that we've lost power in one way or another. However short a period of time, if it's like 15 minutes to much longer, right? But I think most of us can say they've lost power, usually because of a storm, right?
Yeah.
That's very common, right?
Yeah.
So I always, it'd be nice to have these options available for us to use. So we're not scrambling in the dark. And besides, I don't want to stub my toe in the dark.
No.
I don't want to do that. That just it would just ruin my mood. I'd be like, great, I just stubbed my toe. Now I can't see, and I just stubbed my toe. Oh, I just stepped on this toy or this Lego or whatever, right? So, that's why some of these solar lights are very common enough to get. I mean, like, especially if you get a good battery to power it. I mean, like, and stuff like that, you can at least have another option, right? That doesn't have to per se break the bank. Stuff like that. Because Joran, you'd be surprised how many older people and certain people don't know what a battery bank is. I'll tell them about this, and they don't know what this means. Right. I actually have to explain it in a certain way, right? So they can understand it. I'm like, oh. Like, I think everyone knows what candles are. Most people will understand that, but
Yeah.
Candles are one of those things that they have their use in their time and when I would like to use them, but they also have vulnerabilities, right? Especially if you have like little dinner stick candles or whatever that can fall over, they could be blown out, and obviously you can't have anything near it, and stuff like that. So, and you can't hang them up high,
Yeah, you can.
and you can't leave them unattended. You can't. There's no way
Exactly.
you do it, right? So
Little
this
Miss
is why.
Pepper
That's
says
why.
battery banks are great to have.
Yeah. This is why I'm a see. I actually have the supply of candles too. Don't get me wrong. I have the solar, but low, little supplies of like what's the word I'm looking for? Small, solar and battery banks at smaller scale, right? I don't have anything big scale yet or medium scale, but I do have these candles just in case. But I don't dip into that unless I really have to. Unless I really have to. But those are things I got for at thrift stores and yard sales secondhand for cheap, right? So I'll use them if I have to, but I don't dip into those unless I have to. If the situation went longer, then maybe I would consider it, but stuff like that. So you'd be surprised what you could see out there, though. Stuff like that. Oh, that's good. The sun's coming back out, so it's not raining yet. My solar light's gonna keep charging for a bit.
Yeah. I was thinking about those fire hands.
Those what? I'm sorry.
Those lights, storm lights.
Oh, like the
Or tent
kerosene
lights.
oil lamps, or
Yeah,
are
oil
you talking
lamps.
electric, or do you talk about like fuel based?
Yeah, those are fuel based.
Oh yeah, like kerosene and hurricane lamps and stuff like that.
Yeah, hurricane lamps. Yeah. Fire
Technically, I do
hand.
have one oil lamp. I do not have many of those though. Yet.
Yeah,
Anyways, but
I believe the brand is Fire Hand.
okay. I think they go by different names, but they use
Yeah.
they're fuel based, like kerosene
Yeah.
or oil
Yeah.
based. Yeah.
Kerosene. Yeah.
Yeah, some of them are much better and generally longer lasting or safer than candles. Stuff
Yeah,
like that,
they
yeah.
are.
Because they're harder to knock over and stuff like that, yeah. I think some people that are in places that have typhoons or hurricanes tend to have them a lot more as an option. Or storms and stuff
Indeed.
like that. So,
Yeah.
because you can actually, they'll resist wind a little bit better than a candle. A candle's not going to resist wind too much. Right. Candles are one of those things. I only have two reasons for them: for inside use, where there's no wind, or I'm shaving off the wax to make a firewood. That's it. Because I don't want to be in a storm with a candle, because that's probably not going to work for me. Stuff like that. So. And that's why I could. Hold on a sec.
Okay, Nico. No problem.
I got to move my solar lights. The sun's been
Okay.
migrating. I got to make sure it's yeah. There was some dark clouds, but it looks like the clears is clearing out. Hold on a sec.
Okay.
All right, I'm back.
Yeah.
So, I gotta make I just had to move them so they're facing west more again.
Yeah. How's your garden going?
Greener. Remember, right now is kind of. I still have about 8 weeks. 10. Well, it's mid June, but at least 10 more weeks of summer until September. So
Yeah.
it feels like, I don't know. Certain things are better than others, but we'll see. But because the thing is, I want to see flowering and fruiting. That's the majority of the work I'm trying to get into, right? So it does that kind of stuff. Hopefully,
Yeah.
right? Stuff like that. I mean, I've had green onions like a couple longer than a foot already. Stuff like that. So, but still waiting for the tomatoes to grow more. So, look at
Indeed.
yeah. No, so that's why you're asking if it's Miss Purpose. LMP said it. I showed some of it in the last live stream I did. So if you haven't seen that, you can see sneak peeks of that. Because this time around, I'm actually relaxing a little bit more. For once, I'm actually just gonna relax.
Yeah.
Today, a little bit. I did quite a bit yesterday, and I'll probably do quite a bit after the stream and tomorrow and all this stuff. It's actually because I thought it would actually rain this afternoon, so that's why I didn't do certain little things. It doesn't look like it now. It doesn't look like it.
Yeah, I
think it's
understand that.
on the bright side, I guess I'm gonna get at least a lot of solar energy, solar power to recharge stuff. I'm hoping to get something more, graduate to a middle or a larger scale solar, but till then, so you know. But I still do like these solar lights though. They've been very useful.
Yeah.
I put them to good use. Yeah, Little Miss Pepper, you'll see it in the last live stream. I randomly showed it every so often, multiple times too, at times, because people kept coming in. I'm like, oh, whoa, you guys are lucky. Here's a sneak peek. I'm just relaxing this time around. So yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things that I've learned from this kind of experience from the times before the power outages for me here. Now, I haven't gone through one that it hasn't been like that long, but in the short term of things, I've learned a few things, so to understand it. Because sometimes you still want to do stuff, right? And unfortunately, it's not always a power outage. That's the nature of it. It's not always during the day. Some rooms don't get enough sunlight or daylight, right? So they're dark. If you have a washroom without a window, it's always dark in there. You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like a downstairs washroom or something like that. I don't. Yeah, you probably have a washroom without a window too, right?
I don't know how to answer that one. What about you?
I don't know the context of the conversation of it right now. That's why I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say because I don't know the context of it.
Nah, I don't get it either. So
I'm just saying, being honest. If I knew the context, then maybe I could say something, but I don't. I mean, if you want to explain or elaborate a little bit more on it, then maybe I could say something. But at the moment, for what I read, I cannot say much. So
Well, sometimes it's hard.
see, this is why I'm a big proponent of having a flashlight, especially in a washroom scenario.
Yeah.
Especially if you don't actually bring your phone into the washroom every time you take a shower or whatever, right? It's because the thing is, if you're in the shower with soap in your hair and you can't see suddenly, that is going to be the worst time, right? Because you know what I mean? You
Yeah.
got to get the soap out of your hair or get dressed or whatever, right? So, unless you want to walk around with a rope the whole time, but that's why I'm always a big proponent of, like, if your washroom doesn't have a window, at the very least put a simple flashlight in there. Just make sure the batteries are good in it, and because I've seen it before where, like, it could be as simple as, oh, hey, this bulb just stopped working randomly while in the washroom, and it's like 10 o'clock at night and it's dark out. It'd be nice to know, oh, don't worry, I got a spare flashlight here, I can finish my shower, right? Quickly, right? You know what I mean? It's not that your whole area is blacked out, powered out. It's just that the bulb went out, right? So you can still finish your shower or something like that. Because even last year, I had this power outage that didn't last that long. I still had a quick shower during that. I used a solar light, but I was just like, yeah.
Well, it works.
It wasn't even it was just a slight inconvenience, but I was able to do something like that. Like, I actually do keep one flashlight down in that washroom up just in case, and I make sure every time I hop in the shower, it's still working. It's still bright enough that I can see. So just in case I gotta use it, I can finish a shower without actually having to, because I don't think anyone wants to take a shower in the dark, right? It's probably a little bit dangerous too, right? Because you don't know where you're stepping and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And your skin's soft because you're wet, right? So any cut or any abrasion or whatever is going to be magnified because your skin's soft because you've been showering for a bit, right? Because you get that pruning in your skin's softer because it's wet. So if you cut yourself, it's probably going to be a lot more than you think. I guess that's why things like trench foot and water immersion or and stuff like that are more dangerous because your feet are wet and you're opening cuts or you get cuts and stuff like that. It's a lot more serious. So I always think I'm like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Oh, okay. Keep forgetting about. Yeah. I was just thinking. I always forget about the chat. Sometimes I just talk and I'm
Yeah.
like, oh yeah, the chat. I forget about the chat. It's because I'm not hosting. That's why. So. Yeah. I'm just, I've been using some of these silveroids for a while now. I it's kind of like last year when I lost. Now this happened right after I ate, but before I got dark.
Yeah.
But I was already thinking to myself, I'm like, oh wait a second, I'm not worried about blading. I got silveroids. I don't even have to use anything already because I already got some ready to go for a little bit, right? If it was just like a few hours or into the night a little bit, right? I would have like, oh yeah, I'm good on that front. Anyways, right? Freezers and fridges are a different matter, but like I said, I was able to have a shower because it was really hot out, so I had a cold shower, right? Because if I didn't have those options, I would have had to do all this other stuff or whatever, right? I had these options already available, right? Very simplistic. I already thought of this what I would do, right? How I would hang a light or whatever, right? How I would hang it, with the infrastructure I already have here, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because I could like basically I would just use magnets and a baggie and hang them in the shower with me, right? I can do that. I already know that that's my option, and I got those ready to go, right? So I don't actually even have to think about it. Like literally, I just have to open the curtain to the shower and just pull them off and just stick them on, and I can finish my shower, right? For example, especially if I knew it's just like nothing major, right? At that time, not I wouldn't not from a storm, but oh here's a rolling brownout that's occurring right now, and I knew that was coming too. That's the thing, Shadow. I was thinking to myself, I'm like, well, heat wave. What's more common thing to see during a heat wave? Rolling brownouts, right? Because people are using AC fans a lot more, right?
Indeed.
A lot more. So, because Uncle Al was in earlier, for anyone that doesn't know. I mean, he's been talking about the heat waves down south in the southwest part of the continent. I'm like, yeah, and we're not even in the midsummer yet, where it's hot everywhere on the continent. Then that's gonna be a lot of power. That's what I mean. So, and let's remember, fuel's high, and stuff like that, right? Fuel, propane, natural gas, and all that stuff, right?
Yeah.
Or less of it. So the likelihood of that happening in any given area is probably pretty good. Well, I shouldn't say good, but likely to happen. Hopefully it doesn't happen in your own area, but it could happen in your area still. The possibility is still there. So.
And I believe it will be a hot and dry summer this year too.
Yeah. Exactly, right? I mean, like I said earlier, when this veteran was here, right? Water helps, but hydro power runs on water, right? So if it's lower, the hydro generation for power is still less in comparison. You're only getting like half the capacity, or half the power, or half the wattage that you can usually get. So you can only power so many more homes with that, half the amount of homes. Right.
Exactly.
Right. I mean, if these heat waves linger a long period of time, people are going to be using fans and AC and stuff like that to cool off more often.
Yeah.
And remember, unlike fridges and TVs that may eventually turn off, fans and AC might be turned on all the time, right? Like 24/7. So that's, you know what I mean? That's not like even a furnace or whatever only turns on so many times, but an AC, you might actually have AC or a fan. You might have to have that on the whole day. If you think about it, right? So that's always going to be drawing power all the time. So, right, because people want to be cool when they sleep, right? People can't sleep when it's too hot or too cold, right?
I agree.
Yeah. So. And unfortunately, not everyone has a basement, right? Or a cooler room and stuff like that. So people that live in apartments or one story, well, you can only do so much, right?
Yeah, and the problem is my apartment has a tendency at summertime to be very hot. Last summer I had it was over 30 degrees in my apartment.
Remember, 30 degrees Celsius is 88 Fahrenheit for you guys and girls in the U.S. Just to help you along, yeah.
I believe we had about 31 degrees Celsius in the apartment.
Yeah. Well, yeah, once that temperature is on inside, like above, let's say, that 75 Fahrenheit, 25 Celsius range, and then it's getting warmer. It's harder to sleep at night because you're just almost sweating in bed, or like,
Yeah.
there's no covers, no nothing, and you're just like, I can't take off any more clothes because there is no more clothes to take off or whatever, right? It's just, or it's those times where it's like, I just had a shower and I'm already sweating kind of deal, right? You know what I mean? Or
Yeah.
because at the time last year when this happened, I wasn't sure yet how long it would last for, so I'm like, oh, maybe I should just have a cool shower, bro, quickly here. It was just mere minutes, right? I didn't even use barely hot water. It was mostly to cool down, right? And I just did it quick. I just grabbed the solar light, just hung it in the shower with me, and just like cool water, quick 2 minutes, right? It was just like, just because I wasn't sure how long I was. Okay, maybe I'll be proactive. Just in case this lasts longer, I'll just take the shower beforehand and stuff like that, right? It didn't last as long as I thought, but I'm like, okay, good. I had power by nightfall again, but it's not always the case, unfortunately. Unfortunately, you don't actually know until you get the power back, or unless they actually tell you, right? Unfortunately, that's just the way it is. So, because I've had power outages that last much longer than 2 hours, right?
Yeah.
Or they're lasting a longer amount of time. Where it would be nice to actually see where I'm going at night. and you gotta remember, in the cover of darkness, people might take advantage of that. Unfortunately, it's just the way it is. I mean, like, you gotta have your spatial awareness, right? Because I was in for the Roman Prepper earlier, and yeah, there's some videos which he was illustrating with examples, and I'm like, yeah, that comes back to spatial awareness. But all those things were happening daytime or with lights around. Just imagine in the cover of darkness.
Yeah.
Maybe not the first night or whatever, but not everywhere. But it's a possibility, right? Because no one's gonna notice that, right? There's not that many security cameras on because all the power's out, right? So you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And besides, if you can't see where you're going, there's no way to know that you're gonna not step on something. Unfortunately, it's just the way it is, right? I mean, like, I don't want, because I always look at it like, in the winter time here, I don't want to slip on ice. Well, in the dark, if I'm biking, I don't want to hit a pothole. Because if I hit a pothole, I'm going to tumble over the front of the handlebars, and it's not hurt. I rather see it, all right? Because there has been this one time that I've been biking where the neighborhood I came into was pitch black. This random power outage in this one area, but I had to transverse through it, right? So I was glad I had lights because I was biking, but you know what I mean. So,
Yeah, I know.
it's just one of those things. Sometimes it just might happen in, Rainbow had to take off. Take care, Rainbow. Info. Nicole's still here. Cool.
Yeah, she's still here.
Okay. If not, my phone was charging here. Trying to get my phone charging in here. Been at 77% for seems like forever. But yeah. Yeah, this summer I think we're gonna see a taste of what will happen later at the end of the year. I think one way or another, not everywhere, but somewhere. I just don't see any. I just don't see us totally avoiding it at all, or evading it, I should say. Yeah, that'll be like a major news thing for a bit, for a couple of days at least. So
Yeah, we had, I believe it
I'm
was.
not trying to be fear mongering or paranoid about it. Just concerned enough based on previous things that have happened not only here in Canada, but some places in other places like in the US and such. Because and remembering how certain little things are coming together, right? Rain coming into the summer, ACs run, and all this other stuff, right? It's not like I know where it's gonna be. I just know it'll probably happen in some area. There will be, right? Hopefully, it'll just be a short inconvenience for someone, not a major. Oh my gosh, I don't know what to do scenario. Hopefully not. I tried to be optimistic, but I also tried to be realistic about the situation too, right? So
Yeah. I agree with you, Little Miss Prepper.
which
That is what we can do. Just need to try to be as prepared as we can be.
Right. There's a
agree with
slight
that.
difference between concerned, paranoid, and prepared.
Yeah,
and
it's a
proactive.
difference.
There's a slight differences in there, right?
Oh yes.
Just being prepared and proactive, so it's just a slight inconvenience, not major as the thing.
Yeah.
Right. Whatever it is. And well, like I said, I've seen the power outages here. I just see last year was the first one I've had in a long time. Like personally for home, I've had them at our places I've been at. Right. See, that's the thing about that. The other 2 times were at my friends' places.
Yeah.
So let's remember that last few years people have been at home more, but before that people were out, right? So I mean, like, stuff happens, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Right? You know what I mean? I'm just saying people travel too, right? I mean, that would suck at being at a hotel with no power, unfortunately, right? Or something like that. So I think this is why I'm a proponent of like that everyday carry type of light. Sometimes because people is like, oh, you got a flashlight on your ceiling? I'm like, yeah, because actually I'm EDCing it because I've seen the value of having it with me at times where oh hey, the smartphone's inside, not on me, but hey, I still got this EDC light on me, so I can use it right now. You know what I mean? And it's brighter than a phone. I get more distance out of it. It's one of the stream lights I have.
Yeah, that is good. You want the distance.
It just helps me out, right? It just feels like I'm like, it gives me that option even if, without the phone option, right? Sometimes the phone's not always with me, unfortunately. Or I don't have access to it, or it's not close enough. It's just, it's just like, oh yeah, I dropped something underneath this. It's too dark to see, stuff like that. Right? So it's like, I'm like literally bringing out this flashlight before people can turn on bring out their phone and turn on the flashlight app, right? I'm just like, yeah, I got you guys covered, right? Because I've noticed the value of it, and it's helped me out a few times, anyways. Every so often, where I'm glad I had it. So, it's one of those everyday carry items where I'm just like, yeah, I'm justified carrying it because it's helped me so many times, so many times. Yeah. Shadow, remember what I said about how it happened to me at a friend's place? Well, one place it happened today, but this other time, that was at night, in the middle of winter.
Okay.
That was because I was up at 6 o'clock in the morning. It was still dark out. The only reason it went pitch black. The only reason I was able to see something right away because I had an EDC flashlight. Phone's not near me. If I didn't have the flashlight with me or a lighter or anything to see, I would have to stumble in the dark. Which means that, hey, I don't know, I might stub my toe, or let's feel this out. Oh yeah, there's a knife on the table. I don't want to do that, right? But And it just allowed me. Oh yeah, I can, because I actually had our light sources with me. They just were in my hands. I actually had to go get them in that room, right? But it allowed me to see enough to go get that other light source and, you know, wake up my friend and, you know, tell him what's going on, because I deemed it important enough for him to understand this is going on, because we didn't know at that time how long that would last for, right? I think I justified that kind of waking my friend up, and my friend kind of understood that. I'm like, because we don't know. I learned quite a bit from that, actually. Like those emergency, like your apartment building probably has emergency backup light, right? Battery backup light in a hallway or something like that, right?
Well,
Or maybe.
not really, but
Well, I guess it'll be one of those things you have to keep in mind then. But let's just say I saw this, and within a few hours, the batteries started to die. The lights in this hallway started to get dimmer and dimmer, where it became almost dark in the hallway. It was barely candlelight brightness by near the end. So I was glad I actually had these lights with me. It helped me out in that case, right?
Yeah, that's good.
You know, so that's why some of those things lately, it's not that I realized that how useful they are. I just realized when I had them and something happened, how really useful that became. Because it became, hey, something happened, I needed something, and I actually had it with me. You know, it's not that, oh, I wish I had it and I don't have it with me scenario. It's actually, hey, I need it and I actually have it with me. Which means that it's worth, it made it, I justified carrying it for the 364 days of the year. Because it's just that one time that it just helped me out and actually, you know, help me out a lot more. So now this flashlight that I have, which actually, by the way, is on me, by the way, which I've shown before, but it's a string light. But you know, a friend gifted it to me. I was just like, yeah. Next time I talk to another friend who gifted this flashlight to me, I'll be like, yeah, you know this. Remember this? Yeah, it's been very useful, by the way. It's helped me out in quite a bit of jams and helped other people out, right?
Yeah.
And stuff like that. From that simple, oh hey, I dropped something on in my car that's in between the dash, the console, and I can't see what the lights I have in the vehicle. Well, now I got a flashlight that can get in closer, deeper, right? Be able to find whatever it is, right? Piece of paper, pen, or something like that. Memory card, or let's say SIM card or something like that, right? Something like that, right?
Exactly.
So this is why I've been, of all the things, besides let's say a multi-tool, has to be one of the more important things I like to have. I'm like, yeah, make sure the battery's charged and ready to go, because it just helps me out.
Indeed.
Oh, I see Nicole and Little Miss Purple are getting to know each other very well here. That's cool.
Yeah. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. So yeah. Well, Shadow, I don't know if you've seen some of my earlier videos. Some of these might have been before you subscribed in or you met me. I've mentioned this before on the channel.
Yeah, I believe you did.
Well, how would you know if I'm mentioning it right now? You're just like, I'm saying,
No,
I
but
know what you're gonna say. I know what you're gonna say. No, it's actually about solar lights, and of course my keys fall out of my pocket. But I was just saying, and I've mentioned it to other people before, and I mentioned it to different on comments every so often. I would if I gotta use lights, emergency lighting.
yeah.
You know, let's just say you don't got your normal grid standard. Oh, my kitchen lights or whatever. I'm a big fan of having the emergency lighting that's with the light source up high, aiming down. I don't need to see the ceiling, but I do need to see what's on the ground. Especially if you got like whatever in the way, because you don't want to be stepping on stuff or stubbing your toe, right? That's probably not that out, right? You know, stepping on toys or toy cars, you don't want to be slipping in it, right? So every time I'm always like when I see places or at friends' places, I'm like, okay, if the power went out, what would I use as emergency lighting, and how would I hang them, right?
Exactly.
Especially like flashlights and stuff like that, lanterns or something like that. Because ultimately, you want to be able to see the walls and the ground. You probably don't need to see the ceiling so much in a power outage. Probably not, because most people
Probably
have
not.
things. More people have things on the wall or closer to the ground and stuff like that. I want to be able to see the ground. You know, I want to be able to see the toilet that I'm using. I don't want to see the ceiling above the toilet. I don't need to see that. I need to see the toilet, right? And yes, I do use that at night too in the washroom. It's very convenient. I don't even have to do anything. I could just get up and go and just go back to bed after. Don't ruin my night vision. Like having to turn on lights, I just silver lights or less bright lights, just enough. Yes. So, wow. Yeah, I know. I went on. Sarah's been here with Shadow for like almost 5 hours again.
5 hours, 6 minutes, 50 seconds.
I've gone longer.
Yeah.
You know, I gotta bring you up on my show. Maybe you can find time for me.
Yeah.
See if you can find time for me. We came close that one Saturday, but you were too tired.
Exactly.
You were too tired, and I went for like 7 hours for that stream, which is funny. That was funny. I was just like, I can't believe I went that long on that stream. So. Do you have anything
7
to
hours.
say? Or am I going to do all the talking again? People are like, oh, wow, Cigar can just keep talking about stuff. And I'm like, well, I tried to do a lot of things. Continuously rambling. That's what Cigar means, right?
we had a power outage last, I believe it was last midsummer. We were out of power for about, I believe it was 3 hours.
Yeah,
Something.
to you, it was just a slight inconvenience.
Yeah, and I have to go down and check the front door on the ground level. And
Okay.
we have an electronic lock, so you need to use your key.
Oh, yeah, yes, I remember this story now.
Yeah.
You told your wife this about this. I'll let you finish.
So I had my headlamp because I couldn't see a zip. So.
Oh, this was at night, right?
No, it was around 9-10 a.m.
But just the way that the building is, it's just dark in these certain areas because light doesn't go all the way into the building. For example, right?
So, but
like in a hallway, it's pitch black.
I had to go down the stairs, and
but once you get to a place that has an opening or a window, then you can start seeing because daylight can come in. But anywhere like in a hallway without any windows or anything, it's pitch black.
Yeah, pitch black, and you don't want to go down the stairs when it's pitch black. you don't
I'm
want.
not saying you can, but you would do it slowly. Let's just say, right? You'd be like inching your way down. You'd be very. You just can't do it as fast, and that's why I ever have a light. I can do it if I had to. It'd just be more dicey. I would be one slow step at a time. Right.
Yeah.
So
But the drawback here is that they didn't have emergency lights if the power go out. So it's
yeah, in
pitch
the
black.
hallway, it's what. Yeah, you need your own light source.
Yeah,
And obviously, this has happened, right? It's not like which means that it could happen again, technically.
technically, yes.
Yeah. I think that's what I remember about the power outages. Is like this ain't the first time. This wouldn't even be the second or third time. I've seen this before, right? It's just like it wasn't always like this for me, but I've noticed it in the last, well, aside from last year, the last 10 years a lot more often than previous 10 years. Anyways, so yeah.
And I hope we will not have another one
Hopefully not.
this
Right?
year.
Hopefully not. But being optimistic, but being a realist, you're like, well, having a charge light source nearby might be useful, and turn that kind of major that situation into a slight inconvenience, right? Oh, well, power went out. Let me just go grab my headlamp here or something like that, right?
Yeah,
And you kind of know where it is. Because I've been thinking, I'm like, if people are living in more in urban areas and we all have some form of lighting inside our place, electrical lighting, I guess, right? Because unless you're in the middle of the woods running without electricity and you're relying on candles and all that stuff, you probably have some sort of electrical system, right? And let's just say it's solar, but let's just say your batteries, something went wrong, or you're on the grid and something knocked out a power pole or something like that, prevent the power from coming to your place, or the batteries from delivering the power to your lights. Well, you're gonna need another option in the meantime, right?
yeah,
Especially if you don't know how long it's gonna last, or you gotta make it until dawn, at least until the morning, right? Would be nice to know that you don't have to stumble in the dark. One less thing to worry about, right? That's why that's why battery banks just seem like a no-brainer for household type of preparedness, because there's a lot of benefits to it, and the thing is, it's a piece of gear you could actually use for not just for your phone, but you could plug in a light to it, USB light, charge your phone if you had to, but and some other things, right? But it allows you to, and you can use it camping. I've seen people use it camping and stuff like that, right?
yeah,
A lot of the younger folks know, what I mean. I know all the younger people know when I talk about it. It's some of the older people that are not as familiar because they didn't grow up with phones or whatever, or they don't use it much. So they're not as familiar with that most of the time, right? I'm not saying all older people don't know, but some people do know, but not all of them, right?
exactly.
They're more of a old school like candles and stuff like that, but like I said, candles blow out, and candles have their inherent weakness to water, and it's still an open flame, so. And they don't provide that much light, and you can't just hang them up high. I can't just hang them above like a doorway or something like that. No, that ain't happening. So they got to be on the table or something like that. So, and they don't give that much light for what it is. Yeah, they give off a little bit of heat, but if it's in the middle of summer, I'm not worried so much about heat during the summer. I'm more worried about like two things: being able to see and the food, keeping the per se food cold or frozen or whatever, right? Those are the two. Those are the two highest priorities in the summer for me. I can keep cool airways, so I'm still working on the freezer and the fridge thing, but I do have the lighting and some other things covered. I have options for that if I don't have the convenience of this or that. So, I mean, I even sold an AC unit because that's how much I didn't need it. I just, to me here, it's more important that I get the heat than the AC. It's colder here than it's hotter here over a period of time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I don't really need to, yeah. Thanks, Nicole. Oh, well, Miss Purper had to take off. It's nice to see you again.
Yeah, little Miss Prepper had to go to
You're
get
supposed
some
to tell me these
sleep.
things. Like, here I am just rambling on and then not even seeing the side chat again. Because I don't have my an actual chat window open. So I always have to scroll over to it.
Yeah.
So. Yeah. Because, these things I learned from camping is just like, battery banks, like the solar lights, and it's like, and I see that, right? I'm like, to me, that also makes sense in the power outage because, yeah, okay, aside from generators and all that stuff, yeah, I've seen that run in campsites and stuff like that, but sometimes it's just nice to be able to have your own little thing and go from there, right? I mean, like, yeah, it's just nice to have that. I mean, like, things that you can use and stuff like that.
Yeah. Camping can teach you a lot of things, and you can learn a lot of things from it.
Yeah, you can learn a lot of things and experience a lot of things too, so. And you can still have a little bit of convenience. Okay, so I don't have this kitchen light, but now I get the solar one. Okay. Stuff like that. Well, I don't have my Bluetooth speaker, but I get this wind up hand crank radio. Okay, next best thing. And go from there, right? And it's like, so. Yeah.
Indeed.
Mm-hmm. I did not realize how long. Have I? Wow, I did not realize how long I've been here. Jeez, I've been here so long that I saw alcohol preparedness veteran.
Yeah.
And Bob.
And Bob 942.
Yeah.
He's really awesome. He has always some small project
right.
ongoing.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know why my battery's not going up. It should be going up.
Hey,
I know it
Daniel
says it's
show.
charging, but I'm like, I've been at the 77% for a long time. And I have my, whatever. Hopefully, and I have my screen display down too. It should be charging. I should have, hey. Oh, yeah, I am on real time for the chat. Hey, Daniel. See, still hanging in there. That's cool.
Well, Daniel, it's going slow at the moment, but
it's okay. It's okay.
But it is always going slow when you have been running for 5 hours, 19 minutes.
Yeah,
30
it's
seconds.
difficult when CR's rambling on for 5 hours. I mean, like what he said.
Yeah.
It's all good. It's all good. Hey, not everything can always be successful. Sometimes some things are just a little bit less. A little bit less.
I agree with that.
So not everything can go viral all the time.
Yeah, yeah, Daniel, I probably did. That was a bummer.
Well, I felt bad that I missed this stream last week, but I'm here now making it up with like talking for the last 5 hours. Yeah. See, I would show something, but it's a little. Maybe I can. Hold on. I gotta switch my
Yeah.
camera. Okay, to the back. It's because. Come on. Okay. Let's see. I think if I change it. Yeah, okay. Hold on. It's pretty breezy out there, but I'll show you guys. Because I'm trying to charge up the battery so I can start.
Okay, Daniel. Yeah, I missed that one, Daniel. That was a little bit of a bummer, but I had in mind that I was to be there, but it was not. That looks really nice, actually. Oh, yeah.
And I guess I forgot that I muted myself. I get the mask. I was just like,
Yeah,
oh,
it,
I
yeah,
forgot
it
I muted
happens.
myself. I forgot I muted myself right here. I'm just talking. It's like, oh, wait a second.
Yeah.
I can't hear what I'm saying. Yeah. Still getting sun. Looks like some of the clouds are forming, but they're not forming into a rain cloud or a storm cloud. So that's good. Unfortunately, I won't get any rainwater though for the day. My barrels are empty. Look,
Yeah.
empty. Woo! That's how empty
But
it is.
they will be filled up soon enough.
Well, I don't know. As long as I'm good with it rains once every week, but because it'll give me enough to restock in and stuff like that. I mean, I'll show you guys something. Sneak peek on this one. Hold on. It's because I can't see the display so much. See the flowers right here.
Yeah.
These red flowers.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I gotta water a few things. Apparently too. Yeah. I was gifted some more plants. Shadow.
Yeah.
So we'll see if they take off. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to water later. Oh, the mulch. I think the mulch is working because I put my finger underneath the mulch. It's still cold and wet. Damn, that's good. That's a good sign. That's a good sign.
Yeah, it is.
So the soil doesn't get overly hot. Every so often, I just lift the mulch up a little bit so air can get in there. So it doesn't. It's not. I don't want it too moist, but I don't want it too dry, right? So that mix, that. Because you need that mixture of water, air,
Yeah.
the nutrients, and the sunlight or the heat, right? So I need that balance.
Yeah. Exactly.
So
It's not good if it's too moist or too dry. You need to stay
Yeah, for the most
something
part,
in
for the most part.
between.
Yeah, that balance, right? Because right now, people would be like, they're getting too much moisture or it's too hot, right?
Yeah,
And here right now, we've been hovering around seasonal for this time of year, like at, let's say 20 in the low 20s, in that 70 Fahrenheit range, right? Which is actually supposed to be average for this time of year. But the thing is, we're getting some sunlight, and there's been days of rain, and it's not just like a quick downpour all the time. It's like that where some of that water soaks in, and it's slow, like slower light showers, but it lasts for like 7 hours, which is, in my opinion, much better than like a 15-minute downpour because it soaks into the ground better over time. I mean, rain catchment's different, but in terms of soaking the ground, yeah. So, because even here, when I was looking at the places weren't really puddling up, right? You didn't see this kind of, down the road of water flowing down, right? It was mostly staying in the soil or on the ground or soaking into the ground. So that's always a good
yeah.
thing. And hopefully my battery should charge more than 77, hopefully. I think I got maybe a half an hour to spare, Joran. So
Yeah,
I got a half an hour to spare. I gotta remember, I gotta actually do stuff in the real world. Or else I'm like, forget that I actually have to do real stuff today. I
yeah,
keep forgetting about that. And besides, I didn't eat much for lunch, so honestly, I ate up one little thing today, so I need to actually eat.
yeah. You. Yeah,
Well,
I agree.
don't even say the four word, that F word. Don't even say the food word.
Now you said it.
Oh, it doesn't matter if I say it because I'm not thinking about it. But if you guys say it, then I'm thinking about it. I'll be like, oh, now you just brought it up. Now I'm thinking about it again. But yeah. Oh, that's good to hear, Nicole. She wanted to say it's going good today. Cool.
Well, that's good, Nicole.
Yay! Woo woo.
It's always a good day
Yeah.
when you know it's going good.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I
Yeah, I wish
probably
I
will
could
run.
bring the Uno. But
Yeah,
whenever it is.
yeah, I probably will run for another half an hour. Nothing more.
This will be the first time I actually be in here almost the whole time. Almost.
Yeah,
95% of the time. Aside from the times that I DC'd. And disconnect out. But
yeah. But that happens.
yeah, it does. This is good coffee. Now I just gotta remember I gotta actually still do stuff.
Yeah, you need to stay awake with coffee. You drink a lot of coffee.
Yeah, but I also do a lot of things too, so I burn it off a lot of the time too. Rarely take a power nap. Although sometimes I will if I eat too much, but
Hey, Oslander, good to see you. He asked, how many kilometers do you manage to cover in 30 minutes run?
I walk more.
Well,
Depends on the pace, depending on the elevation change. It can
yeah,
even depend what time of year. It's different between summer and winter for me.
yeah. And it depends on if you're walking or running.
Yeah, exactly.
So
Because I don't accelerate my pace as much in the summertime compared to the winter. Because in the winter, I'm trying to actually accelerate my pace.
Yeah,
Because it's colder out, right? In the summer, I'm trying not to exert myself too much from having to do it. Because during the wintertime, I wouldn't mind it because it's going to keep me warmer, right? I want to actually exert myself because I want to generate that body heat. But in the summertime, I'm like just trying to keep a good pace, where I'm not breaking a sweat yet.
yeah.
Going fast enough that I'm not going at snail's pace yet.
Let's say if I walk,
Oh, it's one of those. Yeah, okay,
I
I lost my right.
I could probably I walk 2 kilometers on 15 minutes.
It depends if I pull over or stop. The frequency depends.
So
Even
30
depends what kind of
minutes.
foot.
It would be around 4 kilometers on 30 minutes.
Depends what I'm doing. And remember, everyone's pace count is different. Eh?
Yeah,
You
it
know,
is.
the shorter your leg span is, the shorter the stride is. Just the way it is. So some people can have a longer stride, but at a shorter pace per second. Some people can power walk, but their stride is very much shorter. So it just depends.
Yeah, exactly.
As long as you know your kind of pace count and stuff like that. Well, Auslander, this is why I don't try to break a sweat too much if I don't have to in the summer. Because if I start sweating on more, that means I'm also losing water more, which means I have to consume the water I do have if I do have it more. If that makes any sense. Now, in the wintertime here for me, if I'm walking, yeah, I'm trying to actually probably walk faster, give or take, because I'm actually trying to generate body heat to stay warmer overall. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, if you eat, your
Well,
core
yeah, that too.
temperature will rise by 10%. So
I mean, I've walked faster in the winter usually, but I don't usually walk as fast in the summer. But it's because, like, again, because I'm not trying to break a sweat too much if I don't need to. You know what I mean? Because I'm trying to keep the water in my body as long as possible.
exactly.
Mm-hmm. And every so often, I'll consume some water just because I need to or want to. Oh. Oh, that's a shame, Nicole. Next time, right? Next time.
Yeah, next time, Nicole.
Next time. Yeah. Can't win them all, unfortunately. Just like preparedness, can't prepare for them all, but do the best you can and kind of mitigate what can happen as much as you can. And again, so it becomes just a slight inconvenience, not just a major disruption. That increases your heart rate and your stress level tremendously. A lot. You know what I mean? So, that's the thing.
Well,
Things can happen, right? People can lose it. People can get stressed out. People can feel overwhelmed easily. Just depends what happens. Especially if it affects you directly more. You know, your friend over right beside you might think differently compared to you because it affects you more personally, on a more personal level. You know what I mean? So. Well, I was wondering, I mean, I wouldn't say nothing really substantial, or something I haven't shown already. I mean, like just maintaining, I guess, right? I don't know about
yeah,
you, Shadow. And just maintaining like a rain barrel water level. You know, making sure the plants have sufficient amount of water during the day. Something like that.
exactly.
So, standard pruning and stuff like that. So today's Saturday here in North America right now. So Sunday in Europe and everywhere else. But it's not supposed to maybe rain for a couple of days again. So if anything after I get off the line, jeez, I keep thinking I'm like on the phone, even though I'm on the phone. After I get off the stream with you, I'll probably water for the evening in a little bit. Maybe not right away. It's still early. It's still afternoon, but
I got 3 new water jugs. I bought them earlier this week.
new. No matter if they're used or new or you. I mean, really, the closet I pick up is probably technically used, but it gives me something to maybe get something new later or something. A lot of the time, the items I pick up are just reclaimed, pretty much. Rarely do I bring in new items in. Aside from certain food items or something like that. That might be new, but everything's no, not really so much. Some funky tuna. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't bought any tuna.
Oh yeah, that one.
That's
Yeah,
it.
now I remember. Well, also under Jack, we didn't plan on going that long. We're probably till the top of the hour, I guess. He wasn't planning to go longer. I know I'm slipping out at the top of the hour for sure now. I totally need to do stuff. In the real world, I can't stay in my virtual environments too long now. or else I'm going to get too lazy and forget that I actually have to do stuff. Things won't
Indeed.
water themselves. Yeah, things won't water themselves. I mean, you're free to stay on with them. I know for sure I will be slipping out at the top of the hour.
Well, now we have Jack on.
What is
Hey,
up,
Jack.
man?
Hey, good day. Good morning. Good evening. Whatever.
You show up late. I've been here for the last 5 hours.
Yeah, I did show up late today. I didn't wake up at my usual 7:30ish, 7 o'clock-ish.
Yeah,
Slept
because
in.
usually you're here like when we start-ish.
Nah, I'm here about 2.5 hours earlier. 2.5 hours earlier. But
Okay.
slept in today. Went to bed late last night. whatever.
Yeah.
Did the teenage thing. Went to bed in the wee hours of the morning.
I don't know. Last night, I for some reason I don't know why I had more issues sleeping. Then I had to get up early, and now I'm still up. No midday afternoon nap. No, I don't even get a power nap. Oh, really? Please don't yawn. I might start being like,
Who's yawning?
yawning's contagious. Everyone knows that.
Who yawned?
I yawn.
Yeah,
You
I wonder
yawned.
who.
Oh, okay. Hey, let me just
It's
get the
afternoon
screen.
time here.
Let me get the screen up. Hang on a second. There we go. All right. Now I can see who's yawning.
You didn't even have to hide it. Who's yawning?
No. I prefer if I'm talking with people. I'm talking with people. It's like voice. I don't need to look at your face. You know what I mean? To hear
Well,
you.
yeah, I'm not showing you anything anymore. So. If I was showing something, that'd be different.
Yeah, that would be scary. Sorry.
Probably. Or not.
What is that
Anyway.
supposed to mean? I mean,
Yeah, well,
yeah.
Okay. Preps. Well, the reason I asked for preps is because I saw the video from Shadow. I saw the video with the water bottles and all that. I'm like, excellent. Every week. That's the one. Yeah. Practice what you preach. You know, every week, every day, every month, whenever you can. It doesn't have to be a routine like every Wednesday type of thing, but whenever possible, add something to your preps. Diversify the preps,
and
regardless.
cycle it in and out.
Well, depending on what it is, yeah. But if it's
like something like food, right? Cans or something like that.
Oh yeah, you rotate your food.
Yeah,
rotate your food
rotation.
preps.
Where it becomes habit, it's just like you maybe write the date bigger or something like that with Sharpie, or and besides, if it's more organized, then it's more likely that you'll continue the system because it makes sense. It's got a home. It's not just random. Oh, put it on the shelf, whatever.
Yeah, buy what you eat.
I've seen people do that before, and they're like, "Hey, CR, is this can of tomatoes still good? It says 2020, and it's like end of 2021." I'm like, "Well, smell it. Smell it.
Well, most
Look
of those
at it.
cans.
Does it have a different? Does it look different? Does it have weird smell or color?
Yeah,
to it?
keep rotating.
And
Yeah, you're right.
If not, then you're probably good.
Well, yeah, a lot of people have the misconception from. At least I'm getting that impression.
Better buy.
Some people have the impression that we're stacking food and not using it. No, you buy what you eat.
See,
You eat
no.
buy.
I think people have got to understand that. No, preparedness is not just stacking up food and not using it. We use it. We just cycle through it. Now, some of it may be more for longer term, but the cans and stuff like that, it gets cycled in. It gets cycled in what dry stuff or whatever. Now, some people actually have that long term storage, Mylar, and
it's the videos,
freeze dry and stuff like that. But a lot of the time,
videos.
Things are cycled in, right? Because also we got to eat every day too. Right? We're eating something every day, whatever it is, right? But that stuff might have been like 2-3 years ago.
But I'll pick on your I'll pick on your fellow Canadian, like Canadian prepper. This was ages ago. I don't remember when. Year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago. I don't remember what video when he put the video out.
2018.
Put a video out about probably. I don't know. Put the video out about
I'm just guessing.
best by dates, use by dates.
Better buy.
Yeah,
I try to say it like that, but people know it as Best Buy, so I just say it. But
yeah,
I like to say better buy. I like to say better buy.
Okay.
Or
Best by dates.
Buy.
Yeah, and other preppers out there, other people out there are putting out videos on the same topic, which is absolutely excellent information. Especially when it's linked to sources such as the U.S. military, the U.S. Army, and their studies on best by dates and actual use. When it's still good. Then there's a good channel like Provident Prepper. And I say good channel, in my opinion, an excellent channel where it's a whole family prepping, and and they're showing it firsthand, where they're opening up their own preps from 10 years ago. No, 10 years ago, which is a lot longer than what many of us have been prepping, or many other preppers out
or
there who are prepping.
cycle in or and stuff like that.
Exactly.
Or cycle of it.
And showing
So a lot of
firsthand.
people cycle in maybe 2 or 3 years, but they're doing it like
Yes.
5, 6, 7, 8,
But-
9 years, right?
So their prepping has been going on for a long time, and they're experimenting, or should I say, studying the actual resources that they've prepped at their own cost, at their own risk, and showing it firsthand. But when it's presented, the whole topic of Best Buy, the impression is put across that people buy these cans or these food items and store them and never use them. You see what I'm saying? I'll give another example.
Okay. You know, that's just kind of silly because you want to try to use items, or else, you know, I mean, okay, there's a thing of like rainy day funds and stuff like that, but I mean, like, eventually try to use it. Now, if that rotation's every 10 years, that's different from every 3, but eventually use it, right? Because there's no point in having something you're not going to use it at all.
But
Or
I'll
at least
give
try
another.
it or test it out, or know how it is and stuff like that. Because then it just seems like you're hoarding them because you're not even using it at all, or you're learning from it or anything. So,
But I'll give another example. I'll give another example of an excellent video on that topic. But the impression could be to the unwary eye or the untrained eye that it's a case of promoting a hoarder in the description that you just gave. Alaska Prepper did an excellent video of opening up some cans which he got from a fellow Alaskan, fellow prepper, which were from the 1970s, if I recall rightfully. So about 40 plus years old, almost half a century old. And he opened the foods up and he smelled them, tasted them, and it was on, it's on YouTube, so you can see the video yourself. You can see that he's physically opening it up, and it's he's not one of these guys that cuts and pastes too much, and his editing is very limited. It's pretty much real life, even if it's not a live stream, it's still real life.
One take. You don't see these multiple camera angles, or it's kind of like
exactly. So there's no foul play there.
It's very hard to. If it did, then you wouldn't. There's no way to know.
But again, the person who's not a prepper, or I'll even go one step further, the person who has fallen victim to the propaganda of Hollywood and seen those Doomsday Prepper series and so on, and looked at them at it from an angle of, these idiots, look at them, they're all freaks, they're all tinfoil hatters, this and that, and so on. Or we'll go one step further. They're part of the instant generation of me, myself, and I, and give me what I want and need now, immediately, or else it's doomsday, right? Type of people, which is thanks to the progress of technology and so on, right? The dependency on the whole government and the system. So we're not going to blame the individual alone. We'll say that this was many other factors contributed to this type of lifestyle, if we can even call that a life, but we'll say a lifestyle. They may look at that video and see the following. There it is. There's living proof. A prepper from the 1970s kept his food stocks in there, and they all, went bad, or half of them went bad, or, and half of them are good to eat. But 40 years, somebody could have had some good use out of that can of bananas, or I remember one of them was bananas. I can't remember what the other ones were, tomato or something or other. I forget now. Don't quote me. You have to watch the video to see exactly what food. But you see how different people could watch the same video about the same message, about the same information that's being relayed with first-hand experience or a first-hand example, right? And get a totally opposite message out of it. So when we're relaying messages across to people via our own individual technique or means or whatever, our own style, put it that way, we've got to keep in mind that we're not talking to just preppers. We're also talking to people who are anti-preppers, who have a misconception about prepping, who have been misled about
the people in general, right?
Well, we won't say people in general. Most people in general don't have a bloody clue about prepping. You mentioned the word prepper, and half of them are looking at you like, what are you talking about? don't forget, just because that Hollywood show was on TV, it doesn't mean it was popular.
well, yeah. I mean, there's like what 7.8 billion people. There's bound to be some people that don't know.
Yeah, there's probably about 7 billion people who don't have a clue about prepping. Put it that way. Yeah, who don't have a clue, or their clue is, oh yeah, I watched something on TV
98%.
about that. Yeah, you know, or you get my point. So whenever we're putting a
Okay.
video out, we should try and keep in mind, something in the back of our minds, keep a little mental note. Somebody who's got the wrong conception, you know, who's totally got the wrong perception about prepping, and somebody who doesn't have a clue about what we're talking about is going to watch this video and not understand the message that's being put across, because we're putting it across in a way that is just given, like we're doing what the technician, what the engineers do, right, or chemists or physicists, or those people do. They talk a different language. They talk among, you know, they understand each other, but the average
Yeah,
Joe
the
Blow,
lingo, right? The lingo.
the average Joe Blow on the side would be like, "What the heck are they talking about? I understood like 1/5 of what they were talking about," and
I understood
I'm,
the word yes, and then I was
you
lost.
get it,
After.
yeah. And I'm thinking, from what I'm being able to figure out from forums and other sites, is that there's a lot of people out there who A, don't have a clue, B, have a misconception, a totally wrong perception about the whole concept, and we are actually contributing to that misconception and that wrong conception. You get it? We are contributing because we're talking in a language that is familiar to us. We're using terms that are familiar to us. We're approaching the whole concept of prepping and presenting it in a way that makes sense to us. But what about the 99% of people out there who don't have a clue what the whole concept of prepping is, because their entire lives, and possibly even their parents' entire lives, they've lived off this, give me what I need now, go to the shops, buy it, get it immediately, instant gratification, instant satisfaction, instant supply. All their lives, they've never, ever, ever experienced anything on, I won't say long term, but even on a short term, where they didn't have what they wanted or needed within 24 or 48 hours. You see my point? Well, I'm just putting that across because if you go beyond the prepping niche, not only on videos but on anything, and you look at that, and you look at the hoarding topics out there, just Google hoarding or DuckDuckGo hoarding. Excuse me, I apologize. It's contagious. I coughed, my wife coughed. It's cheapest. Watch out, you guys might start coughing too. Yeah, but like I was saying,
Excuse me.
yeah, there you go. See, told you.
I'm just kidding, Jack.
I know.
But,
But yeah, there's proof. There's proof. It's contagious. Why are
no,
the
but
internet?
anyways, what's the right topic here?
Anyways, like I was trying to say, we can actually approach this whole thing, right, by trying to relay messages to people who are not familiar with the topic, and then we have to watch how we speak and how we present things, so that we don't add to that whole confusion or misconception about prepping. You see my point?
Well,
And the reason
I think that's what I say about food is just like rotate it, rotate it to keep inventory on what you're doing, kind of deal.
again, you keep in mind that's all good to go and good to say like that, simple among us who are in that scene, who are familiar with it at least. You see what I'm saying? Try and think uni student,
Oh, or
second or third generation.
Eat what you like to eat, kind of deal. If you like it, then yeah. If you don't like beans, don't get beans. I think I just made myself hungry.
You're hungry. We're talking food.
You're hungry. See,
I can never get away from it. I can never get away from it.
See, we were talking about cannibalism a few months back. You got hungry.
Self-inflicted.
Yes.
Self-inflicted.
You got hungry when we
the
talked about
struggle's real.
cannibalism.
I think that
Hello. Dude, I will never forget that you got hungry when we were talking about cannibalism. The topic was cannibalism, and you got hungry. I mean, okay, that's
I was thinking of the live for some reason. That must be it. That must be it. Yeah.
I don't know. All I know is if we have a plane crash and we're stuck somewhere, I'm popping you before I cock it because I don't want you eating me.
Don't let them
I'm
eat
kidding.
me. Okay, anyways.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh
yes,
no,
yes.
it's CR. It's CR, the cannibal. Did you get any preps this week, or did you make anything?
Well, I mean, I guess the standard kind of food type of things. I mean, I don't make a big deal about it. There's some more oatmeal. Maybe some more rice. Let's see what else.
Excellent.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
great stuff.
stuff like that.
That's what it's all
Stuff like
about,
that.
yeah?
That's a standard staple, right?
Well, that's
Correct.
the
The only
fundamental.
thing I want to do is I gotta cycle out some of this water that I have eventually soon. Probably this month I will cycle it back out.
Well,
I'm trying to cycle in fresh water as much as I can.
if you can't consume it on yourself, use it on your plants.
No. That's actually I don't waste the water. I don't just flush it per se, or just pour it out. I actually try to use it. I just kind of plan it so I can actually use it in a certain way. So let's just say if you were like restocking up on water, like with like the metal water bottles now, instead of buying bottled water so much, I just replenish the metal water bottles I do have with clean water instead. That way I'm always taking inventory out of it, and I'm keeping it as fresh as possible, and not just setting it and forgetting it kind of deal.
Okay.
Because sometimes in preparedness, some people are bad for setting it and forgetting it a lot. With a bag or something like that, they set it and forget it too much. Especially if it's something that, like, let's say medication, water, then you probably want to cycle out eventually. So because I've seen people say this before. It's like, oh, I haven't checked on this. Oh, it's got freeze dry, so it's good for. Okay, well, that's just the freeze dry stuff. What about the other stuff though? The water, maybe, or the medication or pills or something like that. Bug spray. What do you is it still sealed? Is it still good, or did it leave? Because that stuff happens, right? I mean, like,
yeah, most bug spray is pretty good, even if it's a little rusty on the outside. Not that
no, but
suggesting
I'm just saying if it leaked out into your bag or like something like that. More unfortunately, something happened like that, or let's say batteries, for example. I guess that's another thing, corrosion and stuff like that.
Yeah, batteries, they leak.
Yeah, stuff like that, right?
Yeah, I hear you loud and clear on that.
Because I'm always trying to keep on top of things. That way, it's always as fresh as I can get it, so it's ready to go when I do need it, right?
Oh, he's a prep.
So you're being proactive instead of reacting to it after the fact that it's already the battery's already corroded, or something like that. Hopefully, you'll find that out before something important happens, right? I better know. Oh, okay, the battery's corroded, but nothing. Thank goodness this wasn't an important situation at this time. It would have been, because it would suck. Oh, I need the batteries and they're corroded. Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's a
But
prep.
you're in your normal inventory and you're discovering it, so you could take the time to swap them out and stuff like that. Check on the components, make sure, whatever it is, lighters, ferrocerium wrong, first aid stuff, bug spray, medication, food, water, whatever it is, right? All that stuff, right? The consumables, stuff like that.
Well, you mentioned batteries. He's a prep that every person should actually consider getting, no matter what price range it might be in.
Yeah.
Because it's not a cheap prep. That is, it's not a cheap prep if you're buying something that's reliable. You're going to buy a cheap Chinese knockoff. And I say Chinese knockoff because they are Chinese knockoffs. Those automatic watches. I like to say Swiss. Yeah, I like to say Swiss automatic watch.
Yeah. More
analog watches,
inferior.
mechanical, and that as you move, it winds itself up. So even if you keep it on your wrist overnight while you're sleeping, as you're moving around in the sleeping bag or on the bed or wherever, it's still winding itself up. So it's never, and it can the good ones. Let me rephrase that: the ones that are the original ones, not the knockoff cheaper ones, right? Can wind themselves up where they last at least 2 or 3 or 4 or even more days on one day of wearing it. While the cheaper ones I've found, and I've done this myself, I've learned that lesson myself. You buy the cheaper ones, right, the knockoffs, and they won't last maybe 24 hours if you're lucky. So the mechanical, the spring inside it is obviously far inferior, to use the word that you so well placed there. An inferior generic type of piece of rubbish that doesn't do the job properly. It's more of a show and tell type of, I'm going out tonight, let's put this watch on, blah blah blah, and let's show it off type of rubbish. You know what I mean? It's cosmetic.
Yeah.
The cheaper ones are cosmetic, while the real ones are actually designed to do the job.
Yeah, it's a cosmetic thing. It's not. Yeah, exactly.
So that's one prep that I could, now that you mentioned batteries, where I could highly recommend to everybody, go the old school and get a mechanical watch, not a wind-up watch, but a self-winding mechanical watch, whatever you want to call it. Automatic. They're called automatic watches, but if I use the word automatic, half the people are like, "Whoa, what's that?" So yeah, because they're demate. They're only worn by rich people because they're so expensive. But you don't need 10 of them. You just need one. So you can have your super duper power operated, battery operated watch that tells you how much humidity is in the air, right? That some people are showing off. That they're buying. Oh, look at my prep. I bought this $700 watch that does all this. Yeah, that's wonderful. That's beautiful. When the battery dies, chuck it in the bin.
Well, back to that disposable thing again, right?
Yeah, I mean, chuck it in the bin. In the SHTF scenario, chuck it in the bin. Or in the supply chain not being there scenario, chuck it in the bin. Or a war situation where China says no more supplies to anybody. We rule the world. We decide who gets what. Chuck it in the bin. You see what I mean? So yeah, that's and that just came to mind when you were mentioning batteries, because years ago, I was
it's kind of funny. I actually found this AA battery. I thought it was dead. It's actually not, because I can actually weight one of my weights with it. I'm like, oh, look at that.
Yeah. And also,
so you'd be surprised at times. It just depends. Some people just, because it doesn't always mean something tossed is not working. It just means they think it's not working. Some people don't actually test things out before disposal. It's like, or it's obsolete to them, right? Or
go to Craigslist. Go on Craigslist. People many people don't throw it out. They just put it up
here in Canada. We have Kijiji here in Canada, but I know the classifieds, the secondhand, and all this other stuff.
Yeah, classifieds. I say Craigslist. Yeah, we're all American.
No, but classifieds is that generic term. Craigslist, Kijiji here in Canada is like very more brand specific, I guess. More specific.
Craigslist is a brand name. Yes, correct.
Yeah, it's like a brand name, like saying Pepsi or Coke versus Cola.
Go to your
or soda, right? So
go to your classifieds, your local classifieds, and see who's giving stuff away or selling it secondhand. Oh, we've picked up. Well, okay.
Some people will actually deliver it. Well, I don't know about now, but it just depends, right? It's just like because, and it's crazy sometimes, but some deals you can get, right?
I'm not one.
Especially some people are actually trying just, they just don't want to landfill it or whatever. Right? They don't, so they're willing to give it up and all this other stuff. Some of you got to pick it up on your own, but so depends. It's gonna take a look. You never know until you take a look, right? Like anything secondhand or yard sale or grad sale or
secondhand
classified. You don't know until you go take a look in store or on the listings, right? Or
look, it's bound to happen if you're buying stuff that's secondhand or pre-owned, even if it's brand new in the box, it's still pre-owned, right?
Mhm.
You're always running the risk of sooner or later buying a dud. So, and that's
Yeah,
the
yeah,
risk.
that lemon
Oh,
or something like that. It's nice
correct.
when people
So,
actually show you, hey, this is working. I'll even plug it in before you give me any money, just to prove it to you, right? And I'm like, okay, because it shows that they're trying to actually want to give it to you or whatever, but they just want to prove it to you too. So there's,
but
they're not
yeah,
trying to con you into it, especially if you're
yeah.
actually trying to buy with cash or barter or something like that.
So anyway, like I was saying, it's a cost benefit thing. You can buy pre-owned things or second-hand things that have been used before, that are still in very good condition or that will last you. Okay,
Yeah,
an
let's just
example.
say cast iron, something like that.
Correct. Cast iron. There we go. Cast iron. Yeah.
And you
That's
re-season it, and it's just like, oh yeah, and the next thing you know, you're using it for the next like 10
Yep.
years, and giving it to
picked up.
someone else, giving it to your kids, and then it's like just handed down again.
Yeah, we picked up 2 Dutch ovens or 2 camp ovens, as we call them in Australia.
Yeah.
Just last week, and one huge one, heavy one, and one smaller one, well, medium-sized one, for $70 for the 2. And yeah, they just need to be
Well, I got cast iron
oiled
blocks,
up.
by the way.
What was it?
I got a cast iron blocks. Those are very
Locks,
yes.
like padlocks.
No, sorry, WOK.
Oh, woks. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got one that's
Yeah,
heavy as
I
hell.
got cast iron ones.
We got one that's heavy as heck. So I prefer the steel
I'm
ones.
pretty sure it's cast iron. I mean, it weighs a lot for what it is. I mean, like it's not steel. It's not like that kind of steel shiny look. No, this is like I gotta season it after I use it, kind of deal. I got some on our frying pan I've shown Uncle Al before, and it's much heavier, but yeah, I got. I just kind of always had that stuff, so that lasts a long time, providing you don't rust it out. But it'll last a long time. Just season it, keep it away from water, and you're good.
Well,
for a long period of time.
keep it away. Yeah, keep it away from water. Yeah.
Well, you know what I mean, so it doesn't rust. Also, cast iron's vulnerable to rusting. So,
True. Well, oil it down, put it in the oven, bake it up, get it back to normal.
Yeah. If
also,
I lived in if I lived in a flood or a hurricane type area, I'm like, would I actually vacuum seal my wok? or like, put it in a bag? maybe. But I don't need to do it. Oh, he's back.
Yeah, there's a lot of things. I mean, prepping's no easy game when it comes to that. So I always highly recommend to everybody, and I practice what I preach, is go out, search what's out there as far as used items or pre-owned items. And like I always stress, just because someone owned it before doesn't mean that they have used it or that they've used it much. Again, you have to apply common sense to the item. You're not gonna
take a look, right? Take a look for yourself.
But at the same time, apply common sense to what you're procuring secondhand out there or pre-owned out there. You don't just go out and buy everything that's advertised. You look. How can I put this? I mean, okay, I'll give a stupid example because it's too early in the morning for me. Socks. You're not going to buy secondhand socks. You see what I mean?
Probably not.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm trying to.
Probably not.
Same thing with many other items
besides,
out there.
Unless you see them almost original condition, they're probably going to be used or torn anyways. Or
Well, you get my point.
Not as good as
yeah. You get my point.
I mean,
the
unless
point
you're that desperate, or you can get them for next to nothing, and they're great condition, then I don't know. That's different, but
no, you don't buy secondhand socks.
I don't know. I've never bought secondhand socks. That's for
sure. So there's no logic.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying I've done that. That's
my point. The point that I'm trying to make. Okay, I just gave it as an extreme example of what you're never going to look at secondhand, and yet, there are items of clothing that you would look at secondhand. For example, maybe a raincoat or a coat or a winter coat or one of those oil skinned coats that cost for $300, $400, $500 brand new, and
Oh yeah.
you know somebody selling it for $50 or $100, and they've only worn it half a dozen times, if that. And all it costs to make it brand new again is to dry it out, oil it down. So that's 10 to 30
Well, it
bucks.
won't be brand new, but it'd be in very good condition for the price
Oh,
you pay.
Exactly. And what I'm
Not
saying is,
mint condition, but like if you look at how comic books are rated, it's in good or great condition. Not mint condition, but great condition.
yes, and
And
the reason I
you're
gave
paying
that,
like less than a quarter or half the price, so be like, well, you know, you factor in like that.
I gave that example in the clothing range because I mentioned the stupid example of socks earlier, because that item has been proven over the centuries to be a lifelong item if you take care of it. So you can get an item that would cost you in the retail store anywhere between, I'll talk American dollars, anywhere between $200 and $400 American, roughly, and it only costs you $40 to $50. At the same time, you have to invest maybe $10 to $30 for the oil/wax solution, depending on which one you choose, to clean it up, dry it out, clean it up, re-wax it, get the paintbrush out. So you got to spend another $2 on a cheap paintbrush, and wax, oil it down, let that cure, and keep it out of the sun, and you've got yourself a clothing item that is very expensive to procure. Secondly, it can last you a lifetime.
Hold on, I'll be right back. Sorry.
And it is a lifelong item as far as staying dry goes. I mean, if you could handle the 1800s, 1700s, 1800s, in particular 1900s, gold rush era, and those eras where they were really put to the test, then guess what? They can definitely handle the modern day era where we have everything and anything at our disposal, or are able to prep up on everything that we need. So, and staying dry, keeping dry / warm is one of the most important line items in any prepper's list of, what's important and what's not. So, yeah. So, always highly recommend go to your classifieds, to your Craigslist type of site, and check it out. Check it out. Keep an eye out on stuff. And don't be afraid to at least go have a look. Worst case scenario, it's not what you want and you come back empty-handed. So you wasted the fuel and the time. But have you wasted it? Because if you're going to save, I don't know, $300, it's maybe worth making 1 or 2 or even 3 trips before you find what you need and want. I'm just saying. And I'm not saying trips like, 100 kilometers. I'm talking about within your vicinity of maybe 20 to 50 clicks from where you are. So you're not talking about losing half a day, or a whole day on procuring something. So there's the common sense factor. You got to weigh up the pros and cons, the cost benefit to you, and how important it is to you as well. And also weigh it up against your budget. What percentage of your income are you putting into that? So if it's too expensive to buy brand new, then start adapting to your reality and hunt around, do the research, hunt around for something that's pre-owned or second-hand, meaning that it could have been used, and how much was it used, and so
on. You guys still talking? Like I come back and I don't even hear anything.
Well,
I said what I had.
I'm getting tired, so.
Yeah,
Yes,
you've had
and
to put up
apparently
with
I'm
CR
supposed
for
to be
5
calling
hours.
someone. And I'm supposed to be calling someone back again.
Actually, 6 hours, 14 minutes.
Oh, you're putting up with CR for 6 hours and 14 minutes?
I
Is that a
wasn't here
record?
the whole time. I wasn't here the whole time. Sometimes I've actually disconnected, DC'd. I had to come sign back in, so I wasn't here the whole time. Just
Yeah, the CR challenge. We got the CR challenge be in the making here. Who can handle the longest amount of hours with CR live online? Sorry, CR. I couldn't help myself. You are
Oh,
Canadian.
I see how it is. I see how it is. You can't stand me. I see how it is.
You're a Canuck.
No,
You're nice.
just kidding.
See, you're nice. You're nice. All Canadians are too nice.
Just kidding.
Yeah. I was
That
talking
was
to a
my
fellow grunt
sarcastic
who
voice.
told me to FO. Yeah.
If I didn't want to talk to you, I wouldn't have talked to you in the first place.
No, you're right, mate.
Yeah. Well, maybe we
Alright,
should close it out in those last few minutes here.
Yeah, Shadow. So, seeing as
Yeah.
you're wanting
Yeah.
to go to sleep.
Okay, we'll go.
Yeah, I need to get some sleep.
Yeah, let's get out of here before Bob pops in, because then it's all over. No,
Yeah,
actually,
Bob will come
Bob,
back in. It's like, oh yeah, I see
hey,
you guys are
you
still
won't.
alive.
You won't.
And he'll
No,
be
no,
like,
no, no, no. No. You won't, because he only pops. Well, I won't say he only. Almost 9 out of 10 times he'll pop in, depending on who's in here, and you all know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, Miss Verna.
Exactly. So
I gotta learn your guys' secrets. Dang, still do.
just pay attention to what who's in here, what's going on.
Oh yeah.
Okay,
I
sorry
can
about
just
that,
tell. I'll
Bob.
be like, oh, okay. Oh, look who's on panel. Oh yeah, there's Bob. Just kidding.
Yeah, he'll be there. I
We're just
guarantee
kidding,
he'll
Bob.
pop
You're
up.
listening. He's very like.
I hope he's listening.
if he showed up right now, wouldn't that be hilarious? I'd be like,
Oh, I would love it if he's listening. I would love it if he's
no,
listening.
if he just came back on the panel, it's like, oh, I heard my name.
Yeah, he pops in. It's like, oh, it's only you three. Oh, like, bye.
Yeah, he's probably just like, oh, okay, never mind. Okay, I was just working. Never mind. I won't say anything.
Yeah. Anyway,
Yeah.
wish you guys a great day, great Sunday. Enjoy.
So
Stay
Saturday.
safe. Well, Saturday, Sunday, weekend, whatever. Stay
Thanks
safe.
for having us on again.
For me, it's Sunday morning.
Yeah, we know that.
You'll be good. Out.
All right, see, I'm actually on leave, so it actually officially becomes like official now. All right. Catch up one more. Did I miss something in there? Oh, that's just my butt. All right, thanks for having me on, man. I'll message you
Anytime,
later.
buddy.
I'll message you later, like usual.
As usual.
All right, later, everyone. Take care.
Take care. Stay safe. God bless.
Wait, I hit the wrong button.
Okay, guys. Thanks for stopping in and hanging around. And guys, take care. Stay safe. God bless and be prepared. Thank you, Nicole. I appreciate that. Take care, Nicole, and stay safe. And I will see you next week. And have a good day, night, morning. Bye for now.